What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to tradertv.live. Futures in negative territory ahead of a big day today. We got Apple's Wonderlust event. They're going to be releasing a whole slew of new products, the iPhone, the iWatch, the Apple Watch, as well as others. Google's trial also begins today. The antitrust lawsuit brought by the Department of Justice for their dominance on search. That should be interesting as well. Oracle reporting last night, and it was a tough report. We'll have that and a lot more. It's September 12th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's the ES here, down about a quarter point, essentially. The NQ not faring much better either, down a third of a point. It was a downward move overnight as investors await CPI tomorrow. That should be very interesting. Market participants will definitely be paying attention to that. Make sure to join us tomorrow at 8:30 for CPI. And then don't forget, Thursday we'll have PPI. Interesting as well. Guys, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. The good part about the morning is at least I don't own Oracle shares. Oh, wait a minute, that's right. I do have Oracle shares in my long-term account. So what a fantastic morning it is for the market. You know, Oracle's getting its butt kicked today, but you guys know why. Obviously, I'm upset at my Buffalo Bills. This is the second time that they have not played well versus a backup quarterback in the last calendar year. Last time was Skylar. What's that kid's name again? Skylar Thompson? Skylar Thompson. This time it was, I think I got that right. And this time it is Zach Wilson. All that said, I thought the team did fantastic and Josh Allen made some mistakes. And outside of that, like, the team did well. Wish Aaron Rodgers the best on that injury. You never want to see anybody get hurt in a situation like that. Like, that sucks for him. But at the end of the day, we got to get back to trading, and this market is going to be full of opportunities today. Whether it's SSR bounce on Oracle, Amazon touched within a penny of its 52-week high. That's in play. Meta had a ridiculous run yesterday. Tesla was absolutely stupidity to the upside. And the cannabis names are still right back in play. ACB is literally at 99 cents. CGC is holding up pretty well. All of the crypto names are making some big moves. So we're watching some Mara. Coinbase will be in play. Bitcoin bounced off 25,000. So you have pretty much everything you could want for in terms of looking for opportunities. You just have to pick the right one. So picking the right stock on a day where there's a lot of opportunities is kind of like assessing the situation on 3rd and 2 and deciding to throw in a double coverage instead of throwing the short pass for the first down.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have decision-making abilities like Jordan Love, so we don't have to, let's...
I can't even say anything.
Yeah, I mean, Packers 1-0, Bills 0-1, Cowboys 1-0. Whew, man, wow. The Bills are honestly, they're like the Maple Leafs. I said this yesterday. He can't win big games.
See, no, I have an issue with the big game thing because he's actually not worse in big games. He's just himself.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Josh Allen's just Josh Allen,
yeah, I'm just saying,
and he makes bad decisions. He'll do that in big games and small games. It's just a matter of...
It's just that when you do it in big games, it's
just
more polarizing.
Here's the thing. The Kansas City Chiefs lost their first game of the year in spite of Mahomes playing like a god. The Bills lost that game when I think the team played really well and he made a couple of mistakes. Otherwise, they win that game easy. And I think that's that's the difference right now. It's like,
I think also that the Bills cannot beat Zach Wilson. All right. So the thing is that today should be a good day. We're gonna look at some cannabis names. Let's not miss Aurora Cannabis today. Yesterday, obviously, we talked about CGC, what happened when that broke $1 and what that was looking like. This has already broken in the pre-market and a little bit last night there. So I don't know if this is as exciting as CGC starting the day above $1, but we can get there. And then CGC yesterday as well, which of course we're just talking about some weed stocks right now. Still at $1.50, so it's kind of holding some of those levels from yesterday. I believe we got as high as 180 yesterday. Yeah, so I still think we should fade most of these, but I don't want to get in the way of them right now. So I would like to short this up near 180 or at least give it a shot, but I think it's Aurora that's more interesting to me right now, and then Tilray still hovering around that 3.25, 340 high as well from yesterday. So, you know, there's going to be some good weed names to trade today for sure. Get off the weed, and I guess Aaron Rodgers can get back on that ayahuasca right now because he doesn't have to worry about that for a little bit of time. But yeah, no, that does suck for him. And you know what?
39.
The thing what they're saying is too is the Jets. They're one of the only teams that have turf. So they're saying that that's caused many, many injuries, and they're going to have to change that because it's where all the players go to die there, that MetLife Stadium.
It's actually mind-boggling that now that you're spending, like, there's so much money in the sport that and this has happened in baseball too, like there's so much money in the sport that keeping these 10, 20 million, 30 million, $40 million athletes healthy is a big thing, and everybody knows the deal between grass and turf and having a proper field.
I'm surprised.
So like it's like everybody knows this, and you still have this issue going on and on because that was a hit that happens. I mean, like there was nothing out of the ordinary with that hit. When I first looked at it, I was like, well, maybe you got turf toe. But then you saw it in the slow motion. I'm like, oh, come on, that's not going to happen on grass. There's just better give in that situation. It sucks for him. Like I'm not a fan. Obviously, I'm not. I had no bone to pick with Aaron Rodgers either way when he was on Green Bay, and I'm not going to be a Jets fan anytime soon. But you absolutely hate it to see you even if the Bills had won. Like you're not happy when you see a guy get hurt like that, and it sucks because I thought it's going to be an unbelievable battle in that division, and it's crappy to lose him like that. Just do the right thing. Fix the field, man.
I like Miami.
I do.
These guys are great. All right, there's news with respect to the cannabis industry. There is going to be an upcoming meeting in the U.S. House of Representatives on an appropriation bill, and that's going to include amendments to the cannabis industry. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. And we know last week that we got the Department of Health and Human Services suggesting to the DEA to reduce it from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Now we're actually getting some movement in the legislative body. It's not an outright, obviously, enactment which will legalize cannabis on a federal level. That's kind of the holy grail. Obviously, that's down the road as the Republicans right now still control the House, and that's not on their priority list. All right, let's get to the next piece of business here. Bitcoin, very strong overnight, 4 1/3 to the high side, decidedly above 26,000 at the moment, got up to 26.3. Not really seeing anything to account for this. We saw a sell-off yesterday. We basically associated that with the upcoming CPI and the hesitancy amongst some investors. We still have all-time low volumes for Bitcoin trading and a lot of movement between digital wallets and onto servers, which is looked at typically as bearish, guys. Anything here on Coinbase, Mara, or Riot?
Well, I think when Mara showed you something yesterday, it was an SSR day 2 bounce on Mara yesterday off at the $10 level. And this is just a reminder, if you're looking at a stock that's down over 10% and is short sell restricted, remember that applies for the current day, that it goes down 10% from the previous day's close, and it also applies to the following day. So that uptick rule was in play yesterday on Mara. Like you could not go short the bid without there being an uptick. That set it up for a bounce. I was looking away from it because, again, always looking for the opportunities in the market. You're not going to catch them all. We were looking at a lot yesterday in terms of big cap tech. And at the open, that's when you had your chance because it wicked underneath $10. That's about as golden as it gets. And it made a nice recovery, but now you're gapping up away from that level. So if you've just made a temporary bottom, as long as this holds up, try not to forget Mara's got a decent short interest as well. So if it can break out the local high here, now there's a couple of places you can look at that, like $10.80 and $11, both potential setups for the long. This was at $12.50 just a couple of sessions ago at the open, and that was a resistance level. So if it's going to climb out of this, there's just a lot of room for it to make any kind of a relief. And even when I say like $12.50, like look at the 14 level. If we're to make some kind of a rally here, this can get going in an absolute hurry. A lot of times when you start to fill in gaps, you tend to fill them in as opposed to fail those gaps. So I do like this in front of the $10 level. Mara, Coinbase, I'm not, like Coinbase was actually a good short in the afternoon because it was a nice little rollover. Like when it kind of got to the opening range high, it rolled over when Bitcoin was pulling back in the afternoon. This one does feel like a breakout as well. I just feel like Mara might be a little more explosive. I don't know. Like I don't have a good reason for not liking the breakout in Coinbase. I just kind of feel like Mara's a little bit better. If we get to 87 on Coinbase, I probably think about that as a short. You're getting right to the 50 period on the daily once you get to just over 86. And if you look at the resistance up here, like this is it every time it tries to break 86, and it's gotten 86.5. So I feel as if that in front of 87 is like a short zone for me, 86 to 87 on Coinbase. Cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I only normally look at Coinbase, but you know, what could be a little bit of fire today, and I think we do have Jeff Mendo hopefully coming from the OTC markets. Do we? No, we do not? Okay, well, there you go. So screw this GBTC thing. Okay, we're waiting on him.
And Luckin's amazing. No, just kidding.
Okay, but anyways, I was just going to say, you know, if it's going to move around, there's already a couple prints here in the pre-market. Yesterday closing 1870. It looks like you're going to open up around this 1950, 1930. He just emailed us?
0 minutes ago, I got an email from Jeff. He can't make it today.
Yeah.
Like zero, I
see.
I'm not making it up. Like I'm not going to show, I don't want to dox myself, but like 0 minutes ago. Like.
Dox yourself. I think everyone can guess our emails. But the thing is that.
It's really easy to figure out.
Yeah, I just, NEIL. But the thing is that you know, you're all the way up, so we'll have to watch out for GBTC. And then I just remember when Coinbase, you know, made that move up, and we ripped into this 85, 86 area, and then we stopped. So I think this was a missed opportunity for me to short this and hold it all the way back. And if you're still long Coinbase, I feel like there's a lot of support up here. This is that day when crypto was sort of going nuts on that GBTC announcement there. We've also had good news with Ripple and things like that. And Coinbase really, to me, is stuck in this area. I mean, if you zoom, the more you go, I mean, this is a very volatile name, and it's actually a great name to day trade. So I'll be shorting and looking to get short in and around this 85, 86 area. Let's just see if it gets that pop that we think is going to happen. So there's 84 right there. That could be a decent spot to start the short. So we'll wait for it, but I still like the name. I like Bitcoin here. You know, I haven't been really buying any crypto lately. I haven't really been doing anything. I still think this market is headed to the south side, but proof of concept is it's trying to hold out. I mean, look what's right here. I was just looking at this. Well, okay, hold on a second. There it is. So if you go over to, even let's just go a 30-minute chart here for Bitcoin. Come on. So is this right? Hold on a second. I thought we were up to, oh yeah, there's the move. I refreshed it. Yeah, okay, there we go. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, 26. I was like, why is that at 24,000? But you know, some nice bump ups here. If we go, this is still a 1 minute chart. If we go over to a daily chart, I don't know, these charts keep going back and forth here. You know, again, the 30,000 seems pretty, you know, decent level there. We've been there before. We've been there once, twice, 3 times, now falling back. But at the same time, we are still holding this 25,000. So for right now, you're stuck in the middle with it heading towards the lower bands, right? I mean, you're hanging out around 25 much more than you're hanging around 30. So let's see if we can break that. I mean, that really top is 32, but I'd like to get back to 30. Then when we get there, then you break 32. It's just a break back below 25. And then 20 is there, and then you're back down again. So it's been a nice little bump up since the year started at 15 or 16,000. But the NASDAQ is also up 41%. So it's nice to see, you know, crypto up that percentage points as well. If the NASDAQ still has legs, I think crypto can work. So I don't know. We had Natalie Brunell on last week, and she talked a little bit about her base case and is averaging into it. So, I mean, I think that we sit here and trade equities a lot. We are going to be getting a cryptocurrency offering on our platform very soon. So that should be exciting to trade spot something. But for right now, I think you want to just short Coinbase around that 84, 85. And thanks, Mr. Mendel. We'll see you next week.
Will we, though?
Hopefully.
Come and we can talk some Dallas, because Dallas, well, we saw what they did. Guys, CVS, it had a big move yesterday midday. We didn't know how to account for that. Here's the move. We got off that $66 level. We basically closed out just a little bit below 69. We're gapping up again on the morning, up 2/3%. Here's a look. We get an upgrade overnight from Wolf Research from peer perform to outperform with a price target of $80. This one has been actually acquiring clinics with a view to basically having the business model streamlined. So Ozempic and these weight loss drugs, they've been making a lot of headway. So basically what they want to do is they want to get in from the prescriber side and from the dispensing side. Wolf likes it. What's the look here, if anything?
Well, I mean, yesterday, it was tricky with CVS yesterday because it's the poster child for if there's flash, it's a flash news event, or in this particular case, we didn't really even know what was going on when it made that move to the upside. When you get a big volume spike, if you don't know what's happening and it's not a stock you normally trade, it's probably best to sit it out sometimes. If it's a stock you're comfortable with, a lot of times you can make a play on it. Even if you're not exactly sure, you just sort of follow the price action here. And what it did show is, in this particular case, it was good off the 68 level. In a complete hindsight, I didn't trade it because we didn't know exactly what the news was. So when it dipped back into the previous breakout, had there been a positive catalyst I was sure about in that moment, I think it would have been a buy at that 68. I think you just come right back into that well today and say, I like one thing on CVS, and that would be if it holds 68 on any kind of a dip, it's doing no volume right now. So it's like almost like a stink bid, hold the open in that area, and then it looks like it's in a short-term breakout. So that was the big news, and then it sort of came right back in, held 68 like an absolute champion, and that's the level probably to watch today. Could get to the 50 period on the daily today. That'd be at 71. It's not likely, because of its volume and liquidity, unless something sets up really perfectly off the open, this isn't the first place you necessarily want to go. But I just felt as if sometimes you always want to be trading the thing that's moving. Like when Meta makes that crazy move the other day, like you want to be looking for opportunities off of it. I did want to look for opportunities on CVS, but the lesson I think you can learn is you do not have to jump in. It's easy to get FOMO when you see volume come in. I would have miss a trade than trade blind. And it would have worked out yesterday on CVS, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to do trading blind, because in the moment we didn't have the news.
Yeah, I didn't look at CVS. I didn't even look at it today. Oracle, oh yeah, we talked about that yesterday with Twinkie. I just saw some more stuff here about JM Smucker. I was still looking at Coinbase. Don't worry, guys. Kat is here. I just saw her show up. Hi, Kat. How are you? There we go. Hello. See, everyone was worried that Kat wasn't here, and there she is. So all good on that front. I wanted to look. Let's just check out JP Morgan. We leave these banks. Oh, still 144. What's BAC at right now? 28. Okay, so again, was hoping that some of these levels would be closer to where we'd want to trade them. BAC almost getting ready for a long, I feel like. 27.50. I really like that play, and for the banks to come into play a little bit there. You know what? We had a huge move yesterday that we sort of ignored that I talked about early was Square, but how did it finish? Because now that's only at $54. Right, yeah, so that's what I was saying. It had a huge move to begin with there, and then why is it still back to 54? So again, they got upgraded, I think, with Oppenheimer or something yesterday, who came in and upgraded them. So they had a huge bump and then a fade out. So maybe Square's not the stock that I thought it was. I thought it would have caught a little bit more of a bump. I know, Disney and Charter and Spectrum. Yeah. So yesterday Disney comes up with that deal, which is real nice. So they allowed everybody to see that big Monday night game yesterday there. But I mean, nice bottom from 80. We keep talking about where's the bottom for Disney. I don't know if this is the bottom, but it's 3 straight days back up to the upside. It's been holding this $80 level, so this could get going today. I mean, I could see a break here. You look for a break somewhere into this area, 85.50 or so. If that can happen, I think that could be a decent spot. It's at 83 and change. Disney up today while the ES is down. Oops, that's the NASDAQ. While the ES is down 0.2, while they're both on the same. So Disney could have some legs today, especially through, well, here, what about just this break right here? $84. So I think that's not a horrible break. 84 up to that 85.50 level. I think Disney should be on everyone's radar that they got that deal done. I know it wasn't a great deal, but you know, there's now included some Disney Plus into your subscription, some ESPN Plus into your subscription. I mean, those of you in New York, you tell me, but 1, 2, 3 days straight upside. I think Disney has a potential here today to break that $84 if the market gets going.
Also remember one thing about Disney, where it's bouncing from psychologically matters. Some people say, oh, you look too far back and things don't matter. I'm not in that camp. Psychologically speaking, this came all the way back to the pandemic bottom and is essentially bouncing off of that level. Now, technically, I think it got underneath $80, but you know, that's just, you almost can't ignore something like that. Like that is a wipeout bottom on Disney, which is reversing at the pandemic lows. So I tend to agree. I think you look for longs. I don't think you force it on Disney, but it's got lots of room to make a bit of a relief. and any kind of pullback gives you some dip opportunities to be sure for Disney. Like I said, it was just in time they were able to get that deal done, because there were a lot of people that probably would have been a little bit unhappy if they weren't able to watch Monday Night Football, I think for obvious reasons, and then some people that would have been happy if they didn't see it at all.
Tesla was an absolute monster yesterday, closing up over 10%. However, overnight, video released on X, ironically enough, of the Cybertruck's wheel cap flying off. Here's the look, guys. I mean, it's not market moving, but keep your eye in the middle of the screen. There she goes, and it's going to land, and there's a car trying to avoid it. So not a good look, especially, you know, there's been issues with respect to quality on this car before, not the least of which was Elon Musk's demonstration at the issue. Tesla down 0.83%, guys. What's the look?
You never lose the hubcap before? Come on.
That's a
Nothing.
That's
works.
a PO. That's a BS story.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't.
It's like, hey, dude loosens hubcap, dude goes on highway, dude takes video of it.
What's interesting to me is like you would never see videos of any other car losing a hubcap. Like, they just don't do it. But with Tesla, it's like it's news to do this kind of a thing. It was the same thing with the fires, and you're just gonna get more of it. I'm not saying Tesla can't go down today, but you were day one into a pretty big breakout channel. Obviously, 275 was resistance yesterday. But let's remember, you've broken out from the 50 period on the daily. It's a little bit nasty, that chart with some of the wicks, but you can sort of see you got above that. The 50 period is about 256. The local high was at this 261 area, ignore those wicks. So you dipped right down into it and bounced right off of that and went running. So if you're breaking out in a stock, it's similar to when Intel broke that 3750 or whatever it was. Like you just kind of look for longs as you're making that breakout. There's a wide gap all the way down to 261, so that's a little bit tricky. Obviously, this local high here at 266, that'd be a place I like on a dip to find where there was strength in the stock. That's obviously way down there at 60.61, and then again at this 266 I would like to look at. So if 270 doesn't hold, I really don't want to be trying anything unless it's off of yesterday's breakout price of that 266. One more note, as this is down 1% and making that breakout, it's worth noting that Rivian did fail that break yesterday. So Rivian doesn't look quite as good. It's still hugging the 50 period. It tried to go in sympathy. We said yesterday that the Tesla story was more about the supercomputer and should not necessarily extend over onto the rest of the EV space from a fundamental standpoint. So this is still going sideways in a channel with 23.5 to 24 resistance on Rivian. If Tesla were to pull back, the stock's going to break this channel. And I think you just want to be there when it does break that channel. And the fact that it failed the 50 period again puts it on watch for the short today.
Yeah, so yesterday right here, we had this move. So there's Tesla 262, 262, out there 270, and then this was before, this is only at noon. Continued to go a little bit higher, and we wound up getting out at 271 break. So right where we were pushing it, we talked about that 50 period moving average. So again, long on the dip down on Tesla early, and then we liked the story and we liked the stock, and it was ripped up to the upside. Again, we had a $9 winner yesterday on TSLA. Can we do it today? I mean, it doesn't have, yesterday, it was the number one name on the sticky note. I don't even have it on there now. I don't think there's enough sort of oomph in the market today to really get this name going. Obviously, as Neil just stated there, we would love to get it back into where we went long yesterday off the 200 period, off the open. And again, I said this with Danielle Shea when she was on all the shows that we have, is that Tesla moves great when there's a catalyst, right? And I mean, and now today, you have, again, another BS hit piece out there with some hubcap flying around. Like, that's not going to stop the Cybertruck production or anyone buying it. So I don't think that that's doing anything to the stock. But what's happening is that you're still down 0.8. It was a 10% move yesterday. So is there going to be some sort of oomph coming out of this? Yeah. CRM, there's a, what is it called? Dream something conference is happening right now in San Francisco where they're talking all about AI. That was the, hey-yo.
Superman in the building.
Tesla up 10% yesterday, my guy.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad day.
Did you buy any more of that, or? Coffee. I would love a coffee.
That's Is that
Thank
like
you.
a yes?
The
That
funny
seems
thing
like
is that I just filled this up, but it's already freezing.
I'll take one,
cold.
Randy.
I noticed yesterday when we were done the show, I had to
saying
bring
you did.
3 coffee cups back to the kitchen, and each of them were halfway full. I don't like, if it gets too cold, man.
Well, that's the problem. Like mine's already cold, so
Yeah,
I'll probably
but-
stop sipping it.
Anyways, I think Tesla, if we can break above this 275, I think it's going to be a long, but I just don't, today I don't want to play any breakouts logs. So I feel like you're going to have to be patient today with Tesla. Yesterday we were in at 9:30. Today let's give it a second to see if it can make its way back down.
Oh,
I mean, we
see.
all bought Tesla, right?
I see.
mean, it's not like Randy a big
I'm getting.
secret
You guys
here.
are trolling me a lot. Like
Who?
basically the screens behind us have that other station on.
Yeah.
And Mohammed El Alarian
Yeah, I see.
has a Jets jacket on. They're like, ha ha ha, and he'll turn
Oh,
around.
he has a Jets jacket
Yeah.
on.
I mean, it just goes to show that obviously.
I mean, you guys did lose to the Jets, but
That's fine.
It's only week 1.
It's only week
It's-
1.
talk about
We'll see
overreactions.
what's up, but we don't want to overreact. It's basically the way I look at it.
Green Bay
is-
Super Bowl, we know that already. Maybe versus Dallas in the NFC final.
But if you overreact to small data points, then you think that cannabis is the best. Like
then you're Zane.
you're Zane in our pool, who in week 1 we have a guy in our pool, and this is a good
I mean,
trading.
you got Kenneth Walker off the guy last week.
This is a good trading point. This is a great thing for trading because you don't want to be someone that's overreacting to small data moves. We have the dude in our pool, week 1 or week 2, makes at least 1 or 2 panic trades every single year, and then looks back and hates himself for it. So we'll talk about stocks that are moving every now and then, but 1 or 2 days doesn't mean anything. And I'm going to use CGC as the example for this. If you only looked at CGC the last 2 weeks, you would think this is the best stock in the world. But if you pull back and look at the overall trend of cannabis and of CGC, it's absolutely disgusting. So do not overreact. Don't get me wrong, we'll play the trend while it's there. Like arrows up for the Jets, and congratulations to them. If you were watching that game.
It's not arrows up for the Jets.
No, but like during the game, if
Yeah.
you were watching that defense play, you were just getting more and more confident that they could do it at that moment. Now, do I like them for the rest of the year? No. Do I like CGC the last week and a half? Absolutely yes. Do I like CGC for the next year? Probably not. You know, like that's the way you got to think about it there. So
I didn't even notice NVIDIA again. This should have been on the sticky note.
NVIDIA 50 period. Rejected the 50 period.
Yeah, it did. And now, we got a bad wick. But the thing is, we're below 4. Shoot, I got to edit this wick. But now you're below that 450 marker here on NVIDIA. Yeah,
We'll
that's
get
nice,
to-
Fabian.
we'll get to it, Fabian.
Yeah, we have lots of stuff.
We'll get to it.
Oh, Jeff Mendel's here. Okay, so here we go. You know, the guy finally sends an email, you know, as I'm talking about GBTC, sends an email he can't come on. I bust him a little bit.
I told him we were just talking about you when you said you can't
I know
come.
I know why he came on. It's because
Now he wants to talk trash about the Cowboys.
he was, you know, the Cowboys won 40-0. Pretty impressive. What was that, Sharif? This is our show.
We do whatever we want to do.
I mean, you know, we'll ruin it. And then, all right, let's not ruin the suspense, and let's go over to Sharif and talk about the Cowboys and the pink sheets.
We'll do this one real quick, Sean. CVS upgraded today by Wolf mentioned that earlier. Disney getting their ducks in a row with Charter, able to offer Monday Night Football. Qualcomm we saw yesterday with the chip deal with Apple. Wells Fargo liking FedEx, much to the chagrin of UPS. UPS coming out with an interesting data point yesterday. It's going to cost them $30 billion on their balance sheet for that pay raise that their drivers got. Enphase, Southwest, Oracle, and J.M. Smucker all on the downgrade today. Mr. Mendel, hello, sir. Good to see you again. I can't hear him. Hey.
How are you?
Good, yourself.
Hear me now. Perfect.
I know
Not
the
bad.
boys teed it up there, but what'd you think about the boys there Sunday night? Shutout.
You know what? Like, obviously, it's great to see. You know, I don't know if the story is New York football or how great the Cowboys are right now, but you know, we'll see. But speaking of New York football and those Jets right there, you know, Neil, I don't know. I don't know if this is cause for concern, but really, Zach Wilson, huh?
Oh, and the thing is, too, we told him that they were going to lose, but he was adamant that they'd be able to pull it off. How is it being a Cowboys fan in New York, by the way?
Yeah, there's a lot of them, and as you
Really?
can hear, as you can hear if you're watching on TV or there in person, a lot of support there in the crowd. So you know, it's not a bad thing, you know, especially after what was it, 40 to nothing loss. So
Shellacking.
for the Giants. So great time.
All right, let's talk some crypto, Jeff. GBTC, I know that's going to be focused on your list as crypto is up big overnight. What's the look there?
So right now, GBTC, we have it up about 75 cents here in the pre-market. Few trades going off. I think it closed at 18.65, and there's a bid at 19.27 this morning. So lots of trades going off up around 19.35 also right now as well too. So definitely something to look at. And I think last time we were on, I think it was right before the court ruling came out that basically the SEC is being told, or SEC has to take another look essentially at GBTC becoming an ETF. And so for those of you that don't know, right now GBTC actually trades in a trust structure where essentially Grayscale holds Bitcoin in a trust for its investors. And so with that, I mean, it's been a great product throughout the years, and I mean, it will continue to be so, pending any regulatory action. But essentially, a lot of the investors would like to see Grayscale turn GBTC into an ETF, and so a lot of that has to do with some of the costs involved in a trust structure. Typically, I think an ETF in this form would minimize some of those costs and fees that are associated. But taking a step back, right? GBTC has been trading in the over-the-counter market as a trust for years, and it wasn't until very recently that it started trading at a discount. And actually now, so what I mean by that is, the shares of GBTC have been trading at a discount to the price of Bitcoin itself. For years, it was trading at a premium. And so now what we're starting to see actually is that discount in the actual price of Bitcoin. We're seeing that gap close, right? And I think over the past few days, that discount has come back to parity, or whatever you want to call it, or the closest to parities in probably about a year and a half now. So lots of news going on, lots of trading going on in GBTC, and for now it continues to trade in our marketplace under that trust structure.
And it's interesting here because we know that Fidelity, ARK, BlackRock, and the like, they all have applications with the SEC to get their spot Bitcoin ETF approved. But like you said, Grayscale, first mover advantage, Jeff. Is there any risk with that? I mean, they're shouldering a lot of the legal costs here. I know I'm digressing a little bit, but what's your look on that?
Well, I mean, it's been trading. It's been a great product for them over the years. Obviously, there's a lot of legal costs that go along with it. But still, though, this has been a product. It's established. It's been around for a while. I'm sure they have done very well for themselves managing it as well too. And so really, at this point, now it's kind of back in the hands of the SEC. You're seeing different arguments come out around it. I mean, at the end of the day, right? They're kind of leading the way in in the battle, or whatever you want to call it, against the SEC. But also, once one is approved, you would have to think that there's going to be more ETFs, or that there would be other ETFs that would be approved as well too. So then you go from having probably the premier, or they do have some competitors, but you go from having kind of like that premier offering to just one of a few, or one of many different ETFs. So it's really going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays off. There are other Grayscale products that I believe will probably continue to trade in the over-the-counter market right now. There's also the Ethereum Trust, and there's a few others as well. I forget the number. It's like 7 or 8, I think, in total that actually trade as that trust structure in the over-the-counter market.
All right, Jeff Mendel, head of broker dealers at OTC Markets. Thanks very much for joining us today, man.
Thank you, guys. And Neil, I feel your pain.
There you go, Neil.
His quarterback is still Dak Prescott. I have him in fantasy, and let's just call it like it is.
You see this smirk?
Dak Prescott sucks.
You guys saw the smirk on Jeff's face. For the first 1 minute of that, he basically couldn't even contain it. That's fine. We'll see where it's all at the end of the year.
You guys have had bets
right?
before. I mean, he's literally sat there and worn Bills jerseys.
And maybe we'll do that again.
Yeah, next time, bring that guy over here. I want to speak to him.
No, let's put it this way. One of us is going to go deeper in the playoffs, and we'll see what's up. And I bet you right now the odds that the Bills go deeper than the Dallas Cowboys is not looking good right now. But I'd still take that because I'm a Bills fan through and through, and I'm going to back my squad 10 times out of 10. But thank you for coming through, Jeff, and making the move. We've been talking about crypto, and I think there's going to be some good trading opportunities. And it doesn't matter what vehicle you choose. I mean, you could be looking at a possible break in GBTC the same way you could be looking at one Riot, Mara, Spot, which we're going to get soon here at Day Trade the World. So we're always glad to talk a little shop with him. There was one just very quickly because we really glossed over the upgrades and downgrades list. I just wanted to point out one of those downgrades, Enphase.
Yeah, we liked that for a while.
Enphase caught a downgrade.
Yeah.
And this is getting to, okay, so if you got to go really far back here, but Enphase has a potential to get to what is a big ass double bottom triple bottom at 110. It's a big level. You got to go back to 2020 and then into 2022 and then 2021, the last time it was down here and finding support at the 110 level. It's now within 10% of that level. So Enphase is really getting to some levels where I don't know if it's going to bounce down there, but you tend to think there's some support. So that could be coming to play on Enphase. It's been getting absolutely shellacked. Now, the trend is your friend. The stock has only been going down. But really, kind of like Disney, it starts to get to a point where you find these historical levels and you don't need much of a bounce when a stock has come down this far for it to give you something nice.
Oh man, yeah. There was also that TAN ETF. I got to shout out Reliable Rudy because if he was telling us to be looking at buying some Enphase. I haven't stepped into that yet, but I think that could be something very interesting coming down to those levels like a Disney there. But that's obviously a tech name, and we'll have to figure it out. I was reading something about rates and stuff with Enphase. It's just too expensive, so we're gonna have to figure out if the rates start to come back down. That could be a good play as well. I like Adobe. I like Enphase. Tesla, Uber. We've talked about some of these names that we like. So there was a few other names on that upgrade and downgrade. We literally glanced over it. Can we get that up one more time here? Okay. Yeah. So Disney. Okay. So that's what it was. Disney was on there. We already talked about CVS, Qualcomm. Interesting, considering that tech is heading to the downside right now. There was a story about UPS as well. So FedEx is up on there. Smucker. That's who's buying Twinkie, right? So that's no surprise there. Always questions about deals. And then the airlines in Southwest has been really under fire with the price of oil. Oil rate now today up to $91 a barrel, and that one is gushing here. So we'll have to wait to see what happens. That's another name, Gush. You can trade some oil ETFs as well. But anyways, all right, we haven't even started the watch list yet. Thank you to Jeff Mendel for stepping up. Let's get ready to rock and roll, man. Oh, and a big thank you. I saw this from A Priori. Thank you so much, man. He or she is an NQ trader. Loves to listen to all the talk that we do on the NQ. And yeah, I don't apologize for it. I really only look at the NASDAQ. So I do have the ES hiding behind here a little bit. But all the big names that I've focused on over the last 6 months have primarily been on the NASDAQ. So thank you for watching. I think you want to trade the big market and the big names. So I was saying this to Obi yesterday. It's nice that I never even used to trade Amazon or Google or any of those names, and then they reverse split, and now and Tesla as well. They're all now just run-of-the-mill stocks here.
They were joking about stocks that split before. And would you ever trade Amazon when it was in the thousands?
Right.
I put in the chat at that moment. I traded Amazon once when it was a $2,000 stock. It was at the 2,500 level, or at least a pullback off of that level. And let's just say I was dead right about the position and dead wrong with the execution. It was just simply impossible. It was impossible to get. It just didn't matter. You couldn't. The amount that the spread at that time and the amount that you'd have to hold it, even if you had a small amount of shares, it's just forget about it. It was almost untradeable the way that we like to trade stocks, and now all of them are very tradable. I don't think Nvidia's there yet. I think.
No, but it can go 5 to 1 and go down to $100. I think that's what they should do. I mean, it doesn't matter. I was talking about this with Obi, and I was like, this is why when you have age on your side, if you just bought these big tech names, eventually I think they're going to just keep on splitting, keep on being actively traded. And the thing is that a split just tightens up the spread and makes day traders like us trade it more often, puts it more on the radar. It's like a social media thing as well
I
nowadays.
think next year is more.
And not every broker does partial shares.
That's the other point.
So that's
right?
the other point. All right, point counterpoint, Sharif. So you like when stocks split there, big guy?
Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that, Chum, but we'll talk a little bit about the ES here because it is down 1/3%. And we are at those resistance levels that we got to in early July, mid-June, 45.39. We're high a day, 45.37 3/4. That's same resistance levels, but we have higher lows. So it looks like might be a bit of a trend. Let's see if we can get above that level and stay above it. We'll see what the buyers do today versus the sellers. All right, guys, get that watch list. It's sent out every morning right in your inbox. It helps me prepare for my day. It gets me organized, lets me know what's moving. Let's keep an eye on that. All right, guys. Apple, first topic. We know that Wonderlust is today. It's starting soon. We'll keep you updated as to what's happening there. But we know that the iPhone 15 is going to be released. We're probably going to get a couple of models, new models. They're looking also possibly at announcing a cheaper model to compete with Android. Apple up 0.12% on the day, had a negative last few days, guys. What's the look on Apple?
So I think until we get some stuff out of the event, I mean, you got showed the range yesterday, I think, from bottom to top. At least that's what I'd like to think, because you take out that wipeout bottom that we had last week on Thursday, where you got all the way down to like 174, and that's, of course, on the China news. And then you had the recovery the following day, support at 177. Yesterday, support just in front of 177. So that gives a 177 support line. Don't know why that's still there. I thought I got rid of it. Let's just remove that. So we'll support 177 to me. I think there's a couple of upside levels to watch. Obviously, 180 in the afternoon. That's where the long bounce terminated. And then the 181 level. If it breaks 181, you're gap filling. Above 181, you don't fight. I think you don't fight the stock. Right? If it breaks out, if you think we're still pulling back in a little bit here on Apple, good relief rally, but 181 above there, I don't want to fight it. You could easily gap to 183, that previous close going into last week. So 177. I don't want to short above 181 unless it's at 183. That's going to be the play for me on Apple. If there's a rally, it needs to be off the 77 level. I don't like the long up here into what I feel like most people are viewing as a sell the news event. We could be wrong about that, but I don't want to be stubborn about it at least.
Yeah, no, I mean, yesterday we were trading this early and wrong. Where was it yesterday on the move? I mean, we have all these crazy wicks here. That wasn't yesterday because it went down early. Right here. So we started to defend this 180, and we got that 180 like around 925, and we're like, uh-oh, we're long 180 in the pre-market. And that was the level that we really thought was going to hold because it was up to 181, and then the tank just started right away, and it only went down to 177.50. So we wound up losing on the name, but then we caught this bottom down there at 177, like Neil was just saying. So we had it all the way back up and wound up making $2 on only 10% of the last piece. But it was a disaster early, and we made money late. So I feel like today, let's just stay away from Apple. It's up into a negative market. That doesn't make any sense for me. Everybody wants to talk about the phone and the pricing of the iPhone. I mean, obviously I have all these wicks on there, so I don't know. But want to talk about the pricing of the iPhone 15. I put this on the sticky note today. Let's just stay away from Apple until we hear about that pricing. I mean, the phone's going to have a better camera, a better screen. Like, I feel like everything, we've already sort of talked about that with Apple, and it's the same thing for every single release. There's new features, wow, amazing, new everything. Will people upgrade? Is it one of those super cycles? I haven't been hearing that. I know, and I talked to Dan as well. He was talking, Dan Emmons here in the chat, traded in his 11 Pro for, I think, a 14 or something on a Switch program. And I think that that's what people are going to do. They're going to upgrade their phones, but is it going to go to the 15 or are you going to go to the 14? I just don't, it's such, I think it's what, 53% of their revenues coming from the sales of iPhone. There's that new Huawei. I'd like to hear more talk about, I mean, this is not going to happen today, or maybe it is, how production's going in India, what they have planned for that new market. Is there anything special coming for there? Is there maybe a cheaper phone? Like, remember they went to the iPhone C or something a while ago? So I feel like that maybe a smaller form factor could be released as well. But for me, for Apple, it's kind of a nothing burger day. You trade it. That's why I was trading it yesterday, thinking that there could be something in it. But for today, it's up. So I would say long, but I don't know. I just want to let this level off. I'd rather trade it after the event or as they release the pricing, because to me that sticker shock is going to be what everyone's looking for. So let's see if it comes out the same as last year, a little bit more, a little bit less. But for me, we're just going to wait. And I think that's around noonish or so. I always feel like it's midday.
It's somewhere midday.
When it goes down. So we'll wait for this Apple event and probably not trade it until then.
Google has been strong lately. It's been a steady mover to the upside, but now today is the first day of the DOJ's basically lawsuit against Google for monopolistic activities. They're accusing Google of basically buying out these phone makers and making themselves a default search engine. Google replying and saying that the consumer is free to switch and that they're not doing anything anti-competitive. It's down 0.2% right now. This trial is slated to last into mid-November, so we may not really get any headlines, though. Any look on Google, guys?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Google put in the pocket with Amazon is holding up really, super tight to the highs. Maybe not. Amazon literally wicked within 1 cent of its 52-week high. Google's getting, or at least Alphabet's getting pretty close to it as well. And I think if it gets above 138, that's a pretty obvious breakout spot on it. Resistance till it's not is the first thing to think about. The 137 double top at the close, I think that's probably resistance as well. Like 37 and 38 look like two levels that, given the lack of ridiculous movement in Google, I think you could probably short both of those. You can see I like it down in here, 133.5 for any kind of a dip buy. So it has to be a pretty extreme move down in. But there is a bit of a double bottom if you go back into Friday afternoon. This 135.5 into 135. There might be a little something off that level. I'm going to be on the very patient side at the open today. I think any kind of an exuberant move to the upside, you're fading, a pop and fade at 37, a pop and fade at 38, dip buy at 134 for Alphabet. I almost feel like Amazon's the better trade today of those. I don't think we have them on the list, but that 52-week high to the penny, it was like 143.63. I think it got to 143.62. Was that double top on Amazon. And I don't know why I have two lines drawn, but the local breakout was at 140. So Amazon 140 I like for a support level. Super, super strong stock. It's similar to Alphabet, but if it comes back into this previous high, that's that 140 level. I kind of like the Amazon long there. And I think you fade those tops. I mean, if they break out, fine. You know where you have to stop fighting.
Yeah, look, yeah, exactly. It's nice to know an area of where you can sort of draw the line here, and I think for Google it's pretty easy, man. 137. So I talked about this on the sticky note right here, and it's pretty simple. You know, we put out again some things that we're looking at yesterday. This was pretty hot fire. Let's see if we can stick to it today. The DOJ issue with search should hold the stock down for a couple minutes here, I feel like, anyways. Again, over 9,000 views on the sticky note yesterday. Thank you so much for all of that. But it's just, we've known about this. We've known about this DOJ investigation now for a while, but it's starting. So I just feel that Google right now is headline risk. And I'm not going to get out of it because I'm not good enough to time all of this, but this is a large holding of mine, and it's bumping its head again right at these highs. It's been at this 137, 138 level for quite a while now. I mean, it's not even quite a while, but about a week and a half. I guess in this market it seems like a while. And then now you're sort of coming up with that story. It may be a nothing burger, but I am sitting here at 136.80 looking to short any kind of pop, and then really just using yesterday's levels. Remember, we were up 1.5 or 1.2% or so yesterday in the NASDAQ, and Google still couldn't take out this 137 area. I know you mentioned Amazon. So the reason why I like Google short as well is because of Oracle. Oracle now, and again, I just tweeted this out as well. If you want to find some data and everything like that, this is Oracle's second worst reaction in 20 years post-earnings. So in 20 years, they've never been down. And it's the worst since 2011, okay, for Oracle. So we actually had this short yesterday right up there at the end of the day. A lot of you guys saw that. We had 143.50, and we got it out at 143 was final, but we got most of them out in the 30s and 20s. But if Oracle's talking about a bad day, then I don't think that's good for cloud names. So Oracle, so that's why we have on here, we have Microsoft come, we're going to talk about Oracle in a minute. Yeah. But we have Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all these big cloud names that I think are going to be under a little bit of pressure here heading into today. I didn't mean to step on Oracle there, but it is an earnings miss. Let's go get a recap from Sharif.
Yeah, perfect segue there, Sean. Oracle yesterday, they missed on the top line, but they beat on the bottom line. Not something you hear very often. Analysts citing competitiveness, AWS, Cloud, Google Cloud, as well as Microsoft Azure, all competing here for a finite amount of resources. Analysts saying, though, that this was probably just a sell-off because the run-up had been so strong. I mean, it was also a weak guide as well. Let's not be too glib about it, but down 9 3/4% here, Neil, trying to hold that 114 level.
Yeah, when we actually did one of our shorts on upcoming earnings last week, and one of the things I was pointing out in it was if you look at Oracle's PE, like this double top at 41, this is what you had going into earnings, right? Like it's a pretty significant double top, and really you can call it close to a triple top going back into late 2022. So you get to levels like that, things need to be perfect. Otherwise, you're going to get a pullback. So that's what was anticipated, that it needed perfection, and you're almost usually unlikely to get it in that situation. So you are pulling back in. If it opens underneath 114, it's going to be SSR. Just want to double check that math. Yeah, I mean, if it opens underneath 114, it's going to be down 10%, which puts an SSR bounce in play. You look at the daily chart. Well, that's 111, and that's 112 in here. So those are the two levels I'd look for an SSR type bounce. We're down 10%, bounce off an even dollar level, 111, 112. Either one of those two look pretty good to me. If you look at the 50 period on the daily, that's about 117.5. I think that would be a level. If you bounce to that level, that's the 50 period on the daily. I would like to short in there on Oracle. Then we talked about some of the cloud names. We've gone over Google. I don't need to jump over that one again. And then Amazon, we mentioned that 52-week high that it pulled back off of. I think that can be a bit of a fade. It showed a lot of strength off that 140 level, so if it gets $2 down, I think there can be some support there. But the fade on some of these, big tech could be a little bit of a fade in some ways, but the cloud names to be sure. That slowdown, again, you got to be perfect when things are at highs like that, and you just didn't have perfection. There were some positives in the report, but when you have slowing rates of growth, it's almost impossible to hold that high multiple. I think you check back in. If it's holding 111, I'm talking about Oracle. If this stock is holding 111 by the end of this week, then that's actually a very good sign because it just means it came right into that support, accepted that bid, and it can bounce off it. If it's underneath 111, then don't be surprised if it pulls back to the 200-period moving average, where I think that down at $100, that looks pretty good. But we'll see about that next week. For today, it's SSR bounce play if it gets to 111 or 112.
Yeah, we mentioned on our sticky note about an SSR bounce. I would rather just let it sort of base out. We saw DocuSign base out and then make a move. We saw a couple names last week do the same type of thing. So I just want to see it give us a level. Like right now it's screaming at us 113 and 116. So let's just see. We've seen some good reports go down off earnings, off initial play. And we've also seen some bad reports and start to go back up to the upside for what we thought anyways. Seems like 10% is a little bit too much. We saw already that it was its worst since 2011. So its worst reaction in 12 years and second worst in 20. So I feel like it's probably a little bit overdone. But again, tech, I just heard Neil say it, like a lot of tech has been priced for perfection lately. And this is just another one of those names that heads to the downside and isn't into a great spot. So, nothing wrong with that. It sucks that it's given it all the way back, but it's just given back to June from its last report. So, right back into there. Let's see if it can hold 113. I think it's pretty simple, but look at the NASDAQ bleeding right now to the downside. So, it sucks because we wrote down every single thing on here is a short today on the sticky note, and it looks like we're going to miss it initially, but there it goes through 114 right now. So, all right, let's go, man. Only 7 minutes.
All right, crypto, Bitcoin up decidedly right now. It is 4% to the good, trying to hold that 26,000. Ether as well, up almost 4%, trying to break through 1,600. Some of these equity names, Coinbase also up 1 1/3, Mara and Riot 4 1/3 and 4% respectively. Not really seeing anything specific to account for this, possibly just to buy back off the sell-off in anticipation of CPI, guys. Any look here on any of these equity names?
Yeah, so we did go over a little bit of these with Coinbase, and I like Mara's bounce off $10 yesterday. So it's got 27 or 28% short flow. There's your bounce. It was an SSR bounce yesterday. It's not short sell restricted today. That was coming from 2 days ago, so today will not be SSR. Makes it trickier, but $10 I mean, support level like that, like why not take a shot at it? You can risk a few pennies down there. If it breaks 11, that looks pretty good. We did mention a little bit of Coinbase as well. And it's not to always be looking for short on Coinbase. It just happens. If it gets to the 50 period on the daily, look, that's 86 bucks up there. And so once it gets up to that price, there was a pretty big rejection. I think it's an obvious area to be looking for shorts. I like north of 86 because it tends to wick highs on Coinbase when you're trading it. But it's a long way to get to that one. I feel like if it breaks out, I probably am in Mara instead.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about there. I mean, we talked about GBTC and what was going on over there. I was going to look, I mean, from crypto, I don't know. I mean, let's just see if GBTC is still printing higher. I was going to talk a little bit about some of these chip names, but okay, so still printing in the 30s here, so it's a nice move up, man, 1870 upside. I still like this $20 level there, but again, crypto is not, GBTC is just going to follow what BTC does, obviously, so, you know, I still like the Coinbase short, like Neil mentioned. But again, it's coming back, so I'm still looking for this 83, 84 level to go ahead there and short some Coinbase. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. And then I'm not overly concerned with anything, but the imbalances just came out, so let's have a quick look. I wanted to see if NVIDIA or anything was on there. There's Aurora Cannabis going the other way. Remember what we said, like, may not, the fact that we started at $1, we already broke and then came back down. I kind of wanted like the aggressive break, so I have to wait to see that. There's Oracle with the sell as well, Peloton with a sell. What is the bottom of that? 450? I'll have to double check what the 52-week low on that one is. Apple's there with a bid, so that's nice to see as that's trying to hold the 180 or close enough to that. Palantir was a monster yesterday as well as that's going. But anyways, all right, we're a little bit delayed here, so let's go back over to the Disney deal. We've already talked about Disney and weed, but let's go. Maybe they are one in each other there as you get Netflix and chill. Is it Disney and chill these days there, Sharif?
Disney Plus and chill, Sean. I like that. You gotta coin that. I like it. Look, 2/3 of percent to the high side here as Disney and Charter Communications came to an agreement last night in time for Monday Night Football. We know Monday Night Football airs on ESPN Plus. Looks as if this deal will allow some Charter customers to get some of Disney Plus's ad-based tier-based services. So good look here, up now 75%. 0.7.
So like I like what Disney's doing, making that bottom off 2020 lows down around that 80 level. So any kind of continuation puts you in play for, you know, like dip and rip 82, even a breakout 84 looks pretty decent. There we got a super chat. Want to shout out, thank you very much for the super chat, sweetie pies. But MDAI, I have no data for it on our platform or on Trade Ideas. I get no data when I pull up on Yahoo Finance, and we looked out for it on these signals. So I can't speak to it if I can't really call it up. I don't know the company. When we pull something up that we don't know, we're looking at technical levels, and if I don't have the chart, not much we can do there with MDAI.
Yeah, so I just look, that Disney deal, I guess it wasn't loved. It came out yesterday, just really rallied the stock, and then it tanked basically back to the bottoms there. So I'm not going to sit here and analyze that deal with Spectrum and Comcast, but I guess it wasn't that great. Moved to the downside. I still think you want to take the long if it breaks 84, or watch out for this $82 level, which could come into play here again today. So we'll just watch out for Disney. It only did 25 million shares yesterday, which is a little bit more than its average volume, so that's good. I'm waiting for that one day where it does an upsized amount of volume and flushes out maybe weak hands, and then we can go long. But I mean, it's down at a great level of 80 bucks. I think you wait for that again. I just think it wants to go lower. It's funny that it's up today against such a negative market. The NASDAQ and the ES are both getting hit a little bit right now. So I don't know. I like Disney, but it's not where I'm looking today unless we break through $84.
The last one real quick here, Sean. We got weed stocks, CGC and ACB. They were decidedly up this morning. Now they're turning negative. CGC down 10, almost 11% here, and ACB just went red on the day. Are there levels here? Are you looking at weed?
And we're looking at weed, since last week, every single day we're looking at the weed stocks for strength. We talked about it every single day at Lunch Money. But ACB did just fail the dollar level. When you talk about the buck level, I don't want to ever be long way too tight into it because there's resistance at 1 and it just rejected the 1 even. It can still hold a higher low and break out the dollar. I think being there for that is going to be worth it. But if we're not above that buck, I don't want to be looking for the long up here. It could do a deep dip back into 75 and be holding trend. So there's some risk to being long at like 95. I would tend to think we're less than 30 seconds to go. Just worth noting, thinking of dollar levels, I still like nickel short in front of $1, so that could come into play, especially off of the open. It is a Tuesday.
Oh, there she
and
goes.
there she goes. Katrine going to be on the bell in just about 20 seconds. A lot to get to, a lot to watch. To be sure, big cap tech going to be in play. Of course, Apple will look at that event when it does come in. But the countdown is now on for your opening bell. There we go, Katrine. 2 thumbs up. She likes the markets today, even though we're headed down. In 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, let's see what's going on here. We are waiting for some prints to come through. So Google, we like this.
Oracle
Google at
already down.
137. Oracle's starting to head to the downside. Yeah, let's just take a little shot here on Google to start. We don't want to get, yesterday.
You've got to be kidding.
What, Oracle's making the move down? Yeah, I mean, it's tough one to trade. We're already short Google right now. It's 20 cents in the money. Let's see where we can go on that one. We did miss our Microsoft short as well, which should have filled us, but I canceled it, 336.50. It's right near there. As some of these names starting to go to the downside as the NASDAQ is trying to break 15.6 for now. But we're short. It's 20 cents. We just got Google, but it's a small position.
So, a little bit of frustration with Oracle because it went right down. It wicked the 112. We said 112, 111 were the 2 SSR bounce plays. It just gave a $1 move off of the first one of those. Apple tried to get to 180 for a fade. Didn't quite get there, unfortunately. So I like the 180 for initial short on that trade. Amazon also making a bit of a move to the upside. We like 143 and change. If you're watching the wheat stocks, ACB's now at 87 and starting to give it up as well. I mentioned I wanted a Nikola short. I am on the offer. It is already plunging. Nikola, sometimes it be like that. 89 to 84, and I'm waiting at 89.5. It is what it is, but Nikola is a short till it's not. It's one of those.
All right, so we're 50 cents in the money right now on Google. Let's take a bid here if we can get something near 136. I mean, again, this is another sticky note name that we called going short at 137. So there it is right now. Spin it a little early for Google with 50 cents. Hopefully it can come back in a little bit and we'll get more short. I mean, again, we want to start the day. We want to make sure we make some good trades with some good prices and not get railroaded. So there goes Google. And again, the number one name on this sticky note is a short right there. So there's Google right here, 60 cents in the money now and starting to go lower. We did start a new position alert as well here for our potential friend Microsoft, trying to make, okay, here we go. There it is, man. Now it's 30 cents in the money as well for that one. As we're going to go 2 for 2 here. 170 cents in the money, 130 cents in the money, and still going lower. So Microsoft more lower bids here coming at 335. I like it. Let's see where we go from here. Big trade alert for me on Microsoft.
Yeah, I just rang register on Apple here. I apologize. I keep getting rid of these wicks on my Apple chart. They just keep coming right back in. I'll keep trying to clean this one up for you. Local high at that 180 and change. Shorted in front, got 179.80. Going to look for a reload at a better price, but was able to get the first initial push back down into the mids. It got underneath 179.50. You're getting a bit of a wick bottom, but I want to go back over to Oracle for a quick second because it gave one bounce, one SSR bounce off of 112. Now looking at that 111 level to the downside. So it just wicked 111.25. I'm going to go for the long off of this in the low 111s. I feel like this is trying to make that SSR bounce right now, and I don't want to have missed it a second time. So I'm going to nibble in here at the 112 and then see if it can hold this bottom. ACB is trying to get back up, but this is almost looking like a short off the 90 level on ACB. Than anything else.
Oh, shit, forgot about cannabis.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit weak.
Yeah, okay, so Microsoft, good thing we got some out there as it's starting to go back up to the upside right now. Just watch out for the NASDAQ again, right? I mean, this is, when you're trading NASDAQ names, especially like a Microsoft, obviously we got to watch out for the market here. So if you're, I mean, there it is. We just took a little bit of profit there. Hopefully you can come back in and take some more. But there's the move down. Epic bottom there, as Neil mentioned, for some of those names. Let's now see what the market wants to do here for the rest of the day. It's still red, and we only have 2 small positions. So let's just look for some other names that are possibly moving around. What's Disney doing? Okay, so nothing right now. Just making to see if there's any dramatic moves one way or the other. Sometimes some of the Chinese equities can start to go as well. Okay, we're looking at BABA off 90. That didn't come in yet, so that was a level of concern. Not really concern, but a level that we are looking at. A name that I think has a chance to go today.
Wow,
We
Tesla.
talked a little bit about Shopify, but that's still not really at those levels. Okay, AMD's, so stocks are starting to rally a little bit here.
Yeah.
AMD's starting to get back up to that 105, which was an area that I was looking at earlier. Is NVIDIA popped over? I'm still, I know this Microsoft, I'm not talking about it, I'm in it. It's basically flat. I'm down 10 cents right now. But what's, oh, sorry, I want to look at NVIDIA chart. Oh, so NVIDIA is back to 445. Okay,
bouncing.
so sorry, 450. Off of that 445 level. Yeah, 445 bottom there for NVIDIA, so watch out for that name.
So yeah, NVIDIA, if it gets to 450, 453 is a resistance level on it. I did not get a reload on Apple, unfortunately. It looked like it was a decent opportunity up there, but I missed it. I wanted very, very tight to that pre-market high, and I think I got a little bit greedy. As I said, I've cleared up these wicks a couple times. They just keep coming back. But it's more or less a dollar range, 179 to 180, that it's been putting in. I tried to add to Oracle and missed my shot adding to it off of that 112 bounce. It's already at VWAP. It's way too early for VWAP, so I'm kind of looking at this 114 for a termination. If it fails there, then we get an SSR bounce off the 112, and I don't think it gets past 114. Ultimately, I'm not that bullish on it outside of the gimmicky play off that SSR bounce on Oracle. Again, I'm going to hate myself over Meta because I just looked up, and Meta 309 double top. Look at Meta turn off of 309. That is
Again? Oh
yeah,
no.
That's.
I
I
must
mean,
go get another coffee
look
here.
at this double top yesterday at 309 on Meta. That's a bit of a miss. Look at the pullback on Meta. Meta's absolutely flushing now. Wow, that was one heck of a move.
Sharif basically is just eating something over there that I'm smelling all the
It
way
is
over here.
freaking
and
delicious.
it's like,
Whatever it is, it
Sharif,
smells
come on,
so
bro.
good.
Honestly,
It's
dude.
way too early.
This guy's killing me. But what else is killing us right now is let's spin this damn money because who cares what Sharif's eating? We'll just buy it back. Maybe I'll offer him some money for this. There goes Microsoft to the downside. Look at that, 336. We've basically been patient as we possibly could be. We're out now of about 40% of that position as it just came back into these lows again. Microsoft looks pretty choppy right here so far, right? So we'll just stick with our guns here, try to play the short, and just keep on going back and forth with it. Those were good outs. We just got outs in the 20s. Like that's, right back into these pre-market lows. So as this keeps on ripping up and down, this is the kind of trading that we'd like to do. But maybe not average in anymore. We still got this position on. We're still going to wait for the upside move here in Softy into this 337. That would kind of be a level that we'd like to start to short. And then we are obviously watching out for this 338.50. We know that's the top. And if we're completely wrong and Oracle starts to go back up and everything is fine with the cloud, then maybe we'll have to watch out for this. But here's Oracle again, not really baselining like I would hope. So we'll wait for a base there on Oracle and see if anything else is moving around as well. Let's go over to the big dog and TSLA. Okay, so there's the move down. We were buying this yesterday on Catalyst, but today I don't really see one.
Intel's gone absolutely nuts.
Up or down?
Up.
Up. Okay, so there has to be news, Sharif, on Intel if you see anything, because I just saw Neil's chart, and it is up to $40 right now. Intel absolutely making that move. Yeah, wow.
Of course, there has to
I
be
can't
some.
believe I actually bought this name really lightly, though, like at 27, 28 bucks. I can't believe how it went. We used to make fun of this stock all the time, and now it's like the strongest
It's like one of those, it was a short till it's not, and it's just absolutely
PC
breaking.
market, right?
It's breaking out.
Dell with a great report.
So it's just going to quickly show you Oracle. It did make the bounce.
It's all chips.
Nice wick bottom, but it couldn't even hold VWAP the second time through. I'm out underneath this local high, 111.80. You do not want to get trapped at a low like this on that name. We'll go to Sharif right now for Intel. Wow.
Intel to sell 10% stake in IMS Nanofabrication to, you guessed it, Taiwan Semiconductor, guys, just coming in now.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know exactly what that's going to be worth, but obviously they think it's going to be worth something to them. $40 level is a big psychological one. You don't necessarily want to fight the trend. If you go to the daily chart, 41 bucks is a bigger level to the upside. So 40 psychological, 41, I think 41's a short. If it gets to that price. As I said with Oracle, don't look a gift horse in the mouth when you're looking at an SSR bounce play. I think I had it, and you probably need to take the dollar. I was able to get some out for the 50-cent win, but it takes out the local bottom, and I'm out of it. Apple continues to battle. Again, I'm sorry about that chart. If I can zoom in really far, that might help. But it is rolling over off the 179, so 178 area, sorry. If it gets to 179, I will take a leg out because it has supported that early. And then we'll look for a place to rejoin the trend into the downside. NVIDIA is still flying, by the way. 453 was my short zone on NVIDIA. Maybe some sympathy I don't know if it's any sympathy to Intel. That doesn't actually make any sense if it is, but that 453 is a big opportunity for a short, in my estimation. If it's not above that 453, then I don't necessarily want to give up the notion that could be a turnaround play here for NVIDIA. And oh yeah, good luck, Nick. That Mullen, I haven't forgotten about it at that 50-cent level, but big tech for now.
All right, so we just got into, and it might not be right, but first of all, we just got into Disney, but I'm going to get another piece out here on Softy. We actually shorted that again in the 70s. Let's see if we can get a nice move down again on this name. Not sure what's going to happen there with Softy, as it's just been bouncing around a little bit there again. So we'll continue to short it, but we are watching out for 337 as a possible break. Look, we said we would like Disney on a break above 84. That's what just happened right now. So maybe we just got duped a little bit on that. There's the 80. That's from yesterday, 83. We talked about this, 83, 85. I'm going to hold this back into view up, like 83.50 or so. We'll give this name 50 cents. We don't love it here, but let's just see if it wants to make some money. Up there it goes. So now, here goes Disney, so we can finally watch it for a little bit. Maybe it goes. Like I said, I don't know enough about this deal, but I do know price action when I see it. And Disney yesterday was pretty strong off the gate, out of the gate, and now again right here. So we'll take a 20 fill there, 21 fill, and then see where it goes. But for right now, we're long Disney, we're short Google, we're short Microsoft, and it's the tech names that aren't working. Google, we have a very, very light position. We took this in the very first minute. So let's just continue to short. We wrote down short 137 on Google. So if we can get up there, that's good. But there goes Disney right now. So we're going to go, oh my God. See if we can get something. There we go. We just got a 24. See if we can get this going upside. But yeah, it's Microsoft trying to go here. What's up, Sharif?
Qualcomm, Sean, 1 1/3, continuing to head higher. Started the day at 109.50. Now just about to break 112. Continuation from yesterday.
So speaking of continuation from yesterday, just want to remind everybody about SoFi. Now I see you Cena 9714 in the chat. This was not necessarily in play at $8, but $8.80. But the $9 level is now breaking on SoFi. I do like this. If it can go right away, fair enough. If it rejects it, I want to have a relatively tight stop up at the top here and then see if I can rejoin trend. To me, on a $9 stock, you give it a couple of cents here if it can go right away. And if it dips, I'm looking at like $8.85 to $9. I'm not holding the 9 all the way down there. You also have the market, which is getting pretty strong up here. So we'll see what happens. I have 01s long on SoFi. I did miss the Mullen break because I didn't have my order in, but I am back into this 50-cent level. I do like longs above 50 for a relief rally on Mullen. Going back over to Apple. Apple did just challenge, the wicks on that chart, did just challenge 180 again. I did not get that reload. It's getting a little frustrating. I'm way too tight to 180, and I keep missing those. So I have to look at maybe like the 179.85 level for reloads on Apple. Again, I apologize for the date on my Apple chart. It's kind of a bit of a mess. So in SoFi long, still looking Apple short off the 180 level. And look out for the weed names because ACB wants $1. It's at 99 cents. Wow-wa-wee-wa, ACB. You cannot keep a good stonk down, apparently, as ACB's hunting for that $1 as we speak. Wow, what a rally. I felt if it failed a buck, it could get to 80 cents. Did I think it would take 5 minutes for it to get off of 80 cents to $1? Nope, but it's here now.
Yeah, there it goes, man. All right, so just a quick update, man. Disney is popping right now as well. That's an oh my God one. But let's go over to ACB because we missed it yesterday. Let's not, okay, there it is. So now it's breaking $1, right? So we got to try to hit this a little bit right now. As there it goes. Through $1, through $1.02. Maybe I'll just punch a little bit. Okay, there we go. We got $1 long. We got a 101 long, sorry, on this one. Yeah, let's just wait to see where it goes, right? I mean, it seems like it's going to be a pretty easy trade, but who knows? We've held these names before and seen where they have gone. So let's just go again. Now I just keep on punching longer here. So now we're long at 01.5, trying to get this going. There it goes, 03s. I mean, should we take 8% quickly maybe on a position here? We get out at 108 or so. Here it goes, 105. We're long again, ACB. But let's just go over to Disney again because this one's really cash money for us as this is now 50 cents in the money and going even more right now. So there it is. A couple bang up trades there for Disney as we take that one to the bank right now. DIS. Nice move to the upside, baby. This is exactly what we're talking about. We said that, hey, We'll just trade price action. And there's Disney. So, you know, what a difference a day makes right now as we're rocking right here. It's Microsoft, though, that's been averaged into with an average price now of O's. So this gets back in. We'll take a little bit off. Hopefully this market can tank, but let's not the market's up, right? We're above VWAP. We're trying to go here. Let's take a little piece out. You know, we're already into Disney, which we really like. Here comes Softy. If that pushes down, then we're good to go.
Yeah, we just got 10s on SoFi. By the way, I took some profit into the local high of ACB because 105 is still a bit of a top. SoFi got to the 910 level. It's starting to pull back, but it's still holding at 905. I like it, SoFi. I'd love for this to hold above. I got a little bit of an ad there at the 5 level just to play the range. We just got Mullen on a dip as well. All of a sudden, it's like the small caps coming in. So I didn't get the 50 break on Mullen, but I said I like this one above 49. So I'll give the 50 to 49 and then just see. This is a 100% post-squeeze bounce play that has just been a good setup. I am not a Mullen fan, okay? I just want to get that one out of the way.
You're not?
No, it's just I don't want to get it twisted. Like, I'm not saying Mullen is a good investment or whatever, but it's a play that has worked on these previous split plays. Just going back over to some big tech names, the market has bounced a good 60 points off the lows, and Meta is holding the bottom. So we got some good ones on, but the longs I have that are working are all small cap names. And then the market's rolling back over, and Meta looks a hella weak right now underneath 306. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a short. Going back over to what is working, SoFi's getting back to the top. I want to make sure I'm holding on to some of this. If it breaks 925, I want to have a quarter on still. Want to make sure when you're chasing a move this high on a 9 even break, I'm not long down here. I'm long at 9. So if it breaks, if it goes to quarters, at that point it's made a 5% move, and I want to respect that. So I want to get a bunch out in front of that quarter level. But arrows up for this, arrows up for ACB.
Yes, sir.
At least for now. Remember, this is a momentum play. I'm not telling you cannabis is going up forever, but it's definitely been going up the last few weeks, and that's why we've been all over these ones. Congratulations. Stay on the weed.
Yeah, we're staying on the weed for sure. And there it goes, man, up to 10s. I mean, this is, again, shout out to Sticky Note Nation, man, because today, if you're rocking with it, you're rocking with it, because there it is right there, ACB long off $1. So there's 10% already, 9% in the money. We're long at 01s as it continues to go. Microsoft and Google as well. So here we go, man. It's going to be a good day for us. Shout out to Brankles in the back. Hope you're okay there, bud. 110 going now to the upside as we continue to make some moves here. So ACB going, Disney going. Look, man, wow. You know what? Talk about diversification. Your boy's in Disney, a big, big name that's not tech. We're in weed names today. We're in Google. We're in Softy, and we're having a lot of fun. So hit the like, hit the subscribe, because there it goes, man. Disney, ACB. I mean, we might as well just get some out here again on ACB, because why not? It's failing a little bit there off 10. It just went to 12. Did we get a 10 fill yet? No, we did not.
I did not get 10 on the way back.
Well,
never mind. I did get 10.
There, I'm going to punch a little bit out at 9 in case we don't.
I got some late messaging.
Until we don't get, maybe I'm going to get, I just punched out some, I did get some 10s there actually, and some 9s. I got 9s and 10s there. I guess we didn't need to punch out, but there it is. So far so good. We're out of a little bit there. It's Mr. Softy right now that's going against us. So we're going to have to watch out for this one as it's coming back up into a big level. We're going to get out if this one cracks through. We're waiting for some 75s. Don't tell me we didn't get any 70. We did not. That's ridiculous. Right there. We'll get some. Okay. Well, now we got to come up and get some 75s. You just took a little bit of 70s there. I was holding that 75 level there, by the way. So that would suck not to get that. But we're going to get out if we take out 337. This is going to be one that we're not going to bleed through. That pre-market high right there. Oh, sorry. The pre-market high is right here of 337.75. So again, we missed that, but it's all good. Disney continues to make a little bit of a move. There's some size there at 337. Sorry, at 84.37. Let's get some more out on Disney. I mean, we're going to still watch that cannabis name. I don't know what exactly is happening there. So we'll see.
Apple's starting to break down. Watch
down, okay.
And Meta looks so weak right now.
Okay, good. That sucks that we didn't get that, by the way.
That's 309
right there. That sucks. Okay, so we'll have to watch out for Google. We've averaged, cannot believe we missed that 75. Are you kidding me? Let's not get too upset here.
Yeah, we're arrows down here on Apple. It just broke 179, so we shorted the 180 level. I got a bunch of offers here where I was trying to add to it. I can go ahead and cancel those. 179 is now broken, so you're headed more to the downside. Did get those fills eventually. I mean, don't get me wrong. There was I was filled at 110. It looked like it took a second to hit my system. Maybe I should restart the PC after the show, but it is still headed to the upside. If you want to look at where you could be going, all you got to do is dream. This is 120. The last time it was above $1, it failed at 120. I think that's the next place to make a bit of a decision. SoFi continued that run off the $9 break. All week long, all last week, we were looking for a $9 break on SoFi. You set your alert, you set your breakout when it happens. I added to this one, so it broke nines. I then added on a 905 break. Shout out to the 905, and it continues to go higher. So if it gets back underneath that 9 level, I will be out, but I did add to this on the way to the upside. So strong move to the upside there, strong move to the downside on Apples. They're selling the news off pretty heavily. However, if there's a missed short opportunity, Meta, I mean, for as strong as Meta was yesterday, and Meta was very strong yesterday, it has now pulled back $5 off of its open range high. So, I mean, I'm not going to rush into a trade on Meta. I think we let this one calm down, see what happens at 10 o'clock and where this one is settling in. NVIDIA as well, maybe we let this one matriculate a little bit here, because NVIDIA looks like it wants to break out this 453. I don't think you fight the short over 453, and if it fails this underneath, I think that's where the short is on this name. Rivian apparently making some power moves. Okay, so I guess Rivian did break out. Why was I not moves. 24? Wow, whoa, wee, wah.
Wow, wee, woo.
Whatever. I was literally saying in the open that you don't care which direction Rivian breaks out, but it's going to break this channel, and you want to take it whichever direction it breaks, and I don't have that long when it broke to 24 even. Shout out to anyone that likes Rivian today, because it's having a good day.
Oh shit right now, guys. Oh my God, sound the alarms, because your boy did it here. We finally were patient enough with Microsoft, and we grabbed that top right there on Microsoft. So again, we get that 70, well, no, we don't get the 75. We get the 70s, but there's the move down, man. Screwing me out of $1 right there. But hey, we'll be here right now for this name as it continues to work out for us. We are getting out of some more of our Disney, but let's go over to Cannabis Nation right now, because you're right back here. Let's go. Give me those 12s. Let's keep on getting this out, as we just got a 13 out right there as well. What a good trade there. This is 13% now in the money on Aurora. We are 50 cents in the money here on Microsoft, and we are 15 cents in the money on Google. What the hell's wrong with Google? What's up, Sharif?
WeWork, Sean, up 25%. This one just broke 375. Yeah, the heavily shorted name is having another good day.
Wow, okay.
Look,
Tesla's breaking 275.
I was saying out of the corner of my breath there, I don't know if you heard, I was just saying dump it for WeWork. I haven't looked at the stock, but I don't know about this. $4.20 is the big level. I remember that from when it had the reverse split. So if it's reverse split, if it takes out the high from the reverse split, that's been the bullish move. So 420 becomes your level here for WeWork. If it gets up there, I'll probably have to pay for locates. I'm 90% sure we have to pay for locates. I'm going to pay for them and get locked and loaded there. Tesla making a move. We already saw Rivian go absolutely ham. Tesla just broke 275.
Tesla's a monster.
Tesla's a monster. I think I would not fight this short. I should not tell anybody what to do, but I would not fight the short here above 275. Just let it move. We showed yesterday on the weekly chart, there's room to $300 on the weekly on this last little breakout here for Tesla. So I think joining the trend means looking for the 275 to hold and then join trend to the upside. I love the weed names. That's where the focus was. So we got the long there. We like that SoFi break. That's working out. Apple is going counter trend to the market, so that's at least good. But at some point, it could actually bounce here on Apple. Even with the market's going up, at some point Apple's going to bounce.
Yeah, we're, okay, there it is, man. We're just starting to cash out more and more and more. What a great day this has been, by the way. So far as we go 1 for 1 on ACB. We go into a new position here on AMC. This one could get spicy and go definitely against us. A break of $8. AMC right now, Sharif. AMC up 10% and going. So WeWork probably associated with that as well. So we'll see how it's going on there. Disney, that's 3 for 3. Google. Okay, 4 for 4 on Google there. 5 for 5 today with Microsoft. So all 5 positions in the money, and let's just get some more out here on Softy. This is a big one, so if we can just get some more out as this continues to go. We're going to wait for lower on this now. I mean, if we're going to be right, let's just be right on this. And we may not be right on AMC, so watch out for this one. Again, no news, Sharif yelling to us, which is fine. You know, if there's nothing happening, there's nothing happening, but we're short against $8. So we'll look about for 15 cents for this one. If it comes down to 780, I'm not trying to stand in anybody's way. If this name's going to rip up, it's going to rip up, and we're going to respect that $8. Congratulations for all the apes today. I know it's been a tough go for some traders on AMC as of late, because this is 80 cents, right?
Just a little bit of a tough go.
A little bit of a tough ride there.
That's a little bit of an understatement there.
A little bit of an understatement, a little bit of a tough ride. So let's see where it goes now. Hey, look, man, if this falls back in, we'll just start to slowly capture some profits on this one, as we are a little bit nervous about it as it's ripping. And then ACB, again, more outs here, 13s and 15s. I might just hold some of this. I was going to give it back to we always like to look at the 50 period, but let's go down to 95. So a break lower of 95. Let's just put that trade in right now. So 0.94, we'll get out of 75% of what we have. And we're already out of half. So we're already out of half of ACB. So just to let you guys know.
I just got my first, if everything that's not good is going to the upside, that's my nice way of saying out.
Go to hell.
Like what, I don't know what you call these stocks. Are they squeeze stocks? Are they whatever? Are they just poor companies? Whatever they are, Nikola went to the upside as well. However, if it couldn't get back into 90, I still am looking for the short here. So I grabbed the short off the 88 level. I want to give it to the local high. It is SSR because of yesterday, so you do have to get an uptick to get into the short. So I like this one to the 89 level. I'd probably take multiple swings at this. Yesterday's double top at 92.5 is another one. So I'm into the Nikola short. I just saw, if it's going to be a meme stock kind of day, you know who just reported and is also screaming to the upside? GameStop. So I'm not saying this is why AMC's up. It's not to say that that's the truth, but GameStop is up 8% right now. And still looking relatively strong. It's just making a decent bottom off 17. Resistance at 19 there. I like 840 for a resistance level on AMC. If it's a sympathy play, then watch out for these as a group. Because if the group starts to come down or one of them has a big flush, you do not want to get caught holding the bag. Speaking of getting caught holding the bag, most people have some bag holds in the in the weed names. Right back in. I got a 15 fill on ACB. It's right back into that 05. So looks like we're getting a bit of a pullback here. If it can hold the dollar, great. If it doesn't, I'm not fighting it underneath the buck. We already got the win. Let's not throw that away. Sharif.
85 2/3, Neil. Coinbase up 5 3/4%. It's been going here off that 81.50 level now, just breaking through 85.64.
All right.
The market's arrows up here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And ACB is coming back in as well. So watch out for that one. But yeah, there goes. We just hit the oh my God because we did an oh my God trade here a little bit. As AMC is making that move back down in a little bit now. So there it is, man. It's 18 cents now in the money, and we're just gonna keep on taking some of these profits where profits lie. So again, this is trading, guys, and we're just gonna take that profit against that $8 mark. We talked about that. We're gonna get out at 8.10 or 8.11. So this is going to be a good little look for me here on what is going to be a move down here for AMC. So far so good on that. Like I said, man, it's not nothing against the stock other than price action. And we know that we don't like AMC, for long. So when it rips up like that, there's the short, and we'll cash it out, man. I mean, it's just stacking up cash at this point. So good for me. Maybe we'll pay for our next movie experience right there. So that's okay. All right. Other than that, man, we thought get off the weed, as we keep on saying here, and it's just going back up, hopefully, bouncing off that $3, $4 again. We already saw where the stop is on that name, so hopefully that'll be respected. And if it does hit, it does hit. Microsoft right now having a little bit of a hard time. We're just short right here, so let's put on a little bit more. But the NASDAQ is making a move up, but Microsoft is still red, significantly red against the market. So that's going to be something that we're going to want to look at. Here goes. We just put some 20s on. Let's get something out at 05. Tesla's honestly, Tesla's a monster. We missed that yesterday. We got it yesterday, but missed it today.
No, I missed the 75 break. I did try to pick it up on the way back in. Sometimes you get lucky and the stock picks you up on the way back in. Other times you don't get the fill. You make the attempt. I want to shout out, we got a bit of a rocket ship. SoFi, you wait a week for it to happen. It's making the break. I just got a 19 fill up there. It looks like it's going to continue to go higher. ACB, watch out for what's going on with CGC if you're still in any of these weed names. So you got almost a $2 on CGC here at 190, and you're pulling back in. If this doesn't hold on to yesterday's close, which is 170, if it fails underneath there, I think it might be a place where you look to take a little bit more profit if you haven't already done so. I'm now trailing Apple because the market is kind of strong right now. So the market, if it goes green, I feel like Apple's going to trail me out at 179. It's been a good short, but it's only really giving you that buck to be sure. Most of big tech is trending to the upside. Meta's weak, obviously Apple weak. NVIDIA.
What's up with
Absolutely.
NVIDIA?
No, it's flying.
Oh, is it?
What for art thou, NVIDIA? I don't know, whatever. They make us learn Shakespeare in high school still, back when I went to high school.
That makes sense.
So here's your 453. I said do not fight this stock if it gets above that price. So I'm not, I was looking for a short off this, but you saw no weakness off of this level. Now it looks like a clean little breakout. I don't feel like chasing this move. We do have to at least look at Intel because it's about to get to $40. I said 41 is the big level on the daily. 40 is a big psychological level. This is a monster move for Intel. Up 3% in an absolute hurry. If it comes back to VWAP, fine, join trend and all that good stuff. But if this gives you a chance to short 98.99, I'd probably take a short. I'd probably take a shot at this 30 cents from now on Intel. Wow.
I just want to tell everybody I got out some there at 03 on ACB. I mean, that's where we're long at 02s. I took an 03 there. I don't like the price action, and I don't think many of you do right now on this. So I think Neil and I did good by getting some out. I mean, that was 15%, guys. So I like that trade. Let's go over to Sharif for a read here.
All right, guys, we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader, who is today, by the way, celebrating their second anniversary. And in anticipation of that, they've provided 20% off site-wide. So have a look there. All right, let's see what's happening now. Disney rallying after striking a deal with Charter to end the blackout just in time for my man Neil to watch Monday Night Football. Aurora Cannabis also continuing the weed stonk rally as the U.S. House Committee set to discuss amendment to the classification of marijuana. And crypto-related names, BTC flying high off the overnight move with BTC and ETH, guys.
That was, I mean, he went there. I had no problem watching the Packers on the weekend, but you know, I mean, it's up to everybody.
You can have your week, man. Have your 1 week where Dallas got to play the New York Giants, who are an overrated team, and you know it's fine. Like we lost to a playoff team.
We should have a friendly bet.
Team on the road.
Let's have a friendly bet then with records.
I see what's up. Friendly bet. I will. You could slap it. Look, man. Even if the Cowboys are favorite and people say they're going to have a better record and easy road to the playoffs, I'll still back my Bills, and you'll see me. If the Cowboys have a better regular season record by the end of the year, then you can slap a Cowboys logo on my face if you're willing to do the same, Sharif.
All right, over to Sharif.
What's up?
Stickers.
I want to see Buffalo Bills logos on your face if they have a better regular season record than the Cowboys.
That's
and
easy.
I'll put the stars right here.
And you're going to put the stars?
Yes.
You know what's up. I'm not backing down.
Okay, I think I'll do that. That's not a big deal.
All right, it's done.
You damn.
Deal done right there.
Neil's upset.
All right, let's go.
Heated.
Yeah, it should be heated, man. I mean, the Bills Cowboys going to be good, man. Now you got you and Mendel, you and Sharif over there. But there goes the weed stocks right there. And we're going to find out what happens right now with that coming through. Microsoft, we've been ringing some kind of Reggie on that one as well for Softy, because this is a big move, man. We are now officially part of the dollar club here for Microsoft. It took a little bit of time, but there it is, man. We didn't have another member yet because Google didn't go, but here comes Google right back in as well. So watch out for this, man. We're starting to get some fades out. AMC might as well be $1 because we put on some shares rate. I mean, it's not $1, but we would like it to be $1 right there. Let's just see what happens now with AMC as we just took some more fills there in the 70s, low 70s. So far, so good, man. There's a nice little short there for AMC, a short for Google's now, or Microsoft, $1. We just talked about that. Disney. I mean, we're going to go 5 for 5 here. We cannot lose on Aurora. We only have a third left, and we took a piece out there. What we had, we talked about that. I didn't like that. It faded out. Much different profile than yesterday, where GME, where CGC, went to the upside and just kept on going. It is kind of all the same. You know, we didn't check out Sundial, but there it goes. Watch out. We're getting out. I thought we put our trigger in at 94, so yeah.
You know that was probably a dump city.
We're getting close right now. CGC probably dumping as well.
Well, so I got out when it broke. If I'm trading off the dollar level, I'll get to nickel in a quick second because that's working to the downside. But if it gets back underneath, hit enter how many times here? Because I went to
A few.
Yeah, I hit the BL. It said overnight that for whatever reason, like the first thing that comes up on Day Trader World is the overnight market, Blue Ocean. But it got back underneath $1. I did one little reload here at 1.0. I got the half print actually, and then right back underneath. We're just out. Like I'm playing the dollar level. I'm playing the dollar level. I'm not messing around with anything else. So that is heading back into downside. You do not look a gift horse in the mouth when you're making. I call them gimmicky trades for lack of a better term. But it's a dollar breakout. Like you're taking it because of the dollar. I'm not holding it past that level. So there goes Nikola. It's rolling over. It got to VWAP in there. So I want this all the way down to the previous low. The market is making a decent fade off. Apple did not trail out. Oddly enough, it's actually continued to head down. So now I'm starting to think if the NASDAQ's not going to hold green, then I want to be joining trend back in on Apple. I wasn't willing to do so when it looked like we were going to hold green on the NASDAQ. NVIDIA, by the way, I thought on that pullback we'd be back under 453. We're not. NVIDIA is still going to the upside, so it's a good thing we're not shorting that, to be sure. So for now, things have been working pretty well. Do I change that by shorting Intel at 40?
Yes.
Well, look, it's up 3.5%. This is a big psychological level.
Yeah,
if I can get it, just turned at 39.96, so I'm going to look to try to get this in the 90s here and just give it to 40 even. That's a very binary look here for me on Intel. Strong move, great, good news. They're going to get some money out of TSM for spinning things off. Sometimes when you do these types of consolidations and spin-offs, it's good because they're trying to spend to grow their new core business, which I think they want with their fabs here. And at the end of the day, that does mean you're going to have to try to focus on getting those margins back in. So I'm short Intel. It's a very strong stock. It is a hard stop at 40 even. I'm talking a hard stop. There's about 350,000 shares in the offer. That doesn't matter. I'm short in front of this. If it breaks, I'm out. I'm not fighting this stock past the 40 level. And then 41 as well. And for VXS, I was short Intel. I've actually been long Intel for multiple days in a row. I just missed the long today. So I can't cry over what I've missed. I'll just look for the next trade, which to me is a scalp trade off of this level.
Yeah, no crying over spilled milk. All right, so we did get
yes.
out of some on the 94 break. We talked about that as well. We're still holding a little piece. I told you, remember, we were only going to get at 75% of what we had left. So let's see if ACB wants to work. It's a green name for us, but not as green as we wish it to be. All right, so we got out some more of Google there. We talked about, again, like what do we like to short today? Google, Microsoft, and ACB long. Well, we had all three of those, and they went 3 for 3. So sticky note again at 10:05. So far, so good on that one as it continues to work out for us. Disney again now. We only have 2% left or something, but it did take that level. It did take down 88, and now you're right back, or sorry, 84, and now you're right back at this level again here. So I would say just watch out now for Disney, possibly breaking down. You're at the 50 period. This has generally been a decent spot to look at a 50 period. Moving average,
It's at 2, it's going to break down.
I know, Tesla is, that's what Neil's talking about. I mean, it's just been an absolute beast, and we missed it today. We had it yesterday for $9. You could have had the same trade today. 268, it's $10 now in the money. So there it goes, continues to make money there for traders holding that long, as that's been in the pocket all day. You've never had to go against yourself with this trade. It's just always been up. Whether or not you took a pre-market break here of 272 or 273, that never went against you, and right now it's not going against you either. As I told, I mean, we all talked about that being a fluff piece, like as if a hubcap falling off has anything to do with anything. Like I didn't even know that was the story, and then I saw it, and I was like, okay, you might have saw me throw up in my mouth or something, but there goes Tesla. Huge move to the upside. It's the only name I've been buying, and it's nice to see it's up, but I still wait for this ultimate flush to come in the market. I don't know when that's going to happen. We're going to hold on to this short in Microsoft as we just took out, like we said, Dollar Club members there. We'll wait to see if it goes back up to 337, but hey, we're having a great day today. We're up more than we were up yesterday, but that can all change really, really quick. So let's not make any mistakes. Let's just stay what we're doing. Disney, again, I'm wondering about a buy. Oh, I put out a piece this morning, if you're watching me on Twitter, about PayPal and Uber. They had a partnership again today, talking about instant payouts and all this kind of stuff. And there's Braintree again with the processing of Uber payments. So two names that we like. I like anyways moving forward. Not that I like PayPal, but I think off the bottom of 60, it's looking pretty nice. Look what PayPal's doing today. Shoot up. Nice move up for PayPal without even looking back. And then Uber's been consistent, man, consistent move upside over the last couple days as well. As Uber hit, what, 44? Yeah, there it is, those 44 bottoms, back up to 48. Not doing anything today, but I still like Uber against that $50 mark.
So I actually think like Uber, Dash, and like anything that goes in that gig category, up until we get the Instacart IPO, I think you could see like a decent run or rally in those stocks. I've moved my trail on Apple, so it looks like it's turning a bit, but my trail is going to be in here, 178.30-ish. I got to show it to you because for my style of trade, I feel like if you go counter trend, I'm willing to take this hit every single time to avoid. You never want one trade to ruin your day, and it's been a good morning, but obviously the 40 level ends up working out. It'll work out without me. You've got to be willing to have this happen to you at times. It's just a part of risk management. I'm going counter trend. I had a hard stop above it. I tried to get back in. I just decided not to chase underneath 39.90. It was a very fast snapback that I missed out. We'll go to Sharif and come back with a couple of shorts that are working. Just watch out, because even Tesla's starting to pull back.
Good look, Neil. Faraday futures up 20%. Just broke that 435 area. Good look for them today, up 20%.
Whatever. I just said dump it out of the corner. But there's so many of these names, these meme names that are running today. I just feel like there's going to be a bit of a crash in all of them. WeWork did not get to 420, but if it double tops up here, I think it has a chance for a decent reversal. As I said, Apple's a bit of a trail, and Tesla, for the first time today, is showing signs of weakness. So it got to 278. I think you just look back to 275. If it holds 275, you go for the bounce long. If it doesn't hold there, I think it's kind of an easy get away from it.
All right, so Disney is actually my #1 stock. We just got out of the last bit when it broke the 50-period moving average. But Disney's still my #1 stock today, so let's go. I haven't seen this one in a bit. People have asked for this one. There it is, the hot dog cannon firing off again. That's for you, Bears versus Bulls, and everybody that's out there right now. And then we also take another one because there it is again. I mean, come on. You know, dance it off. Right now it's Softy to the downside right there as a Dollar Club member for Softy. We just got a great fill down there like at 20s? 20s, yeah. So, I mean, that was great. I mean, now it's coming back in. So if you're questioning the 20 fill, you can take it yourself right now. So there it is right there, $1.08 in the money there. AMC, we did take a 77 fill, which is right there. We got some outs at 70. We're almost out of everything now on AMC. We actually have 25% left of this name, so that's going to be a good one there. ACB's holding, right? And so that so far, we don't have diamond hands on this, that's for sure. But the fact that we got out of not everything at 94, I feel like is a win. Let's just see if it gets back. Let's put an offer like around 08 where we initially got our offer in. If it rips up to there, we'll just feel lucky that we're able to hold on. I mean, we smelled that something was wrong right there at 103, so we got out of a piece. I told you we got out of half on the way up. And then on the way back, we got out of 75% of what we had left, which was small because we got out of another percentage point right there. So hopefully that will continue to work. Let's look for some more trades here as the market is obviously moving around. There goes AMC. Again, guys, nice downside move. I'm bidding 66, which is right here at VWAP. So if that comes in, like Neil said, man, maybe we are getting a little bit of a flush in some of these names. WeWork was up 25%. That's a short until it's at 0 again. So you have to watch out for that. The Spider and the NASDAQ right now trying to take out local highs, right? And so you're back into the pre-market here. I'm really surprised that Microsoft is actually working the way it is. I'm going to take one more fill right here in the 40, 41. We'll bid it. There it is. So we'll put some more money back into our pocket with that one. But it's not really much happening right now. I don't know. Did you short that Tesla? Because that looks like a good scalp.
I did not short Tesla.
Okay.
The 275, it just bounced off that now. I missed it by, I'd say, like fractions down there. I'm actually out of the Apple short because the market, again, is looking, it's trying to take out this top again. And I said I'd trail it out at the bottom, so we had the short off the 180. We were able to hold it all the way down. We got about at the end of the day, it gave you almost a full $2 move. Didn't quite capture that altogether, but we got pretty darn close to it. Tesla, as I said, bounced off the 275. Almost to the dime. It bounced off 275, headed back up. I think you go for the long off that level. I didn't get WeWork short, but I want to get to something else before I go back to that name, and that is Oracle. So Oracle, there's the 110. So looked at the 112 level. there was a nice little bounce in it. It gave 113s. I was a little bit greedy with that. I grabbed some out there for about 50 cents, and then when it broke that channel, we got out. Now it's wicked underneath the 110 level, so that looks like the next SSR bounce play would be regaining the 110 level on Oracle. I've got locked and loaded for that. I want to come back to SoFi. Oftentimes, you'll see me ignore the stock that's working easily to go to the names that are giving you more opportunities and that you have to manage. SoFi, I got a little bit of a trail out here. I'm still holding on to a piece. So I have about 15% left on the 9 break. It looks like it wants to make a channel and break out this top. So strong move for SoFi. Do not want to look a gift horse in the mouth if it fails that high again. But this market looks strong. And this is what I mean. Since the open on my 15-minute, it's past 10 o'clock and we got 2 green handles. Do we put in a third and break out this high? If we do, I do not want to be caught fighting the trend on this overall market, and that especially goes for Tesla and Nvidia. So whether you thought, like I thought a lot of big tech was going to be shorts today, I mean, look at Nvidia. Nvidia's holding up, Tesla's holding up. I mean, Apple's definitely a dog today, but there is a bit of a strong move if we take out this local high in the NASDAQ. Do not want to be fighting it. Nikola short looks okay, and I just want WeWork to give me a fill.
Guys, this is why it's always going to be a stock picker's market, right? Like I was just sitting here listening to Neil talk about NASDAQ taking out highs because we were just talking about it, but yet Microsoft is at the lows. So, you know, this is why, man, it's our watch list. It's the sticky note. I mean, again, I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Please hit the like. Look at this. We're going to take $1.50 here on Microsoft. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe, and please come back every single day. And if you know, again, I know people don't like X, and if you don't like it, that's fine. But why not come over and have a look at the sticky note every single day, right? Google 137 short, Microsoft 337 short. Like that's where we're short right now, you know, and this is now printing $1.50 in the money. So that's going to, well, $1.30 in the money. That's going to be a good one. ACB long, right? Oracle, let's wait for a base and let's leave Apple alone. So some good talk there. Yesterday we had Tesla written on our sticky note at 262. It's at 280. So those are going to be some good plays. The one name that's bothering me again a little bit, okay, join me at 4 o'clock. Why not? As we talked about the market recap show, we went over Oracle yesterday, and we didn't have any guests yesterday, and we went over something that was a real super popular segment, and it was called Strategy Session. So we'll see if we could do that a little bit more as we go. What the hell just happened to Disney? Okay, Disney just collapsed, but that
Coin got to 86.
That was my stop order that just hit. So we do not mean to be short here, Disney. Let's just punch out. So there it is. That was my stop order that filled there on Disney. So we don't need that order to get filled. So let's just bid this out at 44. Okay, fluke trade there, but we were going to get out initially on that break for 50 cents, which is why we took that trade. So there it is. We actually get short and get out immediately on an error there. But there goes Microsoft back down to the downside. Thank you so much, Rob, for the reload there and the coffee. What's your coffee situation like? Yeah, wow. I don't know if Neil needs another one, but there it is. Live in the meow.
Thank you.
I love my cat, man. My cat's name is William. He's a black cat.
William. Little Bill action.
We got him off the streets of Brampton, actually.
B-Dot, shout out. It's all about the rescue.
Rescue, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
My cockapoo is not a rescue, and if you ever see her, well, you've seen her before. But
I have.
she's so hard done by.
So it's just one quick thing for you here. Coinbase got to 86. This is the fifth. Let me show you the 15-minute to explain why. There we go. So this is why I like it up here. Again, it is a big counter trend. I said wait for it to get to that price. Should have just taken the breakout. Don't have a good reason for not taking the breakout. I don't know. It just sometimes you just don't do something which sets up, and you say, hey, it's setting up for a breakout. You don't take it. But we're at that 86 level. 86 and a half is a termination point. I think you just get out of it. It takes out that level to the upside. We definitely are. I mean, Tesla is an absolute beast. I do want to join the trend. You're making a bit of a bull flag, for lack of a better term, and if you look at the overall market, but I still like that 275. I missed it that first time. I will at least try it the second time through here on Tesla if it gets back down to that 275. Looking at WeWork, which was the latest flavor to go to the upside, it's getting pretty darn close to that 420. 420 is the split high. So post-split, it's about 425-ish. So this is the level. If it fails, I want that short. And Faraday Future, whatever the heck the rest of the name of the company is, Sharif mentioned this about, I don't know, like 20% ago. Still going. It hasn't even gotten through. It hasn't even gotten through like this big level at $5. It is another post-split breakout. I feel like it's not really squeezing till it breaks the channel up, which is $5. So there's still a chance for this to be a bit of a fade. I just had Oracle tick in, but the question is, why am I filled at 99 if I had a break at 111, at 110? So anytime that happens, I'm just going to get out. I don't think we broke 110. I wanted this off the even dollar level. I got filled at 109.99, which usually indicates that there was a single dark print above 110, but it was trading underneath, and that's why I got a fill underneath. So if I want the breakout from there, I can just punch out for a 2-cent hit or 1.5-cent hit and then wait for it to actually get above 110. Did not want to be in that sub 110. So just quickly out of that one, as I said, the new position on is Coinbase and very close to some WeWork as well. 420 coming into play there.
Did I just short more Microsoft or what? How's this trade going right now? This is 5 to 1. I mean, this AMC short, we shorted $8. We told you our out was 8.10. Right, so that's, I mean, what's my average price? 98. So our average price was 94s, I believe, when we had this. So it's about 4 to 1, 5 to 1 at this point. But we started taking it out here, a lot of them at 70 ahead of VWAP. So this drop down, still all good for us. But, you know, it is not the absolute 5 to 1. We're just taking out about 10% down there for that level of concern. But all right. Just a quick one. We just reloaded it. Let's take something out here in the 60s. Then let's take something out in the 50s if we can there. Let's see if Microsoft will go back down. We just took an 80 fill. Remember, we're trying to see about this up near 337. So that's kind of where I want to lie on this name. So if Microsoft pulls up, we'll be sitting there for some more shorts around here. Until then, let's just be as patient as we can with everything right now and throw it back to Sharif at the big desk with small cap recap, which of course I knew.
Yeah, you did. I know.
Right on, Sean. 32% for WeWork. Neil alluding to this earlier. We just got to that 420 level that Neil exactly specified, and we flushed 20 pennies right into $4. Very volatile. Be careful. Good call on that level. Neil, Faraday futures as well, doing very well. 460 is the high. Retracing now, though, coming back into that 435 level. It has been creating higher lows and higher highs, so good trend. And then Aurora Cannabis trying valiantly here to hold that $1 level. A couple of wicks below on this 1-minute chart, but right now at 102, still up 12% on the day. And last, but certainly not least, it has been much and down into the right for VinFast lately, but today, a moment of reprieve, trying to dance at that 1750 level, 6.82% to the good. Careful with this one, guys.
Yeah, be careful. You know VinFast, the story there. We've said that's a cautionary tale, and you can make some runs sometimes on those, but ultimately you know what ends up happening. So I did get a short. WeWork is SSR, is short sell restricted. So that's the explanation. I could have got 15s if I just sort of let it run against me, but I got it on the way back into the downside here at 9s. I was able to get a fill underneath 4. If it takes out the local high, I don't want to fight it off. If it breaks 420, I get out and look for another short, which it looks like it wants to do here. So there you go. It just took out that top. I only want to be short this name, so I might jump back into it underneath 420, but was able to get something underneath that 4 even. I'll get to Coinbase in a quick second. As this is calming down, I can probably go to Coin. Still strong on WeWork. There you go. It just wicked back underneath. I was looking for that wick out to give it back into the local high. That's going to be that 425 level. So I did jump back in it at that 19. If it breaks the top, I get out for about a 7-cent hit this time. So small hits to look for a big pullback. That can take me back to Coin. I do need to get over to this one. As the market is starting to come back in, we said Coin 86. That's the level we liked. We shorted it when it got to 86. It wicked the top. We jumped into that one. Now it's all the way back underneath 85. I'm looking for a VWAP bounce here. Coin is up 5%. I don't want to be fighting this trend too much. If it gets down into VWAP, I am out in front of VWAP on Coinbase. But a nice little retracement as that goes flush city. But it's an upward trend. Remember, this is a strong rebound play on Coin. Take the profit and run is the way I like to play it. Did want to go back over to one other name just to cover it. If something crazy happens on Nikola, I'll let you guys know. I got one short, and it's holding at VWAP. I'm looking for a retracement back into the local bottom. It's in the money, but it's not moving a heck of a lot right now. If it makes a pop to the upside, I'm out if it breaks 89 even. So it's just kind of holding in the money on Nikola. That short, maybe it was a sympathy bounce with all of the other, I don't have a name for these stupid companies. Squeeze plays, let's just call them squeeze names. But I think these are going to crash at some point. Like I said, gave me that 4, but I just took a 7-cent hit as it got through 420. You're now cleared out of that split break, which is insane as far as I'm concerned, but if it's happening, it's happening. You do want to respect it. Nick W., thank you for the super chat there. Rivian, we did mention that this one was on a bit of a run. And when I say a bit of a run, I mean a huge run, up $1 off of those lows. It's a breakout clean off the 24 level. I just don't want to be chasing longs with the market breaking down here. So, I mean, if like Tesla is pretty strong, I'd be looking for that one for a potential dip buy. I don't know if I want to put Rivian in that bucket. It's what it is there. And maybe we'll miss out on a good long, but this market is giving it back in, and that did not take very long on Coinbase. We got in off 86. We're already out at VWAP. Quick little reversal back into VWAP. It's an upward trending stock. So you power it up, but I'm not fighting that trend. I never want to think you get the top and it's going to the bottom. If you were playing this to the long side, you'd be thinking dip buy at that level. So if I'm short, I'm thinking cover at that level. 10:30, it's been a nice morning. Do not want to throw things away at this particular point. These strong stocks, if they want to continue, they need to show me some signs of strength. SoFi is holding up pretty well, though, at least. But that's only for now. If SoFi can't hold on to VWAP, I got to get out of this long as well.
All right, everybody. I mean, this is for me what it's about, right? I mean, we just reloaded Microsoft short. Right here. You know, we don't need to go crazy. We don't need to do anything. I mean, let the trading speak for itself. Let the trading speak for itself. I mean, this is Microsoft. We're short right now, 335.80. We've been short all morning. There goes Microsoft bleeding to the downside. Not only that, like we reloaded it, we're just straight chilling right now. There goes Microsoft, $1.30. I mean, we could hit the icons. We could hit these little emojis. You know, I mean, let's just chill. You know, we know who we are. You know, we know we've got this. This is what we do. I said yesterday that it's going to be very, very soon, man. Once I can figure out the patience game, once we can sit here and relax with everybody, you know, and that's what we're doing. We've got a coffee right now, you know. I mean, what else? What else? Who next? You know, let's go. I mean, I've already said about, you know, real see real, right? And I mean, and these trades right now are coming in and they're working out. I mean, this is what we're trading. I hope you guys are also trading quite well because we're a family and this is what we want to do. We want to give you guys as much information as possible, trade a wide variety of names, and just go. There goes Google. You know, I mean, this is. Yeah, what's up, Jeff Wright? All right, let's go. Yo, Fabian, steal something from my closing show. Hit the roll call, man. All right, so here we go. Thank you so much. Sean's killing it, Al Pacino style. I like that. When you find the roll call, let's do it. There it is. Let's see who's here, man. Let's go into live chat right now. If you're up in the building, join me every single day at 4 o'clock, where this is what we do. We have the best guests on. We come through. We talk about trading. We have strategy sessions. We do roll call. We're here right now. What's up, Nimit, man? Thanks for ACB. You're damn welcome, Nimit. What's up to everybody that's here, man? John Spruill, Dan Gilman's here. Carlos, Lone Sophos is here. Pitchbull is here. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Paul? Yo, 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 Sean. Yo, what's up to everybody that is in the building? Tony Price. Abel is here. Hamster's here. Richard's here. Will, everybody. I mean, let's honestly, thank you so much. I mean, I love everybody that's in the chat. And I really like that you guys like the new style because I'm liking it as well. As here goes the market, man. Bleed City. I mean, not only did we get out and already took our money off Disney, but let's go, man. That's just
Another
one. And then there's just more. Like, and then we get out.
Another one.
You know, in and out, and boom, we actually went short by accident. Sometimes when it works, it works. Microsoft again, but we got out of that, so it's too bad. Microsoft, thank you, come again. Like, nice reload on that one. What else do you want to do? You want to talk about some AMC that we got out at the bottom? Let's just keep on looking for more names, man. I mean, because the day is still young. It's only 10:30. It's only 10:30. Tesla with a nice pullback. So where is there a level of concern? We are always looking at this 200 period as a possible area to get some more shares in there. So let's just do that possibly on Tesla. But man, this feels pretty good to be short and to be having a good time with everybody here. I hope you are also having a great time. Let's hit the like and the subscribe. 1.1K. We're happy with it. Let's see 1.5. You know, right now we have 7,000 watching. If you guys can all just turn this guy, well, it's black on my screen. I think it goes green or blue on mobile, or white. But anyways, turn it in. Let's hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's get going, man. I mean, we're here. Neil and I are here every single day. Brendo's on vacay. We've got Sharif the Madman filling in there as well. And now we have $1.50 in the money. We smoke in today, well, we're not smoking. I mean, our trades are smoking right now. But partake. I mean, I think you guys should partake in this stuff after you're done executing your trades. But there it is right now. Let's just sit back.
Well, that goes without saying.
Well, some people.
To each their own.
Exactly.
That's the best way to put it. To each their own. So I had some mic issues. I think we got it fixed now. The battery on my mic has been a problem. It's not like me muting it or anything. It just seems like it wants to die. But Oracle did break that 110. Now we always say if you get a bad fill, just get out of it right away. So I was in that 110 at 99s. It then got it back above that 110, so it held. We're looking for the even dollar SSR bounce. It immediately went up to the 130 level, which we're able to take profit on. And if it gets back underneath 110, I'll just get it. I'm looking for VWAP as an ultimate move. We are moving back into the downside. Let's go to the crypto recap. By the way, it's to the downside, obviously.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, on the day, Neil, we're still up 4.5% here on BTC. We did wick up to 26.4, rejected that level quite vehemently, right back down into that 26.150. Let's see how the equity names are faring. Still 3.25% here for Coinbase, but it's a V-shaped recovery down, rejecting off that 86 1/3, now down to 83.25, guys. The blockchain, the mining names, I should say, not faring much better either. Still decidedly green on the day. Riot's up 5 1/4, but that V-shaped retracement also showing up on there. Mara will take just a minute to load here on my platform, but it is up, dancing between 2 1/3 to 2.5, guys.
And speaking of which, I'm always going to have my counter trend plan. And just to me, I was like, trade your plan, and that's how you try to have consistency. So I'm going to do what works for me. I understand Coinbase did not bounce off VWAP, and it continues to flush. But if I usually go for the counter trend trade up here, I'm playing it back in for a VWAP retrace. I would have done the same thing had I held on to Intel at 40. I'd have been out of it. With Intel, I might hold on to a small piece for the 39.5. But again, I would have been out of this trade probably almost all of it right now. Actually, all of it if it got down to the 39 even. You are absolutely flushing. I know it seems weird that the market's making lows and Oracle is bouncing, but remember, this is it's a gimmicky-ish play to go for the SSR bounce. So it eventually held the 110. That's what we were looking for in terms of an opportunity for Oracle. I like this to VWAP. If it can get to 111, we'll take the money and run. Mullen trending up. I was in and out of Mullen. You know what? Oh, that's a bad wick. Oh, goodness. I would have been out of this anyways because it broke 49, but the fact that my 50 filled out at 49.5 means that it got triggered by a bad wick, and I still got liquidity at 49.5, which means it was not underneath 49 when it triggered. I just assumed it was because I didn't have the level 2 up, and I kind of got into this and left it. I should have got back in. Mullen is still trending to the upside. It's a pure gimmicky play off of one of those, I don't call them squeezes. These are like the reverse split nonsense moves to the upside on lower float. So that's what's happening here on Mullen. I think it's a decent long above the 50 level, at least until 62 on Mullen. So there's still some room to join that trend. Oracle, that's a quick buck on Oracle against the trend. But like I said, it's the SSR bounce. We keep talking about it. It keeps on working out for you. You just got to be willing to get out when it doesn't work. Like I tried it at 112, looked pretty good for a bit, but you got to stop it out with a tight stop there because it's a bad stock if it's down 10%. It worked pretty clean when it regained that 110, but I'm out at VWAP and I'm not trying to fight it any further. So we're just nibbling, trying to add back in on some of these plays. I won't chase this move to the upside. Not going to happen on Oracle. WeWork is still going. I don't know where the top is going to be on this, but once it cleared out the 420 level, I was done with it, at least in the short term, and I will not try to hunt for a short again in WeWork. Maybe it halts up and does something crazy. Like a halt up would give me some reasons to try to short this again, but for now, we're going to leave this one alone. I don't think it makes any sense, but it is what it is. The price action's telling you that the buyers are in control here.
Yeah, and we just actually have a new position alert. We went long AMD here, 105. We just got some out at 105, 17 or 18, 17s right there. So that's 12 cents. I mean, we're just, like what Neil was sort of saying there, if we just scalp out a couple of these trades, then we can try to do that. I don't know if it's going to continue its move up, but AMD today, we saw, it was about yesterday, right? It was about like 11 o'clock or so that the market started to rally back a little bit. So let's just hold on to a little bit of AMD. It's very, very small starter position at 105. Generally speaking, my strategy has been not to go long when the market's looking like this, especially under the 50 and under VWAP. But, you know, we'll take a little bit of profit on that one right now. And then just look, I mean, it was just at 106. We had a huge move down. We obviously took advantage of that with Softy and some of these other plays that we had, obviously. You saw me there. And then now maybe we get a move back up. So you have the 200 period there at 80 and then the bottom there at 60. So I'm actually going to put some more bids. I'm not even, Google's gone to sleep, so I'm kind of off of that now. If anything happens with Google, you know, we'll have another look. But for right now, anything back into the 80s right there and we'll buy it. So we'll just keep on watching this. If it keeps going upside, that's great. I mean, now it's almost, well, it was almost 20 pennies there before stopping. Microsoft does have that bounce, but we already took it out there at 30. Obviously, the best out would have been down there. We touched 334 and make this move back. So I might get some more out here. Here it comes, coming back in quite nicely right now on Microsoft. So we have the Microsoft short and the AMD long. I know that's not a recipe for success. So let's put another Microsoft bid here around 334. 35 or so. Again, look how violent this name is. So we understand that we could just wick down 30 pennies, wick up 30 pennies. So pretty aggressive move for Microsoft. Let's just continue to watch it and hold on to that. Our AMC trade, we've already been pretty lucky by getting that fill at the 200 period. Let's see if it comes back again. We still have enough shares on board to do that. And then Aurora Cannabis, still not really.
It's battling.
Yeah, it's bad. That's what I was going to say. It's just kind of just hovering around right here. Okay, I just actually, oops, I'm not, am I on? Oh, I'm on ACB. Sorry, I meant to be on AMC. We just punched them out there at 56. So, or did we get 50? Yeah, I think we got 55 half or something on a midpoint. But there it is right now. So let's see. So another piece out right there. Let's see if AMD, oh, AMD is singing right now. Let's go. Right there. Didn't even notice this. So AMD again, huge move to the, not a huge move, but we'll take it. Upside move. Oh man, holy shnikes. What kind of a day is this? There's 40 more cents for you on AMD on the long, kind of out of nowhere. I didn't realize that because we actually got hit there on Microsoft as well as taking that AMD long. So boom goes the dynamite, man. Yeah, this has been a good day. Even stocks I forget about, we go over and it's a nice win. That means you got the right prices. So right there, nice upside move here for AMD. I guess it's time to relax again and put on our chill mode. Yeah,
it's definitely chill mode time. I don't want to throw away the morning, but I do want to acknowledge something that we have not gotten to. And NIO is up 5%. And I just did a quick look at Alibaba. It looks like this is an EV thing because Alibaba rejected 90 bucks and fell like $1.50, and NIO's holding the high. So this is not necessarily an ADR play. NIO looking very, very strong. $11, you can see here $11 was resistance before. I want to highlight this name, just in case it gets back to the upside. XPeng has been a God mode short off the $20 level. It's not nearly as strong as NIO. And just because we love you, Sharif, Li Auto up 4.2% at 41.20. Strong move for them as well. I would not necessarily be fighting them, but wow, good move to the upside for a lot of EV names. It's not just Tesla. Rivian having a good day as well. There goes to the downside Apple. So I'm out of this one, was looking for a retracement back into 178.5 to join the trend for a bounce. The market's trying to hold lows, so I'm looking for the next bounce. I don't want to short the low of the day here on Apple. I want to be a little bit more patient than that. And one last one, shout out to Max Equity. I was actually just about to talk about Intel. If the market's going to bounce, well, Intel's in the midst of another breakout. So the local high break was about 38.85. That's there. The triple top is already gone. That's a 37.50. So I like that 38.85 zone. As long as you're above that, I think you can be still looking for some longs. It's holding 39 even. If it holds the bottom and the market tries to bounce, Intel would be one for a long, but you don't want to rush into it. It still feels like we're arrows to the downside here. And WeWork, as I said, it just wicked $5. That could be a potential entry. If it halts up, I know I want the short. Well, I want the short setup after a halt. It has not halted once today, which is a bit weird because it did go on a 3-minute chart from $4 to $4.80. That would seem to be a big enough move for a halt, but again, it didn't make a halt, so it is what it is. But the $5 level just got wicked. I'll probably take a shot at that if I can get tight to the 5 even.
All right, so just so you guys know, we only have now 25% left of AMD. We got some out there at 44, we got some out there at 25 as it took the 50 period again, and we got the first piece out at 20 as well. So 20, 25, and then a 40, not a 50 as that goes. So far so good. All right, so obviously Microsoft is still, in that pocket now and even going lower. So there goes Microsoft, almost $2 in the money. I don't know what to say about that one, but I do know what to say about Apple. Apple be this right now, and it does suck. So Apple just continues to make that move down.
Sell the news.
Breaking through, yeah, exactly, 177. I mean, this is why we wrote, great trade on Oracle. We missed that. We should have been long Oracle off those bottoms. But again, there goes Apple, there goes Microsoft as the market just continues to flush, man. So I don't know. It sucks that Apple's doing this move, but like I said on the sticky note, and I think like we talked about, this is going to be a pricing event. Let's just wait to see what the price is going to be, and I don't think in this market people want to see higher phone prices. So the Huawei's come out with a good phone as well. Obviously Samsung is in the pocket. Google just is going to have their Pixel event, I think October 8th or something like that. So more competition coming for Apple. Not that that really matters. I mean, people are going to buy their products, probably a new watch, MacBook, all that kind of stuff. But it's still a downside move, man. And that was the missed opportunity right there at 178.50 back at the 50
Yeah, that
period.
was the level.
I'll
kick myself over that because I missed my shot at the 178.5. I was maybe a little bit too, I don't know, at that time of day, I found myself way more cautious with the entry points. Like the 180s, it's a lot easier to short it off at 180 than it is to short at 178.50. That's a bit psychological, but if a level is a level, you want to trade it. It's so simple when you like a level off an even dollar to execute the trade. I'll tell you that right now, and you know that 10 times out of 10. Speaking, this is my segue to SoFi. Speaking of even dollar levels, it was a $9 break. It's got a bit of a double bottom at $9. There's no size on the bid here. I went the wrong direction. We'll go this way. There's not a lot of size on the bid, so it's not as if it's bouncing off 9 because there's a million shares on there. It looks like any other level, but it's bounced once, gotten back to 905. If it bounces again, I'll look for the long 2s and 3s with a 3-cent stop to get back into the high. SoFi was a good long. We made sure we took our profit and then just got out when it broke back underneath. And we did the same thing with ACB, which, by the way, it's now failed $1 twice since coming back in. I'd watch out for this. The leader has been CGC, so you want to watch out. ACB is not at the low. CGC is at the low. So I'd be if CGC takes out the bottom, I don't think you want to get caught underneath that buck on ACB. It looks like they're rolling over as a group. I'm going to make the assumption that Sundial's having a bad day because they probably are at this particular point. Tesla is still showing some relative strength. Rivian feels like a flat bottom break at 24. I'll have my eyes on Tesla. If Tesla rolls over and cannot hold 275, which it's underneath right now, this looks like a flat bottom break on Rivian at 24 even. It was a good sympathy run to the upside. I don't think either time we've seen a big run on Rivian, whether it was a volume spike yesterday or this one today, it's been anything other than just rallying with Tesla. So as far as I'm concerned, if Tesla goes red, Rivian up 3% doesn't make any sense to me. If Tesla holds red, I like a flat bottom break on Rivian, unless you show me a story as to why Rivian should be better right now, which I'm not really seeing.
So Microsoft is now $2 in the money, but we do have to go over to Sharif for Sector watch. Yeah, I got it.
There was never any.
Mixed board right now, but definitely more red than green. Let's see what's actually standing out green here. Energy, decidedly green. You have XOM up 2 1/3 and CVX up 1 3/4. There's some notable strength, though, in chips. You see Intel and Qualcomm both green on the day, but tech leading the way down. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, all red. Tesla just trying to hold on to some small gains here, 0.2%. But another notable green name, Industrials, Caterpillar and Deere, both to the high side today, guys.
Caterpillar? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, man, I like some Caterpillar. I'm down with that.
Come on, chart. There you go. Well, that's not that. It's not that much, but I do like you over the 280 level. This is, again, I own Caterpillar, so I know this 280 level has been a bit of a problem. So the fact that you're holding on to it again, it's just a matter of breaking this channel up. It's a great stair step to the upside. Let's see if I can just. There you go. Nice little trend. So the more it holds on to this, I think the better it gets for Caterpillar. But it is what it is. It's relatively strong today in a day where tech is kind of pulling back. That's not necessarily crazy. So WeWork has failed this $5 level. I did not get a fill that satisfied the R&R. I could not get, like, you could short 480. But I'm not shorting 480 to get out at 505. I'm shorting 490 something to get out at 505. If it comes back up here and gives another curl, I'll go for that short. A bit of a bounce play happening in Tesla. If the market wants to hold these bottoms, I think Intel is the one. It's showing some signs of holding. I think also it's SoFi, which can't get off 9, would be another one to go for the long. So I'll go for the long here off the local bottom if I can get something a little tighter into 39.10 on Intel. Just a relatively strong name. And if you got to go long a relatively strong name in this particular market. We mentioned ACB a little bit. One that we have gotten away from is not the cannabis names, but the crypto names. Coinbase. Coinbase is starting to make a bit of a bounce. There's your breakout off pre-market highs, 82.5. It's holding the breakout price, which is generally bullish. So if it breaks out back to the upside again, I think Coin could be in that bucket for the long. Not that I necessarily love longs on Coinbase. There goes SoFi. I might have to give up the notion of a reload on SoFi because it's now underneath that 9. So no hold at 9 even means no entry to the long for me. I'm not going to fight it. I need to join strength and join as opposed to assume strength and go long. Not going to be the play.
Okay, so just try to line up some guests for tonight as well. Oracle's still going. Yeah, I love that Oracle play for sure off some of the bottoms. I mean, if we're going to look for some bottoms, we could try to find them somewhere. Google, I was just looking at it. We're very, very light, man. We never got more shares.
Disney double bottom.
And that sucks because Disney, because 137 was there and we wrote it. So it's funny that we can go 7 for 7 today and still be mad that we missed out on a better short for Google. So, that's what we're doing right now. Or is it 6 for 6? ACB, that's 1. AMC is 2, AMD is 3, Disney is 4, 5 is Google, and 6 is Microsoft. Okay, so 6, but we did miss it. So, here definitely to tell you that that Google trade was a missed opportunity, and Neil just brought up, yes, so okay, so this finally, good. So this is what we're looking for right now. So here's Disney coming back in, definitely bottoming here at $83. Coming into some of these pre-market lows. I mean, if you're really going to give it to the pre-market lows, you probably got to give it to 70s or 60s. But right now, I don't know if I like the long yet. So I have to preference everything with that. Don't know if we like the long, but Disney is looking right now, kind of, move it over this way, kind of looking like a nice bottom there, and if we break it, that's even better. The 200 period is right there. I almost feel like you want to wait till this breaks that 200 period of 83.25 and then ignite the long back up into VWAP of 83.50. So that's what I'm going to wait for. A break right there of 83.25 on Disney, but I'm glad we talked about it because I actually think this could be a really good play there. So let's take a look. We're bouncing back off here right now. You know what? Let's just try a small Disney long then. If we can get it. Whoopsies. Okay, well, we just punched into 11s there. We probably could have bid 10s, but now we're long at 11. So let's see. A little bit of a test there on Disney. Just going to give this to that early bottom. I mean, I know we wicked all the way down there into 60, but we're not busy with that. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to worry about this bottom of 90 break. So let's see if it comes into play here. The 90 break on Disney will be our out. So let's take it. Otherwise, we'll hold it and get more if we take out 25s.
So just I want to note a couple of things. I'm on the bid trying to get this Intel. If the market's going to bounce here, I know I like me some Intel. SoFi is battling $9 still, so I don't want to completely give up on this. It just wicked underneath and got 8.99 and is right back above. So I could still look for like a 2 long here that I give to that 98 level maybe. So you're looking at 4 cents worth of risk. If it gets above VWAP, I do like it. This is a trend up trade. We've been waiting for the 9 breaks. So you want to give it multiple chances to go. Apple is, not good, but it's trying to bounce here. So look, missed an opportunity. We set it at 178.5, but if it bounces, I'd look to rejoin this back at VWAP at 178 even. That's where we grabbed out of it, so why not try to join the trend back there. Goliath Geo, shout out to you in the chat. Thoughts on this HKIT pop? Well, without looking at it, take profit is never a bad thing because HKIT doesn't have many good reasons to go to the upside. It's not really even, that's not much of a pop for HKIT. I understand 220 to 260 is a big move. For most stocks, if you go 15% to the upside, that is an absolutely fantastic move. For HKIT, that ain't ish. It's really nothing. Like, this is a stock that was at like $50 and pulled all the way back in. It doesn't even move the needle. You don't even register that on the 15-minute or the daily. So strong move to the upside. All it did is clear past yesterday's close. Did not even get anywhere sniffing to yesterday's resistance at 275. So it's not that strong of a move. I'm not getting caught chasing something like an HKIT on a day like today. So that's a hard pass for me. I'm starting to think that NEO might be running out of steam. If this market continues to flush, look at the wick top that NEO did above 1080. I thought $11 it might get to. At least on the daily, it made more sense. But that's a big wick top put in on NEO. If it gets back here and cannot take out that 1080 again, NEO suddenly looks like a short on the 15-minute chart. On the 3-minute, obviously that's an upward trend. But when I slap the 15 up, that looks like a big rejection wick above that 1080 level. And up 3.5%, up in a down market. At some point, you join the trend here. If I can short off 1080, that does give you a nice R&R.
Yeah, we're getting close to getting some more fill up here. Like we said, AMD is still a positive name for us. We're going to wait to see if we can get something at 80, like as if it just went to 85, 86 right there. And we are waiting for 82, so hopefully this will come in. Maybe we could buy a little bit more right now. Apple is falling down, so let's just buy a little bit here at 86 if we can. Oh man, I can't believe we just missed that AMD reload, but we are ready to go over to the desk with a Money Talks with Sharif.
On Sean. Yep, the DXY having itself a good day, up 1/3%, typically moving inversely with the market. The market's down, the Dixie's up. Let's see how it's doing against the other currencies here. The euro taking it on the chin again against the greenback today, 1/3% negative. The US dollar also strong against the Japanese yen, up 0.41, and the quid against the greenback. The quid losing about 1/3 of its value today against the greenback, and the Canadian dollar, the loonie, not too bad against the US dollar, only 0.1 to the downside, outperforming.
Yes, sir, definitely outperforming. We like that, but at the end of the day, we trade equity here. And the second I try to get offers out on NEO, it already starts to flush. So bit of a missed opportunity there. GJ Chaps just said Palantir, huge fail. Is that at the 16 level? No. Okay, never mind. This chart. Yeah, that's a big rejection. That's exactly the kind of rejection candle I'm looking for on NEO. Above that 16, it tries to break out, and you've absolutely flushed off of that. Coin is also a huge flush to the downside. It's getting back down into that 81 level. If Mara gets to 10, I did mention that before. Again, a gimmicky style play. If it gets to 10 even, yesterday's bottom is 9.96. I look for an under-over at $10 that holds on to 9.96. It's not there yet, but that's just a play that we'll look for. Intel's still trying to hold out, but the market is almost entirely too weak. I do feel like I want that NEO short. Apple, not much of a bounce to be faded. Like, you're getting to the point where it's not even giving you an entry on any kind of a bounce play. Forget about VWAP here. It might just be a short off the 177. And just say forget about everything else. It just wicked 77s and got to 20s. It might just be a short that you give to 177.25. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, joining the trend is joining the trend as long as you have your out. The trend is your friend until the end when it bends.
All right, here we go. It is, yeah.
That's you, Obi.
That's another Obi line right there.
He just goes yes in the background.
Yes, Obi is there. Okay. what else we want to do here? I mean, Microsoft right now, give me a break. This is now 250 in the money off the sticky note. Like we wrote down 337. It is still tank city and not stopping anytime soon. So there goes Microsoft. Huge move to the downside, man. And I mean, it's still bleeding. Obviously, wish we still had some on, but can't complain about this. 50 cents in the money on Microsoft, on Google, so that's fine. AMD, we finally have the reload right now. All this, meanwhile, Disney's working to the long, which is kind of funny to me. But again, you know, well, you never know what's going to work and what's not going to work. There goes AMD. So here we got a reload. Remember where our out is on AMD if we break below 50, below 60, which is right here, right now. We're going to get out. So not too much risk to reward on this one. We don't want to hold this one forever. And there's Disney. I just said jokingly that it's working. It's up a little bit right now. We could take some out. Why not? I mean, it's not going to be a huge win, but we'll take some out there at 17 or so as it goes to the upside. Hopefully it'll continue to print there. Again, breaking through 25, I think we like a little bit more shares on that if that can come through. So we'll see about that early on right there for Disney getting some out there. AMD's trying to battle back. Again, if we can get, you know, it's 15 cents or so worth of risk. If we can get this back up into the O's, we'll take some profit up there. But as this market continues to go downside, I wish we could say that, well, you know what? I just wish we were sure of the futures, actually. We talk about that all the time. Well, it looks like it's going to be Adam and Max going through. So that should be good.
Boom.
What's up with Obi?
Adam crushed it. I don't know.
All right, good. Well, Adam will come on, so new flavor.
Well, Adam crushed it last
Yeah,
time.
good, man. Have him come through, and let's see if we can get going on that one. So
Let's
Adam
go.
and Max coming through in about 5 minutes, so stay tuned as we flip up the game again on everybody right now. So,
whoops. I know we forgot something. Anyways, I'm just going to adjust this here. I didn't even notice these were still on bulls. Obviously, yesterday was a bull day. It's just sometimes you make the trades and then you sort of forget about the little cosmetic things. Rivian broke 24 even. We said that's a flat bottom break. When a flat bottom breaks, look, if you're going to coin a term, I've always said this, like if you coin a term, it must mean you like the setup, right? So you got to take those setups when they come in. So when I coin a term like the flat bottom break, I'm going to take that trade every single time. 24 broke, got 97s. We'll work this. I don't know if it fills in the entire gap, but I now wanted to short this off of VWAP and give it into those 10s. The trend is your friend till the end. And this trend is to said downside. As I said, getting into Apple, this is a time of day I hate rushing into trades that aren't setting up perfectly for you. That's the only excuse I have for not being back into the Apple short. I did try to just grab it off that 177 and didn't get filled. Didn't feel like chasing it, but it is still trend down on Apple here. An ugly one. Remember, Rivian, I think, is just following Tesla. So if Tesla couldn't hold on, I'm like, well, Rivian's going to follow it. So looking for that short until Tesla bounces makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. Coin looking ugly. PNC making some moves. Okay. I mean, again, on days like today, you always want to know relative strength and weakness, right? So you show me something that's up 5% and taking out highs when the market's making fresh lows, it'll pique my interest, but I don't know the story here. So that's the first thing I'm going to get out of the way. Now, a lot of times you're going to have something happening, so I'll maybe try to look into this. There's only 3 minutes left. This is looking like it's breaking out on PNC. To me, there's obviously a story, and you want to make sure you know what's going on. Always good to look for relative strength and weakness. This seems like it can be a name for lunch money, but I want to do some work on that one before we get back to it, or even look for a trade in it.
all right, what's up to Willis Addison right now? We only have 3 minutes to go before we get over to the big guys over there. But it is right now 800% on Oracle puts. He says boom. I say bang. Great job, Willis, man, on that one. I don't know what you're talking about, Willis. There, as I don't know if
soon to be
you
starting
knew about
for
Oracle
Tennessee.
earnings or not, but you know, nice move, nice move. Shout out to Willis McGahee. All right, so
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly, man. See, I got some Bills love. All right, so 83.23 right now. I mean, we're doing it again on Disney. So there it is, man. We called this long, and it is in charge right now on DIS. So hopefully this will make a move back down in, give us either longer at 83 and change, or we'll continue to go up and we'll break that long at 83.25. But we already have some here, so I don't kind of like back and forth with what to do. I may just get out of this Microsoft. I mean, we just had almost $3 there in the money. It's down to 330, 333.30 right there. Like, that's a big move down for Softy, man. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be this explosive, sort of say, on the downside move right there, but that is exactly what it is. So nice move there for Microsoft. We'll probably just be able to hold it. Yeah, I saw someone just say hola, Kat, so let's put it on the screen.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
Very well done there,
Sharif,
Sharif. In the background, this guy
Actually,
really
you know what?
loves
Whoa,
that.
hold on a second. No.
What's up?
This what's up, Sharif.
Like, subscribe, and share it, the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Talk trash about my bills and see what's up.
He
I
likes
got
that.
buttons to press, dude. You don't want to mess around with a dude that has buttons to press up in your face.
Yeah, Sharif.
PNC Financial CEO saying they're expecting cost savings to benefit bottom line, and some they're basically looking at positive outlook. Essentially, is why the stock is running. So on a day where tech is down, if you have a financial stock running, I think that's not a bad story, and it is looking like a bit of a breakout. I don't know that you want to chase the top here at 11 o'clock, but that is, I mean, it's in the right kind of space. It can look pretty good here. As I mentioned, we did grab Rivian. It is still holding right around VWAP. If it doesn't up and down, like break VWAP and then kind of come back under, that's a perfect reload opportunity here. I just feel like the short is in, and why wouldn't this also decide to follow suit? Intel's holding up here. I took some, the market made a fresh low and I had a chance to get some out at break even, but this is holding up well. That was probably a mistake. I mean, Intel looking pretty decent, up 1.8%, and seeming like it made a temporary bottom. The market fresh lows, this holding a bottom. A lot of times that can give you a sign of strength that you want to play into to the upside. We'll see what happens, but we got about 15 seconds to go, so I'll let you, any final thoughts here?
Yeah, no real. I just got out of some AMD there because there it goes breaking. I mean, the market's not holding any of these levels, so we decided to get out of that trade. Well, obviously it just broke now, so we're out of that. AMC is still, it just went right back to bottoms again. This could be a good out. I'm going to hold on to this, man, as this market just keeps on bleeding lower. Like I just keep saying, there's really not a lot of point to be getting out of all of these names. So let's just hold on to it. Market's breaking lower. Have fun with the Apple event. Me and Neil will be here trading, so we'll be supporting these guys. Not that they need it, but these two guys kind of look like brothers, actually. So we'll see.
You know what? My first instinct was to make a joke that I probably shouldn't make, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, let's go without any further ado, man. Thank you so much for everything today. As we don't have too many perfect days, but today was a barbecue day for sure for us here. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun talking football early. We had some fun with Jeff Mendo, so thank you for Jeff to come through. We got a new bet between you and
Well,
Sharif.
I didn't have fun talking about football.
Well, we still had fun.
Well, I mean,
fun.
Yeah,
Could have been. I mean, it would have been better talking about a win.
Let's put it this way: if it wasn't a good morning trading, I'd be in a really bad mood right now.
Right, exactly. So it was a great morning trading, and it's about to even get better. So thank you so much, everybody watching. Follow us on Twitter and all that jazz. Let's throw it over to the midday hosts. It's Max and Adam.
Oh. What's going on, everybody? I'm Max. This is Adam. We're brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profit and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to Surge Trader. What's going on, Adam?
Nothing. I just watched Tesla rip the past couple of days and then go back pretty much. Pretty following suit of how the market's been for the last 2 weeks. So I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. What did you trade this morning? Did you trade Tesla?
Yeah, so I traded Tesla off the pullback. Got long, like, honestly.
You got to adjust your mic there. Sorry, it's kind of sideways.
Good.
Everybody can hear you. Yeah. All right, pull up your chart here. Let's see what you got into.
So I don't have my fills on.
Oh yes, of course.
But basically, we had this. Let me go to Tesla here. We had the opening flush, and it was obviously super strong yesterday based off the upgrade from Morgan Stanley. The guy gave it a $400 price target, and so it gapped up and ripped pretty much all day. So I was looking for some continuation with that momentum. So we had this initial flush here, pulled back into some moving averages on the hourly time frame, and so I just got long above the highs of this low here, stopped below the low of the day, and off to the races. incremental covers. I didn't expect that big of a move. I kind of took some off into prior day high, around 275. But it was a nice move in the morning, and I was pretty happy with that.
Nice trade. Nice trade. I imagine your chart looks something like this. If you guys come over to my screen,
Yeah, pretty
I had
much.
the exact same thing this morning.
Sick.
I really like that 270 into 269 level. So I tried once off 269.5, and then or off 269 even. Sorry, and then if you fail once, I'll give it one more shot. And I was able to take 269, 270, get almost everything out into 275, and then add on the 275 breakout. And ended up trailing out, which was a fantastic trail out, it seems, because Tesla did not want to make that secondary move, it seems, today. I was kind of expecting the move into like 280 based on that opening drive, and we kind of gave it all back. So happy that I didn't continue to try on Tesla today. And other than that, I mean,
You definitely
kind
got to
of
take
had a lot
some
of
off.
names today. Yeah. I had a lot of names. Oracle, ACB was pretty good for a minute. That I imagine a few people in the chat might have had the ACB $1 breakout. Come on, Lo. There we go. That $1 breakout gives you 15 cents. I guess a 15% move is something that you might want to take usually. I was thinking moon, so I ended up swapping out at 104 with half of it, but we were able to scalp some out. Had a decent day on ACB. Oracle as well. Pretty nasty move on this one. I don't know if you had any fills on Oracle. I was thinking we'd bounce at 113, and we just crashed right through that 113 price, all the way down to 110. The first fills that I had were trying the 110 breakout that I could hear in the background. Neil was trying the same thing. Got filled on a little bit of bamboozlement on that one. That 110 filled initially without actually breaking. Then the second time it filled again but went nowhere. But finally we take out this 110.20 area. I'm able to get long and got almost I guess $1.50 out of that. So that was pretty good there. And then there's Carvana today, which people in the chat talking about Carvana. I tried it at the wrong prices. It's kind of too bad for me on Carvana. Could have been a decent day there. Obviously it didn't continue. But Carvana did end up getting through that 51.70 that I liked. I took the breakout once, missed the 52, so I took 53 instead, which was pretty dumb there. Ended up losing, and now we're all the way back down. But holding that 50 level, and maybe Carvana has another move in it. I mean, if we're taking out 54 today, I feel like Carvana could definitely go somewhere. As Austin, member for 22 months, gave away 10 Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you to Austin for that. What else? What's going on right now? Market kind of dying. I've been up for like 20 minutes, so I haven't seen what's going on as this NASDAQ just crashes through that 15.6 level, which was pretty key yesterday, proving to be pretty key today. Seems like the short might be in that 15, what is that? 15.530, 540 from yesterday, possibly coming into play today. I feel like we got to find some shorts here, but I'm not sure quite what to short at the moment.
I was looking at some Nike for a short.
Nike, okay.
Yeah, we have like a lot of these names that have made those big moves down, kind of went sideways for a few weeks. Nike just started to lose those lows from August the 23rd. And as soon as it lost those lows, it kind of went down, but it's a slow mover, especially when the market had some upside momentum earlier in the day. You can't really expect these downside names to crater. But if the market continues or decides to kind of go down a lot today, then Nike, a lot of these names that are pulling in that have been relatively weak could definitely go down some more. So I'm watching Nike short. I'm watching this name HLIT. Let me pull this up for you guys.
HLIT, I remember that one.
Yeah, this made a huge move. What was it, a couple years ago? Or last year?
Maybe last year, yeah.
I'm not too sure. But anyways, it got obliterated on earnings, went down 22% on earnings, and it's just gone sideways. If it can get below the lows of the day today, below this 988 level, then it can definitely get hit some more, I believe, here. I mean, it snapped back, but
kind of forming a shelf there above that 1004 level, so maybe you could get something in below that 10.04, and
Yeah.
I don't know.
It loses 10.
What's below?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Look out below.
There's nothing on that daily chart below that $10 that I can see. ACB is still kind of hanging out, but I don't think there's anything on that unless we're taking out the high. But you know, ACB taking out that $1 level is always key on these small caps. If it doesn't continue down, you figure that shorts are going to get stopped out through that 115 high. I may consider taking that, but I don't know. That feels a little sketchy to me. But you look at what happened yesterday on CGC, $1 to $1.70 in one day. I mean, this is basically the exact same setup. It's holding above, or it's holding around $1 today, so not quite the exact same setup. But if we're taking out the high later on in the show, I think I will probably be attempting a long on ACB. Nothing at the moment, though. Oracle also, this one, I like that 112 level, so maybe a 112 breakout makes sense, even though this stock is down like crazy today. I feel like we can do a little bit of mean reversion here on Oracle. Finally works. All right, yeah, 111.93-ish is the high of this little move. Kind of a flat top forming here for the breakout. We got a little bit of size on the 112, so I'm considering taking a 112 breakout on Oracle. Tesla just straight up dying. Maybe Tesla through 270 is a short, but yeah, I don't know on that one. Look at HKIT. I don't know. No volume on HKIT, but it is making that move. That is interesting, actually. Maybe, I mean, down from, wow. All right, down from $33 to $3.50 in one day. And, oh yeah, was I talking with Sharif about this one the other day? I feel like yes. This one, that's crazy. I mean, if this takes out $3, maybe you can get back to like 5, 6, 7. I mean, it went down so much that mean reversion. Like maybe you get a 20% move on that $30 down move. Could be something here. I don't know.
So I'm thinking of getting short the Qs here. I have them losing the daily range from yesterday's low. So if it can, stay below this low, and we can keep trending lower, we've seen a lot of the big names get hit. Microsoft getting hit, Tesla getting hit, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. So I think I'm going to get the Qs and see what we can do with that. Because I put a lot of importance on prior day high and lows, because in order to go lower you have to lose the prior day's range. In order to go higher you have to lose the prior day's high. So if we just can stay below the yesterday's low, I think those short bias will be on, and I won't really be looking to take any longs. And let's just see if we can ride this trend out.
I think that makes a lot of sense, given that we kind of made that move up off the open on NASDAQ there. Blasted off that 15.6 level that was so important yesterday. I mean, you look at that breakout. We take out 15.6, basically don't look back for the rest of the day. Now we try, can't get back to yesterday's high, and giving back that 15.6, giving up yesterday's low. Seems like the short is on right now. I don't know what the next level is for me, but yeah, looking pretty nasty on the market right now. 15.5 probably incoming here. We'll see if that can hold. If not, I don't know. I mean, Apple kind of forming a flat bottom, but we know that they have that conference later on today. So taking a market-related kind of short on Apple maybe doesn't make sense, even though I like that idea going into that event. The iPhone event always gets shorted, it seems, or sold. Unless they're launching some crazy AI iPhone today, I feel like Apple's going to get pretty smoked this afternoon, although we're already down like almost 2% on Apple, so maybe we've done what we have to do. I don't know, but nice flat bottom here at 176.25. I feel like if you want to market short, maybe that one makes sense. Maybe Tesla through this low right now, but kind of in the middle on Tesla. And there's always going to be buyers there given what we have done in the last couple days on this one. So maybe Tesla, not the best short. Apple, maybe what I want to do, but
I feel like Apple has to have some crazy type of news in order to save it. I mean, based off all this news that's been coming out of China and
yeah,
India,
you got the China news.
India news. There's some stuff going on with the operations there that people aren't too confident in. And we know that those are both huge markets for them. So I don't know, unless they're releasing like 4 new iPhones, like I'm not too sure what's going to be able to give it a jolt to the stock price.
Yeah, it better be some kind of insane advancement, which I don't think a USB-C port in the bottom of the phone is enough to send Apple back to the
that
the
people
high
are going to have to
day,
pay
but we'll
extra
see.
for too.
Exactly.
I don't really want to change my charger currently. Like I don't.
Yeah, I
go
have
and
enough.
pay for that.
I have enough iPhone charging cables as it is, so I don't want to have to get rid of those and buy some new ones. Oracle just bounced off of that 112. I think I'm going to take this long through 112 right now. It seems like, I don't know, 112 I thought was a good spot on it previously when it was going down. Obviously, that didn't work on the way down, but we have this flat top now. I feel like people are probably stuck short on the day on Oracle, but yeah, so I'm going to take this breakout, try to get it into like 112.50 first, and then if we're breaking 113, that was the pre-market low. Nice shelf breakdown. It broke down pretty cleanly this morning, so you got to figure, everybody's kind of short below that 113. We got 113 kind of 20 is basically the high of day since the open. That is the high of day, right? 113.20 right there, yeah. I feel like if we're above that, we're probably squeezing people out to 115. So that's my idea. Not trying to hold this one if it does break out and hold, and really only giving this to like 111.89 probably on the downside. So not trying to risk anything and trying to make everything. We'll see if that works. CRNX, I think this one was from yesterday. Is this yes? Yeah. Going for that $30 level, which could be, this is a 52-week high according to Trade Ideas. NASDAQ. Look at the daily. This is a 52-week high on the CRNX. Could be all-time high, although I think it would say that on my Trade Ideas. So maybe not all-time high, but 52-week highs on CNRX. Had news yesterday on, I don't remember. It's pharmaceutical, so some kind of drug approval. But yeah, going for that $30 clean even level. Yesterday's high 29.50-ish. I feel like you could structure a trade here. I don't love how little liquidity there is on this one, so maybe not the best for me at the moment. But I don't know. I can see this really kind of blasting off from this $30. Short float 9%. Yeah, that could be interesting. Not enough volume really for a $25 or $29 name. But I mean, this could definitely go, and lots of buying coming into it. It's just been trending up all day. So anybody getting short is definitely feeling it at the moment. I mean, anybody short in the last 52 weeks is underwater at this level. So maybe that I'm convincing myself on this $30 breakout here. Yeah, maybe I'll take this for small size, actually.
Someone said, can you take a look at MDA? I'm assuming it's this MDA LTD on the TSX. It looks good. It's obviously very strong. It had this, what is that gap? 23% gap. It took out the earnings highs, and now it's just trending higher. It sees some nice buying volume come in, low selling volume. When you get this nice low volume consolidation pullback, followed by some high volume to the upside, like that's pretty much exactly what you're looking for. So, I mean, if you're in this MDA, then that looks great for continuation. The only thing I will say is that it's trading right now at this prior high here from the 23rd of March, which, although it's a long time ago, if people take note of that, it could stall a little bit here. So perhaps there's some people trying to go short or take some profits at this level. But once it clears this level, you know, there's nothing really in its way until you get to about $14, $15. So I think it looks great. It just might be due for some consolidation. It's a little bit extended, but definitely a lot of momentum in the name. Looks good. Yeah.
Seems like an interesting breakout level for sure at that prior high there.
Yeah, I like that. I like the earnings high and low pivots. Once you get like confirmation of those levels, the same way I was talking about HLIT to the downside, for example. That's not it. When you get HLIT to the downside like this, you know, like that's gonna be pretty clean. Once it loses this, it could start a nice, you know, weak trend to the downside. Same thing for MDA to the upside. So I like that. It's just gonna drift higher. As long as it stays above this earnings high, then I think more upside is expected for this name.
Good look there for sure.
Yeah.
We haven't talked a ton about what you tend to like to trade. What are your like kind of favorite setups, favorite stocks? You a small cap guy?
I like most of the mega caps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just a lot easier to trade for me personally. I don't know. There's a lot of liquidity. It's just that when you're trading, sometimes they can make very fast moves. So you know, like Tesla today, and I'm gonna pull up my Tesla trade from today just so you can see. Like you don't have a lot of time to be able to catch this type of move, right? Like this is.
Look at that bottom wick.
Yeah, that's not a regular occurrence for me. I don't want to pretend like that's what I usually do. But you know, when you catch that bottom, like that's there for 15 seconds, and you got to be on it.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you're not, then you know you can get smoked. It can take out this low, and all of a sudden you got hit extremely hard. So I like to trade Tesla. I think everyone does. I like to trade just liquid names. SoFi I traded today. It's not a huge name, but I liked this level. If I can pull up SoFi on TradingView, see SoFi. I know I have a ton of moving averages and stuff. I don't always use those, but I just like to see where the supply and demand is for certain names. So SoFi, we have this 50-day moving average break. You can see here it stopped at 893. Here again, 892. So I don't really like going 892 when you have $9 looming around, especially for a low price name like SoFi. So I took the $9 break, and then you know it gave you 10, 15 cents and kind of stalled out and reversed as the market reversed course. So I mean, it's understandable when the market turns, and as soon as it lost that $9 level, I was out. But I like to just trade based off of the indexes, and I think that these mega caps have the most correlation, the most beta with the indexes. And so if you're keeping an eye on the NASDAQ or the futures like I do, you know, at all times you have a 1-minute chart up, you can see every little move. You can kind of tell what the trend is going to be. It makes it easy to see relative strength, you know, in these names relative to the market. And if the market's going to reverse course, then you can have a good idea of what's going to pop for you next. So yeah.
That makes sense.
So
and you can find those soft spots, like that $9 level on SoFi. You can take that. You're probably risking like 4 or 5 cents.
Exactly.
And versus, you know, maybe taking like a NASDAQ contractor or QQQs or something, you know, your risk isn't as like defined on the market
Of course.
moves if you are just trying to like catch some piece of a trend, I guess.
Well, there's just a lot of fluctuation. So SoFi, exactly. If you're risking against that $9 level, you can risk, you know, you can risk to the low. You can risk, I think I was risking 5 cents. You know, you make 15 cents, that's 3 to 1. I'll take that. I'll take that every day of the week, right?
We take 3 to 1s.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're like me and you're stubborn and won't take anything less than a 10 to 1.
Refuse to sell.
But yeah, this also Oracle just bounced off 112 again, so that's actually making me like this breakout even more. So we'll see if this does end up working. We're holding above VWAP, down day, down 12% on. I was talking to Brankles. I think he said this is a $300 billion name. Let me just double check on Trade Ideas or CL. Yeah, $300 billion name, down 12%. You got to imagine there's a dip buyer somewhere on this one. So looks like they came in at 110. Kind of wish I was still holding that. I got stopped out on that kind of break of 111 there. But I think, you know, we break 112, kind of proving strength right now. I think this one can continue to go. You know, how many times do we see these names kind of go right back to their pre-market range when they've been down 12, 15%? feel like this is a decent trade if we can get it. I mean, I'm not going to risk more than 5 cents on this. This is a flat top breakout. You know, you're not risking this all the way back down to 111. So looking for 5 cents to try to get, you know, $1.50 or up to like $3 on this Oracle trade. Also, that CRNX, I think I might just cancel that order because, you know, you want it to. It's kind of looking good on the chart, but you look at this tape, like there's nothing. No volume on this. I've seen this too many times before, so I'm going to cancel that one. The volume comes in when you get in and not in your direction, typically. What else we got? Tesla. Oh, wow.
Someone said take a look at Lucid.
Lucid.
I think if you're looking at Lucid, then you also have to be looking at Tesla.
Yeah.
Especially given the move yesterday. And so you see this opening, I guess you call this opening drive, and you know it spikes, gives you a nice 20 cents, and then it fades. That's pretty similar to the move that Tesla gave you. I think it's just relatively weak. If you look on the daily chart, it just doesn't have the upside momentum. It rides those moving averages down. And people are asking why I have moving averages, because you want to see different stocks respect different moving averages, right? So one might choose to hug an 8-period moving average. One might choose to hug a 9-period. One might choose to hug a 10-period. I don't have everything on at all times, but I like to throw them up and see what does this stock like to respect when it gets to trend. And Lucid, you can see it's just trending downward, and I have the 10 and 21 period moving averages. And it's no coincidence that these wicks are wicking right into these moving averages here and then getting rejected. So if you were long off that opening drive, you might have this up on your daily chart and say, okay, this might be a good sell area for me because Tesla's rolling over. Additionally, Lucid has these moving averages here. A lot of people could be looking at them because 10, 21 day moving averages are pretty common on a lot of people's charts. So if you were long, you could look to take some profits. I think that's what a lot of people do. And as a result, we then roll over. And yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Lucid. There is a factory, though, not too far from where I live. Just across Vaughan Mills. There's a Lucid.
Lucid has a factory in Canada?
Not a factory, like a showroom.
The showroom. Yeah. Okay. Vaughan Mills, yeah.
Not a factory, sorry. I don't need to even have any factories.
There's got to be one. Yeah. I did see one on the road once.
Yeah, they're nice, actually.
Okay.
You're not a fan?
Not a fan. A little overcomplicated for me. I'm kind of picky when it comes to cars, but
I think a lot of the EVs just look the same. Like they all have that. They try to go for like that sleek model, which, I mean, it's nice. Everyone has their preferences, but
they're all trying to be very aerodynamic too, to save on the or to get better range. So
exactly, yeah.
They're all these like smoothed out, kind of bubbly looking things, and that ain't really my style personally. The one that I saw was like champagne colored, with like silver accents and stuff, though. That looked terrible. Not very good.
You like a nice red.
A nice red? I don't know about red. I like Sharif at the desk. No, he's not. But Sharif's car, that electric blue color, pretty sweet on his
nice.
His SUV. Can we look at Airbnb? Yeah, Max is a Porsche guy. We can look at Airbnb. I'm still looking at Oracle right now. It's pushing into that 112, making higher lows, looking like this flat top breakout is definitely incoming. I got a little profit taker here at 112.50, and then we'll see if we can get through 113. I'm wondering if 113 is an ad on this, given that was the pre-market low. I may just try a 113 ad if it comes in. Also, Carvana is sitting at 50 right now. Did a decent hold at 50 today, but
Carvana gave you a nice move.
Carvana gave a fantastic move today. I think, I had it on my list, hold $50, which, in my kind of book, getting down 60 cents and then breaking out from 50, that's enough of a hold of $50. You could have taken this kind of pre-market 50-50 level, which never looked back as well. So definitely opportunity there on Carvana. I'm wondering if it kind of wicks 50 right now and then we get the move back to VWAP. I just want to see a little bit more consolidation here, a little bit more kind of betting in this area so that, when you do get long on a failed breakout, there are more people that are wanting to cover here. So Carvana on watch, but like let's let it sit here for another 5 to 10 minutes, kind of go sideways, and then if it fail breaks 50, I will consider the long as we just get to 50-50 right there. So maybe you should have just been punching.
So I think it's interesting, like how different. So you said Carvana holding the $50 level.
Yeah.
So that's where you were looking at. For me, I would be looking to take it long above this 51.68. So it stopped 51.68 here.
Yeah.
Stopped 51.69 there. So that's a pretty clear level for me. I just throw that up, and I had this on my secondary watch list today. Carvana isn't the easiest thing to trade for me. I haven't had a ton of success with it, to be honest, but that was a clean level, and I just think it's interesting how different traders.
I did have that breakout there.
You took it above there as well.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a failure on that one. I think it. Let's pull it back up. I think it got back down to like. Yeah. So it ends up getting all the way back to like below 51, and then it goes the 52 breakout, taking that kind of high of day double top there might have been the way to go. I don't know. I think that I had the same idea as you. My number one idea on Carvana today was that 51.70 breakout. That didn't work, so is what it is. But yeah, holding the $50 level was kind of a secondary look on that, thinking it was trading above there in pre-market and then just was kind of fading down. So at that point, I kind of took it off. I'm like, whatever.
Right.
I'll just take my 51.70 if it shows up. But yeah, I mean,
Those momentum breaks can be hard.
Yeah.
Like, if you're buying $50, that's more of an established support level. It's like we were saying with the SoFi $9 level. You have a clear level that you can risk against, and I think it increases the probability of it working out in your favor. But when you're chasing those momentum stocks, although it stopped at that level twice, there's still a good chance that it can go up 30 cents and then get rejected, and you get stuffed $1. So there's definitely a lot more problems or decrease in probability that comes with taking those momentum upside trades. Someone mentioned to take a look at Uber. I'll just pull that up. I like Uber. I own it personally. I always said that the day that I stop taking Ubers is the day that I'll sell. So I'm not too sure if that's going to be anytime soon.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm long Oracle. It just blasted off through that 112. So I'm long 01s. That just topped out at 30s there. We do have a dark pool wick up to 80s, so let's hope that's where we're going. But yeah, now already 20 cents in the money on this Oracle trade. Looking for 49s for my first out. Somebody in the chat, who was it? Secret Treasures saying Oracle's in squeeze mode. Agreed on that one. Here we go, up to 112.50 area. Where did that top out? 40s, 41. So yeah, looking for that 49 fill. Let's go, Oracle. Yeah, what can we, maybe we're talking about Oracle only down 5% at this point. Market's bouncing right now. Yeah, I'm looking for 115 as that final out on this trade, and it's just straight printing green all the way. Looking like people potentially getting squeezed out of shorts here. Let's see what happens over 112.50, over 113. I think 113 breakout makes a lot of sense to take, so I'm going to be adding on 113 if and when that does show up. As we get this bounce on the NASDAQ and the ES. Going, you could say that we're holding yesterday's low at this point. That is kind of where we just broke out from, so
Yeah, I think it's
maybe we want to hold.
I think it's even more powerful. You get that undercut of the low.
Yeah, you got
Perhaps
people getting short.
You trap them, and then you flip higher, and that can really give some upside momentum. You see the volume coming in on the Qs here once we get this upside momentum here, as opposed to the low volume on the red candles. So yeah, I think if that's the bottom, you could have some more upside momentum. If we take out this level, this consolidation level here, around here, and there's a lot of upside to go. But I do like how it undercut that prior day's low and then ripped back higher. That can give a lot of upside momentum. And then you want to be watching the Oracles, you want to be watching the Teslas, the Microsofts. If those start to go back to the upside, then you can have a bit more of a broad market rally, and that can add fuel to the fire. So definitely keep a watch on that.
Yeah, I like that too. I like the, I mean, that's how I like to trade, is watching levels get broken and then taking back through them again. Same like with this 110 level that I was using. So exact same kind of action on NASDAQ there. We'll see if we can get back to that like 15.6, which is what I deem to be kind of the key level on the day. Still got 50 points to go to get there. So still, you know, looking weak for now, but we start to take out some levels. Maybe we're talking about the dip buy again. I mean, we look at yesterday's action. We spent the whole kind of first half of the day below that 15.6, and then we blast off. If we get the same action today, I mean, maybe we're talking about 15.7, 15.8 before long. Oracle holding 112, but not wanting to go through the 30s at the moment. So topped out at 112.40 there. Looking for that 30 to break and then get into that profit-taking order at 112.50, which I might just cancel that and see where this one wants to go. Don't need to like arbitrarily pick 112.50 there, as more buying just pouring into this name. Feels like a bit of a short squeeze. You know, we know this is SSR. People can't hit the bid anymore. You wait for the selling to be done, and then you know, get long on the retracement here. So we'll see. We'll see. Not totally, you know, what I expected. I kind of figured we'd be at 112.50 right away on this one, but not stopping me out. So feeling good here. Not going to lose more than like 10 cents on this trade, and looking for like $1. Also Tesla. What a nice clean hold of 270 there. As the market's bouncing, Tesla flying into that key 270 level. That was the pre-market low here. 270 wicks by 10 cents, and then you know, you're right back into almost 272 at this point. Beautiful. That long's looking very, very solid right now. I think, you know, 272 breaking out back to VWAP does make a little bit of sense. It's not something that I'm going to take, because you're kind of in the middle here. I think that the edge is on that 270 trade. You have 269 right below that if you want to risk the whole $1. That's not something, you know, I'm not going to risk the whole $1 on it if I'm doing that. I'd just be risking to like 80s, but you know, you take 270 right back through, never looks back. And yeah, that's a great trade. I feel like I got a little FOMO. I feel that I should have that one. And shout out to somebody in a chat of mine who does have that long. So, you know, if you're watching, shout out to you. The chat may know this person. But yeah, looking at that 272, looking for VWAP, I think that that looks solid. Oracle looking really solid right now, so I'm just going to try to look away from that one. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. What else? What are people trading?
Short PDD.
PDD, eh? Yeah, PDD was nasty.
Let's take a
last
look.
week. We're at 100 again.
Yeah,
People
right
buying
there.
up that. What it was privacy news, right? So we get this big down move from 102 into like 92. I figured we were going to see 80s before long, and
it's
nope,
some buying coming.
right back up. Yeah, this is. I don't know if this is looking like a short, to be honest. You look at the daily, that's looking pretty solid for a potential short squeeze. And what is this level here? 98.20ish.
Got the $100 break too. So.
Yeah, $100 break. You got to figure people are going to throw their stops on that clean even dollar level. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't think short.
This looks like a long.
This looks
long
like
to me.
a pretty good stop out long.
And the high of the day is $100. So if we can clear that high out, that's clearly already a level. You know, I might be looking at this thing long, to be honest. And on the daily, yeah, the upside momentum is definitely there. We had a bit of a pullback. It found support, and it's just grinding higher now. So we can get some upside momentum. Let's take a look at the rest of some other China names here. Alibaba. PDD looks a lot better than BABA, I know that for sure. If you were looking for a short, maybe check out Alibaba, because that's gapped down and now it's just drifting lower. So you want to kind of ride that wave lower. I'm not sure about shorting the names that have a lot of strength, especially in this type of market. We see a lot of whipsaw action back and forth. If the market decides to rip higher, then these names that have been strong and kind of withstand that pullback can end up going a lot higher. So I wouldn't be necessarily looking to short PDD. But if you were, then right off that $100 level would probably be the best bet, probably your best risk to reward. And look for a rejection and kind of a double top at that area, it's not the worst idea.
Yeah, I think like a fail break of 100 makes some sense on that, or you know, you're shorting into 100 with a stop at 100. And depending on your risk tolerance, maybe watching that break, and if the break fails, then you can maybe double your size on the fail break, something like that. I got my eyes on Oracle here. It's trying to break that 112.50 area, so that 49 profit taker would have been the way to go. Would have got filled on that, I do believe. But you know, we'll wait. We'll see if we can get through that level, because I think 113 is pretty good for a potential breakout here. That 113 double bottom in the pre-market. We got 113.20 as the high of day. I feel like, you know, that price is going to be a bit of a magnet right now, and a lot of people potentially looking to short off of there. Maybe people looking to stop out there as we're through the 50s now. So 53 the high of this move. A little bit of size just popped up on the offer above 50s there. So let's see if that gets filled. And if it does, I feel like we're seeing 113 before long, trying not to take profit here, even though I am very much wanting to punch out of 20% of this. There's that size. Taken. All right, here we go, Oracle. 60s, now we're 60 cents in the money. This stock is paying today. This stock is paying. Wait for the bottom, get long. Should have been adding down here instead of getting out of the position, but whatever there. I'm going to try to take that 20%. There we go. All right, 20% taken into that momentum there. We'll see if we can get that 113. I'm going to add on the 113 break, so get my order in for that. We'll double down on that, and then if that fails, we bail, but pretty solid trade. All right, Tesla also 273. I don't know. Where do I trail this Oracle to? 112.10, I think would be the stop out right now. So let's cancel the other one. Get that stop in.
Someone asked about John Deere. Looks good. 5-minute chart here. Kind of had this consolidation, and now it's starting to move out of that area. So I think it looks good on the daily. On the daily time frame, you're in the midst of a pullback right now. So, you know, perhaps the daily move is kind of over with, but it's in a longer term trend right now, I'd say. The upside, if it can get back above this level here, this big down day here, Friday, which is still about $10 away, then you could see some more upside momentum. But a bit of a nice up day right now, up 1.25%. Just not a lot of volume. So on the up days, I like to see a lot of volume. Kind of confirms that you have some buying coming in. But if you check out this area here in the bottom right, like it did have this nice kind of flag formed, and now it's just starting to break out above this level. Got rejected 1, 2, 3 times there. So 1, 2, 3 times, 4 times, and now it's kind of above that level. So I think as long as you're above that level, it could be a good long. But if it comes back down below that level, I'm not too sure. It could be a sign of buyers drying up a little bit. But it's fine. It's fine on the intraday basis.
Tough to trade those like $400 names,
Yeah.
Specifically, you know, around here with the shutdown. You know, you can get smoked by like $5 with no liquidity there. What's the spread on John Deere right now?
It's honestly, it's not
too bad.
Not terrible. It was a lot lower than I expected.
I was expecting like 50 cents there.
Yeah, when I first pulled it up, like 15 cents on a $400 name.
That has very little volume. Usually, usually you're like looking at $1 almost on those, but market maker a little bit efficient on that name today, I guess. I'm watching Oracle still, waiting for this to break the highs, looking pretty strong. Now I guess I can trail it to like 24s as it comes into there right now. So 24 going to be the trail on Oracle, maybe 19. All right, come and get me at 19s if you want to get me out of this one. I'm looking for 113 to break, and then 113.50 and higher. So yeah, let's see if we can get this one going. I don't know, looking like I might get stopped out, but it will be for profit regardless. What else are people looking at?
Someone wants to look at Uber. So I mentioned Uber before. So it's just putting in an inside day right now. Looks pretty healthy. It's been one of the stronger tech names. If I just bring this over here.
Yeah, that daily chart is looking nice on Uber.
You got
Where
a nice,
have I been?
yeah, a nice cup and handle here. That the cup pulls back, finds support, and now it's just ripping higher and putting in a bit of an inside day right now. I like how it's near the highs of its day right now, as opposed to being an inside day near the lows. It shows that there's still some buying power, even though it's a bit more of a quiet day. It looks great. It's nearing that $50 level. I know that on earnings, it opened above, it gapped up above that $50 level, and then it reversed immediately. So it's kind of just making its way back towards that high. If it can get above the $50 level, it could have a nice longer trending move in it. On the daily time frame here, out of here, daily. I'm trying to bring this down here. Anyways, on the 1 minute, I'll just use TradingView for this. On the 1 minute, we kind of broke this downward trend here. Now we're just moving higher, so looks good.
That daily breakout looking kind of solid there.
Yeah.
Right below the key $50 level, I believe it was. Where are we at? Yeah, 49 something. So, 50 always going to be something that people are looking at. I mean, Uber looking very, very strong on that daily chart. I don't know if they don't have any short float. Uber's a very big name, actually. So probably no shorts really to squeeze out of that one, but the option's always something as I get trailed out of Oracle. Sadly, should have taken more profit up there at 60 cents in the money, but we were going for that big retracement move. It's kind of looking a bit like a short right now, maybe back through 112, but not something that I'm about to do. Already down 12%. I don't think Oracle goes much further than 12% down today. I would suggest that it's probably going to end up somewhere in the 8 to 9%. Just sadly not with me. Maybe should have trailed that back to break even, but is what it is there. Might be able to find a long somewhere around VWAP today, like that 111.50, looking like it held for quite a while there. So yeah, there's actually quite a few tops at 111.50. But yeah, maybe if we get back down to there and it's showing a bid or showing something that I can get long off of, we'll take that. But decent trade there, get an average of 20 cents out of it. Not great, not bad, is what it is. Reliable Rudy is saying Oracle looks like a short. Yeah, I feel like you can maybe short it here down to like 111, but I wouldn't suggest that it's going further than that. I feel like this is a little bit of a liquidity grab below 110, and I would definitely go long if we get back down to 110. I think 111.50, 111, and then 110 are all potential longs on Oracle. Maybe it even holds the 50 period here. I bet it goes down to VWAP though over just holding at this random spot. And that flat bottom breakdown that we were talking about on Apple just turns out to be a kind of level hold long here. So holds that 176.25 for, what is that, 10.50 to like half an hour, and takes out that kind of compression pattern, as Sharif would call it, at 176.50. You're trading above 177 now, so Apple headed, looks like towards VWAP. I don't know if we get all the way up there. The iPhone event is at 1 o'clock, so this one will be on a chart for me all day, looking for some move on elevated volume and maybe try to play a little bit of mean reversion on that one. If we get like a massive few dollar dump within a couple minutes, take the play back, 50% of the move or whatever it ends up being.
I like that.
I'm expecting it to go down.
Yeah.
We've seen Apple go down on its events many, many times. What was it? What do they call their goggles? Apple, whatever, their VR goggles.
I'm not buying them, so I'm not your guy for that.
Well, they announced that they were $3,500. It got absolutely smoked, I believe. I was on here with Sharif when that was happening, and we were able to get a decent trade off of that. So I'll be looking for the same kind of trade. Maybe they announce Vision Pro. Thank you. Bears versus Bulls, always the best in the chat. The Vision Pro. Looking for a Vision Pro style trade. Maybe they announce that the iPhone's going to be $3,000 now, and we can get some mean reversion off of that massive dump. But yeah, we'll see. I'm kind of expecting not a whole lot. I feel like the iPhone is going to be another iPhone with a USB-C port in it. Who knows? Maybe they announce AI Siri.
Possibly.
That could be something.
That'd be
I'm bullish
pretty
on
useful.
AI Siri.
Yeah.
I would love like a chat GPT that I can just talk to on my phone.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, see, that's something that people would benefit from. I mean, if they were able to, have an update to the phone and then existing iPhone
Yeah, especially if
people,
existing.
if they're like, we have AI Siri, but it's only going to come with this new phone that we're dropping.
But then maybe everybody's buying the new phone.
They might, yeah. I mean, well, the big thing with Apple is, I was talking to some people and they said, you can't get an iPhone because you can't get anything but an iPhone because you can't be in the group chats.
Exactly.
And that's like the biggest thing, I think, for a lot of people is being able to communicate through the group chats. They don't want to download WhatsApp and they don't want to download these alternative apps. And I think just the stranglehold that it has because of that is so strong. But my perspective for Apple, I'd want to say it's a sell the news event. The only thing is that we already kind of got hit so hard.
Yeah.
So if it was, if it was very strong and we were at, these September 5th highs and this thing was coming out, like, yeah, I'd really be looking to hit a sell the news event hard. But because we kind of gapped down and we've been relatively weak, I'm not sure how much more it has in it. But with that being said, we kind of formed this nice level here. This could be the catalyst that kind of just sells it right through and you get further downside. And if that happens, obviously it's going to be a drag on the rest of the market as well. Like, we're not going to see Apple go down 2 more points, 3 more points, and the NASDAQ rally higher. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. I think like most traders will. But
yeah, if we're giving up those lows, I mean, Apple can go, quite a bit further than this. It's up a decent amount on the year.
Mm-hmm.
Not like an NVIDIA or anything like that, but yeah, we'll see on this event. I mean, 176 breaking down off the event. Could be a decent short there, like as a scalp play. You're just trying to take down like the low here, maybe even taking that 176.25 just on the momentum, trying to get like $1 on the initial kind of scalp play, and not holding anything. I think on news, trying to hold too much is gonna burn you much of the time, given these retracements that we get. So
I agree.
I think, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, coming up in 1 hour, we may be taking trades on Apple on this news event, and we'll see if I hold it all the way back while being $1.50 in the money. Highly likely based on past performance, but we'll see what happens there. I think the scalp play through the low makes sense. I don't think any long makes sense for me, but who knows? I'll have Twitter up or whatever they call it now. See if
X.
See if there's any kind of crazy news on that one, which I should probably just load up right now, just in case. Last time Sharif was actually watching the event while presenting the show, which was pretty insane to me. I don't have that kind of, and trying to trade too. I feel like he was in a position watching the Apple event and trading. So that guy's pretty special. Not something that I can do, but yeah, let's deck loaded.
Maybe for an upside, if you're looking for upside for Apple on this event, the only thing I can really see here is the last 3 days, including today, we've stopped 180.25, 180.30, 180.13. If you want to get long above the 180.30s, target that gap fill to this big gap down low, 181.47. You can get about $1 move there, and that could be something you play to the upside, and then you hold a runner and see how far it can go. If the market likes the news, I think you should be prepared for both sides. So, yeah, I like these gap fills though, because once it gets above this high, it has the potential to fill that, and then if it can kind of clear out this level here, who knows how far it can go. But now you have a game plan for both sides essentially.
Makes sense, and there's that like kind of vacuum potential between the two levels. That like
Right.
180.20 level has been something for whatever reason the past couple days. Yeah, maybe that's something that you're taking long. I mean, we're $3.50 from that right now, but
Yeah,
I don't know. Who knows?
that's a good point.
I mean, that could be the spot where you're kind of taking like a failed breakout of the pre-market level there. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the tape looks like. Try not to FOMO into anything on these news events, but when there's volume, when there's liquidity, that's where traders like to exist. So we'll be here for that. be here for the IPO on Thursday. That should be pretty insane. I'm assuming that's going to open up while I think it's Obi and I on Thursday while we're on, so that could be pretty pretty exciting. But yeah, a couple of events. CPI tomorrow as well. This is a pretty spicy week. I mean, Tesla getting that crazy upgrade yesterday. We got Apple event today. We got CPI tomorrow. We got IPO on Thursday.
The ARM IPO.
The ARM IPO, yeah.
Big.
And a S&P rebalancing on Friday. So,
right.
There could be a lot of action, a lot of positioning this week, and that probably rolls into next week after we see what happens on this rebalancing. So September in full swing already. Hopefully, we get a good CPI print and we're trading over 16K before long.
That'd be nice.
That's more fun. IPO today, actually, NWGL, Nature Wood Group Limited. Just IPO'd, halted up, and then halted down, I think that says. Yeah. So this one, I don't know what it is. It's not loaded on Trade Ideas yet, but probably a very small IPO with 204K of volume. NWGL on the NASDAQ. I don't know if you guys are crazy enough to trade this. Let us know. I'm not. Let's see. Yeah, 204K traded. One candle up, one candle down, 2 halts. Definitely pretty nuts. Looks like it's going to open up at $9, so might be in a halt for a while. Ponzi wants a shout out? All right, shout out to you, Ponzi Fonzie. What are you trading today? What do you got? What's the Lambo trade for you? I got nothing right now. Carvana holding 50 is kind of nice, though. That might be a bit of a Lambo trade if that decides to go. We do this whole move up, do the whole down move. Maybe 5160 is a level right now.
Yeah.
Take that back through the third time, maybe that gives you something. I mean, we broke down from 52, so I feel like 52 is kind of the inflection level today, given that we did this move above. So maybe 52 on Carvana. Wish I just punched when I was talking about it instead of waiting for that 50 to break, but whatever. The setup is the setup. I don't know about you. I don't really just get in front of a level looking for it to break. I want to see some proof before getting involved.
I don't think you can front run a level, especially in Carvana. It can get rejected. See how I said that it stopped at that same level 2 times? You get in front of that, it can reject and come back, dollars against you. When you thought you were risking pennies, it can come back a lot, and then before you know it, you're out of the trade big time. What I will say is for the Lambo trade, look at this Carvana daily chart.
Yeah.
This is a huge base, a huge cup. You got the nice handle. You see it building this higher low now. If it can go sideways a bit, rip higher. I mean, obviously the fundamentals I'm not too sure about, but does it really matter at this point with Carvana? It's kind of proved that those aren't, the biggest factor when it comes to their price action. So if it can get above this $60 call it level, there's a lot of room to run. And I think that could definitely be interesting.
I think a lot of people are watching that $60.
Yeah.
You got to imagine that, 42% short float I checked yesterday. I imagine it's still the same. I can check, but a lot of people probably stopping out above that 60 level, and if not, it might be insane.
Yeah.
That's it's setting up. It's setting up for sure. So I'm gonna keep taking the longs as long as they're coming in. Tomorrow we got $54, right? So we're taking up 54 tomorrow. I'm gonna be long probably. We'll see. Or if we're holding 50 again tomorrow, maybe I take that. But always trying to take longs on Carvana based on where we are on that chart. They claim that they're not going bankrupt. They claim to be turning a profit. So maybe that short bankruptcy idea is dead. I don't know. As I'm looking over at these indexes, kind of turning around off of resistance. You look at NQ right now, turning around off that 15,670, 15,570 area, sorry. So kind of rejecting off of yesterday's lows, basically. We'll see if we keep going on this move down. I don't know. I'm not sure what to think. I feel like we're kind of in the middle right now. And maybe the edge is not on the large caps at the moment, as I'm not really seeing anything setting up.
No, it's a lot of sideways. We have Carlos asking about inside days. Can I just give like a quick inside day breakdown, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
For some educational content here. So an inside day, it just means that the highs and the lows of the current day are within the highs and the lows of the prior day. So for Uber, this is a perfect example. Yesterday's highs were 48.97. Today's highs were 48.80. So its highs today are lower than its highs yesterday, and the same thing for its low. Its low today is above yesterday's low. And all that pretty much symbolizes is just a resting period. It means that right now, whether the buyers were in control, as clear on Uber, the buyers were in control, it's just resting, digesting those gains, perhaps just going to go sideways and consolidate before making its next move higher. And when you see inside days, especially you get a double inside day. So if tomorrow is another day where its range is inside of today's range, then that usually signals range expansion coming in the following time. So for example, you look at Tesla, before it made this huge gap, it had a double inside day. So it had this huge red bar on Friday, had an inside day Tuesday, and then another inside day Wednesday. It eventually broke that, but it had this flag. And once you get that, you have this huge range expansion that comes with it, albeit it gapped up out of it. But once you have those inside days, you can kind of expect momentum to break one way or another. And I'll say it's pretty rare for Tesla to have a double inside day. So when you get that on a mega cap, on a cult type name like Tesla, I'd say the same thing for AMC, same thing for Carvana. When you have these tight range consolidations, then once you expand out of those consolidations above the prior day's high, so for Uber, if you're going to look at Uber and say, okay, I think it's going to go higher, you wait for confirmation above Monday's high, and then there's a good chance that it's going to continue in that direction. Same thing for another strong name that I'm looking at is NTNX. Today, it's obviously very strong, had 12% gap on earnings. It's drifted higher. It took out that earnings high, but it couldn't really get going, which is a sign that it probably needs a little bit more digestion, a little bit more consolidation before heading higher. Once you break above the prior day's high, you can expect a move in that direction and a continuation follow through towards the upside. So although this looks a bit extended for me, I'm not too sure. It probably needs a little bit more time, but you never know. Like if the market decides to rip, if Apple has great news and the market decides to rip, this thing could take out yesterday's high and it'll no longer be an inside day, and it can get going for sure. So that's what an inside day. It just signals consolidation before a range expansion.
Should be okay if that's the only thing.
If that helps, Carlos.
That's definitely interesting. I haven't heard, or it's not part of my necessarily playbook that. So you have two inside days, and then that helps you, just because they're inside days on the consolidation, that helps with the range expansion.
So it's building up energy essentially for me. It's not like I have a strategy where it's like, if there's an inside day, I'm going to take a long off of it. But I know that a lot of people do. That is a strategy for a lot of people, and it may not work 100% of the time. But when you have those, no, exactly. But when you have those consolidations, it's usually just building out a range because it might stop 5 cents short of the prior day high or 5 cents above the prior day low. So you kind of build out those levels. When we talk about having a level that we can play off of that's been tested multiple times, it kind of gets built out through those inside days. And if you have that double inside day, it's just building up the energy because once it does break that range, break that level, you can get an ATR move that's multiples of prior day's ATR.
I like it. Always educating. I'm always learning. And you guys are about to learn from Neil on lunch money. So send it over to him.
Here we go. Whoa, here we go. Let's talk a little lunch money today. It's all about not necessarily what has happened already, but what can you look for at lunchtime. What's a good level? What's a good opportunity that maybe didn't get talked about in the morning, or certainly something that was talked about and is now setting up for a totally different trade a little bit later on in the session. Now, it's impossible not to start by discussing Apple, at least to a certain extent, because we know what's going to be in play today. You've got the Wonderlust, whatever event here today, and quite frankly, it's difficult to trade during a news event. Sometimes you want to set something up in case there is a big run, and I think Apple's providing with that opportunity. So I wanted to quickly throw up the daily for you guys just to go get a little bit of a story of what's been happening. Yes, you've had a nasty move after we had the news out of China for Apple, and it did make a nice recovery off some bottoms down in the low 170s. You've then run into resistance on the daily at the 180 level. So that's kind of the overall setup this morning. The short from 180 was fantastic. I don't necessarily think that's going to be in play right away. However, if you look at where we are now, you're battling a 177 channel. You're battling a 177 channel in here on Apple, right? It does look like there's resistance at 177. If you were to fail underneath that throughout the entirety of the event, I think it's an easy short there. However, let's be real. If you break out 177, I'm generally of the course that I want to sell the news. So if there is a breakout and I still want to favor the sell the event, then that gives you the opportunity for the 180 short on Apple. I don't know exactly how far this thing can and would go, but you throw up the 15-minute and you say the 180 from this morning, go back into that level. If you break 180, I know I like 183. So every $3, 77, 80, and then all the way up into that 83 level I like for Apple. Let's talk about something that one of our viewers actually brought up, and that's going to be PNC Financial. A lot of times when tech gets under pressure, you can say, hey, it might be good for a different sector out there. Now, obviously, the financial sector hasn't been that fantastic, but PNC Financial, their CEO, came out with a positive outlook. Definitely was a big runner this morning. It's up 5%, strong mover. It's a decent size company there, and the volume pretty solid, up about 3 million. It's going to be a little bit obvious when I show you the 1-minute chart. You don't always want to focus necessarily on one time frame. You can see a clear top at 125, right? So that gives you one of the most obvious psychological levels to work off of, like 1.25. Like, come on, like what are we talking? Like, that's as easy as it gets in terms of finding a resistance level. Trend is your friend. Could it break out from there? I would say that's a distinct possibility. When you look at the daily chart, it is also a big level on the daily. Let's just pop that one out again for you so you can see a little bit more clearly. You're breaking a bottom channel through that 125, and then you've got the 50 period on the daily $2 higher, $1.50 higher. So it does give you some juice. If this were to continue trend to the upside, break that 1/4, you got another $1.50 to work with. For breakout trades, I tend to like tight stop. So if you're risking 25, 50 cents on that through a 125 break, you do have room for a 3-to-1 move. Even if you only get half that, it's still a good risk to reward. So some room to run on PNC. We'll pop that one back in for you. And what is a day without at least talking about a chip name that's moving around? So it's not been a good day for the market. Anyone can see the downward trend that we've been seeing. But what's something that is at least making attempts to buck the trend lately? Well, Intel should be in play today. As you can see on the daily chart, this has been an absolute beast. Oftentimes, you're not talking about Intel as a big-time runner, but let's be real. How many red candles do you count since we busted down from that bottom here? I mean, it's one red day in the last dozen, I believe it is. Today, you've rejected the $40 level. That gives you an obvious line in the sand to work with if there is a move to the upside. But you don't want to ignore what else you can do with this. As wait a minute, let me go back into this 15-minute chart. I wanted to pull that one out for you guys. Sometimes I like the 15 over the 1 minute, and the 15-minute is essentially showing not just a big failure at the 40 level, which could pull you back into a deep pullback, but it's giving you a nice lower consolidation here on the 15. I'll try to pull it back a little bit further. The previous high, 38.85. Big failure at 40 even. Now, I still think you can go long above 38.85. But if you end up breaking this down at 38.85 and this market were to go from 1% to 2%, again, I'm a little biased thinking it could be a sell the news event on Apple. If that were to drag the market down even further, you've had a major reversal on a stock which has not had a lot of pullbacks. Underneath that 38.85, I do tend to think Intel can give you a good opportunity to the south side. It's a long till it's not. You can probably go scalping 39 to 39.30 throughout the entirety of lunch. It looks like that's been a good range since we came off of that morning show. And another one here, shout out to Sean, and a lot of people in the chat have been talking about this, Disney. So this morning, good opportunities on Disney. Sometimes lunch money is about how can you join the trend, how can you continue the trend to the upside. Good day for Disney. I don't want it to be a flat bottom break because I'd like for this to continue the move to the upside. That'd be nice if it can. Ultimately, Disney, daily chart, you've seen it make a bottom at 80. We've talked about this being the 2020 lows. You also have the new deal reached just in time for Monday Night Football, which is probably a good thing. I love the fact that you can continue this move, but let's be real about the support that's here on the 1 minute chart, right? Like you had a big breakout in the morning, you double bottomed here at 83, and you're just gliding to the upside, and now you've got a little bit of a flat bottom at 83.80. So that's kind of your line in the sand. 83.75 holds up. I think you look for the buy the dip in here and continue the move to the upside. If you can get through 85, I think you could absolutely fly on Disney, but you don't have to fight it underneath 83.75. If it gets underneath there, there's support again at $83 on Disney. Not something you want. I don't think you want to hold that counter trend from 83.80, let's just say, all the way into 83 even. That's not going to make a lot of sense. So a little bit of a local top in here, giving you a chance to get into a name, which might have a chance to continue the upward trend that it's been on. It's impossible for me not to mention this. We've been talking about these low flow flyer names, which has generally been coming into the form of you reverse split, your float gets smaller. You're trying to regain compliance. Usually you're reverse splitting for all the wrong reasons, but there's been a lot of these that have been running to the upside. Today's flavor of the month or the day has been WeWork. I think, in my estimation, I think it's done. Here, I'll get that one out of the way. WeWork made a great rally. If you want to look at the 15 today, let's just try to look at the lower time frame. That's a great move to the upside. Oh goodness, it's going to break down right now. It just hit that $5 mark and is starting to curl. Now it rejected 5 even. It rejected that pretty heavily. If you look at this from the daily chart, there was a previous resistance level pre-split right before the split happened at 420. It is right back at that 420 mark. Let's just do that for you guys. This would have been the split in here. So 420 was rejection. You see it get underneath that 5. You're right back at that 420 in barcoding. So with that in mind, if this cannot get back above VWAP, I just think this is a short. If it breaks down from 4, I think it's a short. At the end of the day, it had its rally. If it cannot sustain this support level at $4, I think WeWork could flush all the way back into 3. If it holds onto it, a run back to 5 is certainly possible. You only want to short it if it resolves to the downside or maybe fails in here around that 420 level. And to end with one that I'll give an assist to both the boys on the midday there, Max and Adam, because, you know, I didn't even notice. I was watching some of the Chinese ADRs, but didn't really notice Pinduoduo. This is low-hanging fruit here. We're going to talk about a 100 level, but the whole point of this segment is to address ideas that are in play that give you a chance at lunchtime or past that to give an explosive move. Well, $100 is about as big of level as you're ever going to get. Pinduoduo has a double or triple bottom or top, depending on how you look at it, at the $100 level. If it makes that breakout, pop in that daily chart, and it's got room, double top at 103.50. That's $3.50 on an explosive name where it could really get going. Now, here's your downside, and you got to keep this in mind. A lot of times, at the end of the session, I'm talking the last 2 hours of the day, it'll be difficult for some of the Chinese ADRs to move. Volume comes in. Obviously, you have to respect what time it is overseas in Asia. If this doesn't break soon, you might not have explosive and upside. So even if you want to take it, I would much prefer this breaking out before 2 o'clock, like 1:30, something like that, as opposed to it breaking at 3. If it breaks at 3, I think I would go small size and maybe not give it as much room. Just respect the fact that these names have a little bit less volume when it does come to the afternoon. So there's a lot of different ideas and a lot of names to look at for our lunch money here today. It's not about what happened in the morning. It's about the opportunities that you can take advantage of a little bit later on in the day. Sometimes that's going to be joining the trend. That's certainly the case. And oh my goodness, you know what? You guys are going to get an extra one out of me here because there is no chance I should be doing lunch money without talking about a cannabis name. That's ridiculous. Someone slapped me on the wrist for that. I'll slap myself on the wrist. How can we, every single day, we've had at least one cannabis play. They've been longs every single day, whether we're going from CGC, moving to ACB yesterday. CGC obviously was still going up. Now I'm going to come back to ACB. Why, you ask? Because we're back at $1 again. That $1 level was the trade this morning. It reclaimed the dollar, gave you a nice consolidation, break up into 115. That was absolute gold if you had it. It's looking like it has a bit of a rejection at 105, 106, but look at this, hang on to that buck. If it can hold on to the dollar down in here, reject underneath, reclaim the 106, you want the volume to come back in here. That gives you a 5-6 long with $1 stop. Now here's the trick with this trade. It's day 2, so I think you can get an explosive move, unlike CGC, which is like day 1,000,000, or at least a couple of weeks now. So you can risk 5 or 6 cents on this, maybe 7 cents, but you need it breaking out the high of the day, right? Like if you take a 5-6 long and you're giving it to underneath $1, if you've covered it all before it breaks out the high, then really that risk reward isn't all that good. It needs to take out that high for it to be worth it. So a couple of things to look at there. I love that dollar level. It works both ways. I think if this were to fail $1, I would be looking for a consolidation short that you could probably give to 103. We like those in either direction. The cannabis names are doing good volume. Just do not get married to the trade. Always having out this morning. It was easy at $1. I think you can play the same thing if it starts to go again. So there you go. At least 7 ideas out there for you to work for, and be very, very patient with Apple while the event's going on. Allow news to come in. Do not force the trade when it comes to it. Just because you think it's a sell the news possible event doesn't mean you have to short it at will. Be patient, trade your setups, and that's how you'll earn some lunch money.
Talking about those weed names, so good segue there. ACB holding up at that dollar level. That's actually a nice offer there on 102. I was just saying to Adam how yesterday was kind of a miss for me, not having more fills on CGC. You know, doing 200 million shares of volume, doing a 60% intraday move slowly, and I only have like 3 fills on the name. That's kind of that's not the best. That's bad trading from me. But yeah, we have this $2. I've just been watching the tape. It just tried to break down below $1, couldn't do that break, and now we're looking at this offer on 102. I'm considering a little breakout here. I mean, maybe not a breakout. I don't know if you could call this really a breakout, but kind of like a consolidation break on Aurora Cannabis, up 10%. I feel like, you know, this could get to up 50% or something nuts today. So yeah, I think I'm going to take $1.03 if that happens. Even if this offer gets to like 1,000 lots from the 7,000 that it's at right now, I may just punch whatever size is available there for me and try to get back to high of day. I think adding on 115 would make sense on this trade. So that is what I'm looking at the moment. Also, something that is not in our system yet, but Prad actually was just messaging me about this one. TKO, the new combination between WWE and UFC, just started trading today live. Had this clean 103 breakout that I was watching on my trade ideas chart that we sadly can't take today. Goes to 104. Looks like there's no volume on this one, 265K. So not much there, but if you're into that kind of thing, there is opportunity currently on this first day of this TKO name trading. You got anything? I think you were talking about SoFi potentially.
Yeah, I was watching the SoFi $9 level. I just thought for the UFC, weren't they a part of the Endeavor group, EDR? I thought prior to the. I'm not too sure.
I don't know.
I just heard that before, but yeah, TKO, pretty cool ticker name for that.
Yeah.
I like that.
For an MMA company.
Yeah.
/
entertainment company.
Entertainment, yeah, whatever. Both. Pretty solid name there. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know the way some of the judges have been for some UFC contests. I'm not too sure. Maybe they're all entertainment. They're both entertainment, but
oh, shots fired.
I'm not too sure.
Shots fired.
I'm not saying anything, but you never know. SoFi, I like the $9 level as an over/under. The thing is, it's kind of breaking above it and breaking below it, and then NASDAQ can't really pick a direction. It's kind of starting to move to the upside. So is SoFi. So know what, we could take a SoFi long and just risk below the $9 level. It's not the worst idea in the world. It's just that I got this level on the NASDAQ, and if we kind of start breaking below, we start breaking back below here, like if this is a fake out to the upside, I don't want to get caught to the wrong side, you know? So if we kind of break back below, I would like the short a lot more. But if we can kind of consolidate and hold this level before moving back up, then, you know, longs could be on in a lot of your favorite names. Tesla could move back to the upside. SoFi above that $9 level could be a nice long. So I kind of just want to be patient right here and just watch this play out and see if we can confirm, because a lot of the time on the NASDAQ levels, you've been getting faked out one way or the other, and then it reverses the other, and then you get caught off guard, and you can get these really fast moves. So I just want to be patient here, kind of let it play out, see if we can hold above this 374.60 level on the NASDAQ. Then I'm going to be a lot more aggressive in taking longs. But I'm just going to be patient for now, especially in the middle of the day. You don't want to force anything. There's not a lot of volume. Get a lot of whipsaw consolidation action. So I'm just going to take it easy. But as long as SoFi stays above that $9 level and the QQQ can kind of hold up, which it doesn't seem to want to be doing, then I'll get long.
Makes sense there, for sure. Don't want to get bamboozled on that. Longs, I feel like, you know, 15. You know what? We only got 40 minutes until that Apple conference. Given how weak Apple's been, I feel like, you know, that's going to be possibly the decider on how the market decides to end up today. So, you know, 15.6 being now VWAP on NASDAQ, I feel like maybe this Apple conference, sending it above or below that level is kind of where we may want to be getting involved on the big tech longs, as we get 2 super chats, it looks like. Or 1 super chat from Nicole Harris. Thank you for the $5. Can we look at Gush and XOM? XOM I'll pull up first because I was actually watching this one today. Didn't take anything on it, sadly, but oil is, Sharif just yelling in the background about oil being up 2%. Yeah, the Saudis cutting off supply once again. You know, would be nice to be able to decide what prices you want to sell your oil at. So, yeah, XOM up another 3%. I would say all-time high incoming on this one. Probably not today, but I do like this kind of shelf that's forming right now, just above VWAP. We haven't touched VWAP since we broke it at basically 10 a.m. there. And I did have a level on this. What was that? Yesterday, like the 116 level is pretty key, it seems, on XOM. So we break above that, kind of come back down, retest. Can't go any further below like 115.5, and then we break back above. Now we're kind of looking at higher levels, and you know, the all-time high is, I believe, 119.90 from pre-market, but like during market hours, it's like 119.70 or something like that. So yeah, I mean, is it 119.25? I'm not sure. I should look that up. But basically, you know, 120, let's call it all-time high on XOM. I think that's going to be a good breakout. I really like the idea of that 120 breakout. Kind of shelving here at 117.40 randomly as well. So maybe that's something that you could take. But I feel like, you know, holding this 117 area might be the trade to have if you're trying to structure kind of a continuation long on XOM today. Maybe looking down to VWAP, which is right where we consolidated previously and then broke out from 116.70. That's probably even better than 117. But do we get down there, given that we're kind of holding above this key VWAP price? I don't know. Now let's look up. I don't even know what Gush is. So
It's an ETF, is it?
It's an ETF. Okay. S&P daily oil and gas, 2 times bull. Yeah, that'd be a good one to be involved with today.
Yeah, yeah. Or any day for like the last little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Oil's been ripping for sure. Looking like that 43 level is pretty key there on the daily AM, I guess. Yes. All right.
A lot of these energy names have been strong in general, so you have a lot of confirmation in that sector. One name that I'm kind of looking at for anyone that's interested in a bit of a swing trade, check out this PARR. I think that this daily chart's pretty interesting. It had this nice run here. It nearly doubles. Then you kind of consolidate, goes sideways, finds support on the 21-day moving average, undercuts it, reclaims it, which is what we were talking about earlier. That's a sign of strength. And now it's just kind of going sideways. And you can say, well, oil is up today. Why isn't this stock up? I mean, the stock is up 100%, nearly 100% since May. So it's due for some digestion and consolidation. And look at the volume today. It's pretty much non-existent. So it shows that there's not a lot of sellers there and that people are content with the prices. So if we can kind of go sideways maybe another day or even tomorrow and break through this level that it stopped at, this 37.50 level, then you can get a nice move back to the upside as long as oil remains strong. So if Gush is staying strong and if XOM is staying strong, then you can look at a lot of these alternative energy names to see what they're doing. They're probably all going to follow suit.
Yeah, that's a great look, actually. I have not seen that specific name before, so...
It's small. It's like 700K volume. So for that's why I said for swing traders. For day traders, it's probably not in your best interest. You're better off taking something like XOM that does some volume. But if you have a bit of a longer term time frame, then you could definitely take a look at something like that.
Nice. Yeah, I got really nothing on watch at the moment. We got, what is this? AXLA. That sounds like a familiar ticker. Just went through $1. NASDAQ. Load. Just went through $1, up 44% today. Interestingly, let's look at the daily. I feel like this might have just cracked the dollar. Oh, yeah, okay. So 107, kind of a key level here. High from a couple days ago. Short float, only 5%. That's not a big deal. But cracking through $1, I always like that setup. Lots of people trying to short below $1. If we get moving above $1, and you look at this daily chart, lots of price action below $1 since November of last year. So, almost a year since we've been trading at all below $1. So I kind of like the idea of this breaking 107. What's the volume's not so bad on the day. Maybe this has some legs to it above that 107 price. What's the next level here? Basically $1.35. I mean, you could call this like 115, 120, maybe a level, but I like $1.35. So definitely something to think about. This name's SSR, so not going to rinse you too bad, hopefully, on the down move, on a breakout. So potential there. Speaking of SSR names, Oracle gives it up. So I was looking to potentially go long off of 111. That did actually end up working, gives you 40 cents there. Decent scalp play, but I was thinking potentially that's the kind of bounce spot to get us back into this 112, 112.50. Decides to break down instead. So now I'm looking to 110 once again. 110.25 was kind of the breakout spot. 110.20, sorry, was kind of the breakout spot previously. So I'm going to be looking at 110.20 and then 110. If we give up the low, there's no more longs for me on this one. I'm thinking 110 area hold and potential back through VWAP, but giving up VWAP, not a great look after we did make that nice move back up on Oracle. Definitely on watch here. What else are people trading in the chat? We got AMD, Tesla 270. Yeah, maybe I don't know. Tesla 270. If we get back down there, I don't know. I feel like the odds of doing a double bottom down there at 270 are kind of lower now. I figured that 270 was kind of that spring kind of area to bounce us right back into like 277, and couldn't even get to 274, 275, which 275 basically inflection on the day. You can see when we break, we go up to $3, we break back down, we go back down to $3. So yeah, kind of seeming like Tesla might be a short for the rest of the day, but we'll see. I mean, it's all going to depend on that Apple conference, I would say, kind of shooting the market back up. But yeah, I don't know. Thoughts on Adobe? We don't really trade Adobe around here. We always talk about Adobe, but we don't trade it because it's just too much of a pain to trade. $550. What? I swear it was just at $500 the last time I was looking at this, but ouch. So down on the day, gave up that 560 kind of area that looks like it was supporting. Coming into like 550, 545 might be, I would go with like 540 being like that kind of support area on Adobe. I don't know if there was news today or what. Did Adobe have earnings today? I swear they were coming up. No, earnings are in 2 days after the market closed. So September 14th earnings on Adobe. Must be some kind of, I don't know, there must be a headline on this to be down 3% today. Not sure on that one, but I don't know. I don't really like the fact that we've given up 550. That's kind of a key level, key area psychologically. I think the next level down is that 540 and looking like it's kind of setting up this flat bottom break below 547.5. Really just trending down all day. Interesting, like you could get a decent like retracement short on some of these larger, kind of less liquid names just off these moving averages. I mean, the 50 period has just been holding all day. Get short 555 or get short 553, whatever that is, off the 50, and you know you're trending down. That's like $6 in the money. Maybe you're risking up to, maybe you're risking $1 for $6. It's not so bad. I mean, we always talk about how scary these names are. Even like the bounce here off of 550 kind of gives you the back through 550, gives you $5 off of that. So not bad trading Adobe. I don't know what you guys are looking at on Adobe. Carlos saying he used all of his BP and went in on AXLA. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did it break 107? It didn't break 107 yet. Why are you in there? Yeah, that one's back below $1, so good luck. Hopefully you didn't get smoked on that. Fubo. What else? I don't like trading Fubo. Airbnb, rocket ship. This better be a rocket ship. If I pull this up, it's not a rocket ship. Yeah, up 1%. I guess, nah, it's not a rocket ship, but that's a nasty move off of 150. Retrace all the way back down to 147. That's a very nice opportunity there on that fade. Airbnb being added to the S&P 500 on Friday. So, you know, definitely some buying pressure there. We're up, you know, $15 since that announcement. I mean, that's like 10%. How much more is this going to go based on just being added to the S&P? I would kind of bet that after Friday, on Monday, Airbnb is trading back down in the 130s somewhere, given that this kind of natural buying pressure tends to fade off after being added. So maybe a good spot to load up on some puts on Airbnb. I imagine they might be a little bit more expensive than you would expect. I don't know. What else we got? I don't really see any opportunity on Airbnb.
No, I agree. Airbnb is a bit extended, and then you had the thing on Friday. I mean, you don't know what kind of reaction you can get pretty much all day Friday, especially into the close on Friday. So, I mean, if you're going to ride it, you can ride the trend higher for short term. But it does look like it needs a bit of a breather. But you never know, as long as it just keeps grinding, putting in these higher lows. It's had higher lows for 4 days in a row now. So until that higher low structure breaks, I wouldn't try and fight the trend. And I'd say that it's probably more to the upside. I did get short the NASDAQ here, so I went long the SQQQ. I felt there was a pretty good risk to reward here, considering we rejected my prior level here to the upside, and my stop's just going to be above there. So we are shorting the QQQ right now, long SQQQ, and we'll just see if we can get back down to the lows of the day. You know, just get a nice little midday trade there.
Nice.
That could be good. The reasons for my trade here is we got that rejection. We got a nice inverse hammer candle right there at 12.14. Come back, we try to break again. It's a failed break higher. We get this large red bar, low volume on the way back up, and then you get these large volume selling bars here. So let's just see if we can continue to drift down lower. And, I'll cover some towards the low of the day and see if we can get a nice little scalp there on the NASDAQ.
Nice, I like that trade there. I mean, we're turning around off of resistance on NASDAQ. ES kind of supporting VWAP for now, so we'll see what happens with that one. But yeah, NASDAQ looking pretty weak. I have my eye on Oracle again. It's kind of making a shelf at 111.50 right now, so wondering if we kind of break below that, trap some shorts down here below 111 or 110.50, sorry, trap some shorts down there, and then blast back through. Can I get back into like 111 at the bare minimum, and then VWAP at 111.50, and then we'll see what happens from there. So I'm watching. I want to see some specific things on the tape before I actually hit enter on the order to go back through 110.50. And then if this just slams down into 110, that'll be the next potential trade for me on Oracle. Just trying to kind of find a spot where people are trapped and benefit from them being trapped, I guess. So we'll see on that. Looks like it's kind of bouncing right now, but again, I'm not just going to step in front of this level. You see when 111 broke, it kind of slammed down pretty quickly, 20, 30 cents. I don't want that to happen to me, so going to wait for it to go back through and enter on the stronger momentum. So we'll see on that one. I still have the order to go long ACB. Where's that at? Yeah, it's just below $1 right now, so we'll see. ACB 102 break I'm taking, trying to get to high of day and then add at high of day. And then that's CRNX. It did end up breaking the $30 level that I was interested in. And looks like it's actually holding very nicely above there. I don't know if I would have punched out. Probably wouldn't have punched out when it went down to 92s. Probably would have had to stop on like 89 or so. So I may still be long this one if I did take that trade. But again, you look at the volume, 7 million. It picked up a little bit on that breakout, but it hasn't done much. And on a stock like this, I think it's a 20 mil float. I'll double check that, but you don't want to be taking 30 cents on a $30 name that's up 20% and has a small float. CRN float on this guy, 40 million float. So yeah, you're talking about 52-week highs. You're expecting like $1 or $2 move probably on this one, and it's not giving you that. So we'll see. I mean, it seems like it's still a good trade off of this $30. It's holding $30 on the bid very nicely. That's, what is that, like 7 candles with a low of $30 almost exactly. So looks like this could still go. The room is very big on the daily chart. I'll take a look at the weekly on trade ideas just to see where this one has come from. But 52-week highs for sure. I think all-time high would be 41.50 on this one, and there's really not a whole lot of resistance until 37. If we see it here on this weekly, you got like maybe $32 as a level, and then 37, 35 kind of area. So looking pretty strong. If you're long, congrats. Just not enough volume, not enough aggression on the tape for me to take that one. Only 20 minutes, 25 minutes until this Apple event. I am holding my breath for that one. That's like the next trade, really. This Oracle scalp, this ACB kind of idea. Not big trades. I think the big trade is the Apple trade. So we'll see. We'll see what Apple decides to come out with today. NWGL, that other IPO, smoked. So it does open around $9. I was wondering if this one would, the tap would change on that. It didn't. It opened at $9.70, it looks like, and it gets all the way down to $7.50. So hopefully nobody was trapped long on that one. Only 600K of volume though, so not a particularly exciting IPO just yet. Maybe if it takes out this 10 again, there might be something there, but I'm not going to be involved in this one. Not enough volume. The IPO on watch this week, going to be that ARM IPO or ARM. I don't know if it's called ARM. You know if it's called ARM or ARM?
I know the ticker is ARM.
Yes.
That's what I know. I know tickers.
Yeah.
Speaking of like these new companies, can we take a look at VinFast? Like just the cliff that this thing fell off of. And people were like, it was up here and people are still screaming buy. Once you see a candle like this form on the daily, like it shows a lot of exhaustion, and you should be like super cautious with overnights once you see a candle like this. And obviously the next day we have minus 43%. And when that happens, you want to get out of the way of a moving train. You don't want to be, you can do intraday dips and trying to, and you can have, there were some very nice moves, some very nice bounces on an intraday basis. When you have a level like this and it closes at the low, you don't really want to be holding overnights. And speaking of Apple and Affirm, someone mentioned Affirm in the chat. Affirm and Apple launched this buy now, pay later program that they announced in their earnings, and it has just blown through the roof since that time. Affirm looks good. It's hugging this 5-day moving average on the daily, and it's just riding this trend higher. And I don't see any problem with it. You know how we mentioned Airbnb? Who knows? Airbnb could just continue to trend, in the same way that Affirm did. Albeit, what I like more about Affirm is that they had that. They both have a catalyst, but Affirm had this nice base that it broke out of, and it's just riding the trend higher. So who knows? Maybe Airbnb continues to drift higher. Puts in a nice 3-4 consolidation and moves higher. I'm not too sure, but Affirm looks very strong. And on the daily, on the intraday chart, on the 1-minute chart, even right now, the market's coming down, and Affirm is just putting in higher lows, building out a nice flag here. So we'll see if the market can find a bounce. Hopefully it doesn't, at least until I cover. But if the market can find a bounce, then Affirm could put in new highs and continue this strong trend to the upside. Yeah, I like Affirm.
Affirm, another one of those names that's kind of heavily shorted, I believe.
You have to assume some of
17%,
it's the cover.
Yeah, of course. 17 is okay, I guess, with a 217 million float. So there's a decent amount of shares there that are short. So yeah, Affirm always, and I feel like Neil's always trading Affirm. He's not there, so I can't ask him right now. But yeah, I think Neil is constantly on that Affirm, always wanting to short it. Hopefully not today, as decently strong on the day looks like. Oracle didn't give me the fill that I wanted. Tesla also, I always say these things, if Tesla breaks 270 again, I feel like that'll go down for the rest of the day, but I don't take the short. So could have taken the short, would be like 40 cents in the money on that one. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but we're looking at that 269 level, and then eventually low of day 268.30. I don't know. I don't really see a hold in this one. It's kind of looking. It's looking very weak. I mean, yesterday's close 273.50. Where's that on the chart? That was nothing really. It's this. It's the 270 level, 269 level that were key, and that 275, and really just giving it up. So, kind of wish I was short Tesla right now. Although it is looking like there's a little bit of buying happening at the moment. So, maybe it wants to hold 270. It just looking super, super weak to me at the moment, and I feel like this downtrend is going to continue. Nice shelf breakdown here at that 271 level. That probably could have structured a short there with a higher expected value, I guess, giving you that extra dollar on that one. But yeah, we'll see what happens with Tesla. I'm not really looking for the bounce play anymore on this one. I think that idea is dead. I mean, it was real nice in the morning. Now looking like, I don't know, where were we yesterday on? I feel like the 269 was kind of the line in the sand from yesterday's consolidation. We give that up. You're looking back to 266.5, which is where we broke out from yesterday. So I think if you're looking for the bounce, 266.5, maybe 267 fail breaking to the downside makes sense on Tesla, but I don't think that necessarily playing the bounce right now at this 270 makes sense a second time here. But I don't know, looking okay if you want the scalp there. Ain't for me. Reek Mayhem says Max doesn't short. I don't short very much. I should probably short more than I do, but yeah, I'm not. I don't know. For whatever reason, Wayne tells me I should flip my charts upside down. Shout out to Wayne. I'm not going to do that, but I don't think it has anything to do with the charts. I think it's just, I don't know, preference. I don't know what you think about that. Do you only go long? You only go short? What are you up to?
No, I mean, I don't go short necessarily in strong uptrends. I go short for these little scalps. I'm not looking for huge moves. I think that there is a lot of opportunity on the short side, though, but I will say it's a lot more fun going long because everyone's just happier. You get those massive moves. Your retirement accounts are doing better. So I have a lot more joy going long. And then there's also, not that we really care about, or I really care about this part in the short-term basis, but like the ethical standpoint of, well, you shouldn't short companies. I'm not sure how much my intraday short is going to affect that, but no, I have no problem going short. I think that you could be able to play both sides of the market, but I think there's also always long opportunities. So if you're focused on long opportunities and you start to get sidetracked by short opportunities, you could miss one of your really great long opportunities. So for Max, like I think that that's a great idea. Just stay focused on the long opportunities. This way you don't miss them when they do arise or get distracted, because we all know how easy it is to be looking for the next big trade to the short side. Something's moving down 10%, you want to try and chase it, and then guess what? The market bounces, and your setup that you had long, you no longer have, and you miss it. You're going to be more mad at yourself for missing the long setup than you would feel happy taking the short setup. So I totally understand that. I just think that you have to stick to your plan. But I have no problem shorting a name. I mean, short the market right now, and it's kind of coming back against me. I'm just going to leave my stop where it is. Usually in a type of scenario, if this was a more planned out, bigger idea trade for me, and I'm in the money, I'm going to move my stop to break even to ensure that I don't take a loss. But I do think, who knows? Maybe they try and sell it off right in front of the Apple, but they're running it up right now. So I'm not too sure. I'm just going to leave my stop where it is. If I get stopped out near the highs, then so be it. But we're just going to leave it as it is.
Yeah, you don't want to be adjusting your trade and moving stops. That's how you get smoked or you miss the trade and then end up with FOMO. You're punching back in at a terrible price and just getting chopped around. So you had the idea, unless you have new information, which I don't think we do have new information about the market right now. There's no reason to change that trade up. So nice, good decision making there. Yeah, Apple is kind of pushing up right now, but these things tend to happen in advance of these events. I think just scalping either side of a consolidation range on Apple ahead of the event is probably a pretty high probability trade. But we'll see if we reject here at this like 117.20 area that we've basically been consolidating in since 10:30 this morning when we gave up 177.50. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think Apple's going down on this event unless they give us something pretty awesome. But how long is it going to take for them to? They always do it at the end. How long is this event? I should probably figure that out. I feel like probably an hour. Let's look that up. Apple event.
And when does the reaction come? Like, I feel like, what is he going to say and at what point? You just have to pretty much watch the stock and see when that drastic move, when that volume comes in, to try and gauge what the move might be. I'd be wary on initial reactions because a lot of the time you'll see a spike in one direction, you get trapped that way, and then they flip it the other way hard. And that second move is often the right trade, but you never know. You could have a big spark, and then it just keeps trending higher. So, these news, I don't even call it news, catalyst trades, they move very fast, and you want to have super tight risk when you take them because it can flip one way or another, and you can get caught offside very quickly. But I think the best way is, throw up the conference on your screen, and then throw up the Apple chart, and throw up the NASDAQ chart and see what's happening, and just watch for that volume to come in and look for that big directional move. And that's how I'm going to play it here. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're not just going to flush right away at 1 p.m. We're going to have to wait for all this stuff to come out, get them going. It's not like it's an economic release today where you just get it and it goes right away. So, going to have to be watching for the updates on this one. I don't know what they're going to say that could send us up, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Just watch the tape, as you were saying. See what have your levels. I think taking a short through the low of day makes sense. If they come out with something that the market doesn't like, I don't know. Fading 180 makes a lot of sense if that does come in. So, see what happens on that one. I canceled my ACB buy order. That one's not really doing anything. Kind of trending down a little bit. So. we'll wait on that. If it does come back up, it feels like the volume's fading off, and the evidence is right there. The volume is fading off. So if we do break 102 and the size is still there when it comes back up, I got it on a level 2 on the side, so I'll be watching. But I don't want to just have that order there, and it wicks me in on light volume, and then end up getting smoked on that. So we'll wait on app or on ACB. I don't know what else. Oracle did bounce off of that 110.50, but doesn't do that kind of failed breakout that I'm looking for. So I wanted the failed breakout. You can't see it because of this giant wick here. Hopefully this will delete. There we go. Yeah, it does a double bottom there on 110.50. So you could structure along there. I was looking for people to get trapped short and then blast off. It's stopping at 111, so 50-cent range right now. You could be shorting up here, longing down here. I want to see like a liquidity kind of vacuum scenario where people are stopping out of their positions, and I'm taking advantage of that. So we'll wait on that. I'm not really looking to short it. I think it's down enough. So no shorts on Oracle. Nice short if you got it back through that 112 here, but again, it's SSR, so you can't punch the bid. You got to wait for that fill. Maybe you got it in here, assuming that these wicks are real, and then you would have gotten $1.50 out of that. Much better than the long above. However, not a bad trade there on that long. Yeah, just kind of. Tesla, not that great off the bottom there. It is holding though, so that 170 or 270 long that I was talking about, I guess, was decent.
I'm a little mad with myself here. If you look at this Uber chart here, like this, we were talking about how it's an inside day. Like this is a beautiful flag.
Oh, wow.
It gets super tight and it rips through, and you pretty much get an instant 35 cents in like 10, 15 minutes. The reason why I hesitated was we were talking about that inside day. The inside day high was about $49. So, you have a nice 20-cent move. I could have taken some off here and then, add through the 49 break. But that was a really clean move. And so what you see is once you get above that $49, that prior day high, you're likely to get a drastic move. And there's a lot of confluence here with the fact that $49 is an even number. So when you have that whole number confluence with something like an inside day high, you can get a nice move. It ran up 17 cents, so it's not the smallest move in the world. You want to look for something a bit bigger, but it's a nice move coming out of this consolidation on the 1 minute, and then confirming through the prior day highs. That's a really solid move.
Yeah, and like Uber, tons of liquidity there on Uber typically. Although that book's looking a little bit thin relative to what I thought it would look like.
1 cent spread though.
Yeah, you're risking really maybe 5 to 10 cents and getting that 35-cent, whatever that move was.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I think a 35-cent move on Uber is pretty good, and it tends to trend, right? You can trail that all the way back to break even and be holding that potentially for the rest of the day, even as the market. The market's kind of not blasting off. The market has been up during that move, so maybe if the market tanks on this Apple conference, you get stopped out of that, but the market goes up on that Apple conference, you're crushing that Uber trade for sure.
Definitely rip. That's also like you don't really want to be buying this breakout if the market is coming down. The market kind of bounced and then this broke out. And so when we were talking about relative strength earlier, the market's coming down and Uber's kind of just going sideways, just building out this flag, getting tighter and tighter. And then once the market finally does catch a bid, this decides to rip through. And look at the bar. Like this is how you know it's a confirmation bar. When you get this big green candle right here. Like this bar is so much bigger. And then you have the inside day is fractal, right? So this inside day right before the breakout bar is no coincidence. It gets super tight, and then you have that range expansion. So that happens on the daily time frame, that happens on the 1 minute time frame. So, if I was watching this intently, this would have been a great trade, but it's definitely one that I can take note of and record for studying, because even if you don't take a trade, you want to take note of what's happening, what you missed, to try and catch them for the next time.
Yeah.
This is definitely a great breakout here on the 1 minute chart.
even ignoring that daily setup, you look at something that consolidates for that period of time below a specific level like that. I mean, just taking a consolidation breakout, even just ignoring that daily, probably a high probability trade there, I would say.
Sure.
You love to see those long-term consolidations where people are placing bets all day, and Uber's doing decent volume today. So, there's people trading it and they get stopped out above that level, or other people are kind of FOMOing in long. It makes a lot of sense for a breakout there. I do have Tesla on watch right now, so it did just turn around off that 270 attempted hold. Figure out what the high was there. I think it was 50 something, 53. So puts in that kind of 53 high, but can't get through that consolidation area here, and looking weak once again. Not much size on that 269 level, so expecting that to break right about now. And I am expecting low of day, which is currently 268.33. So, watch out for that 268 breakdown. I feel like based on what the market's doing, maybe that's a bit of a trap, and the scalp on a failed break of 268 makes more sense than trying to take that short. I think, the short exists more in here at this 271, or even 275 breaking back through was quite a banger today. I think, that didn't get there, so it gives you that wick there to take the breakdown off of, and you only have to risk up to 50 cents and end up, what is that, a $6 move there? So pretty solid. Tesla giving it up both ways today, all the way up, all the way back down. Let's see what happens at that low of day. I think I might try the scalp on a 268 failed break if that does show up. Oracle also not doing what I want, so waiting on that one. People in the chat were talking about AMD earlier, so let's just take a look at that. I haven't looked at it today at all, actually. Didn't feel like the chips had that much edge in them. However, NVIDIA did put in a decent up move. AMD, I don't know. I don't really have that 103 level necessarily pegged. But 105 always kind of key, and kind of finding resistance there. I guess, where are we here? 10, yeah. So 103, maybe a level. Not really for me. I'd want to see it like maybe fail breaking 102 to go long at AMD. The short, I guess, makes sense off that 106, which is exactly where he went to. So that's a nice trade there. But yeah, I don't know. Not much of an exciting day on AMD.
I'm not a fan.
Airbnb.
I'm not a fan of the chart for these semiconductors right now.
Yeah.
Like if you
very,
look at
very choppy.
Yeah, like look at this. There's not really any clear edge. It gets to a pivot point, it wicks it by 20, 30 cents, and then it comes back higher. You think you're going to break a low, and then it breaks it, you get trapped, and then you lose $2 on it when you're just trying to make 50 cents. Like it's not really worth it right now. And like you compare NVIDIA and Apple to Google, Amazon, and Meta. Like it's clear that NVIDIA and Apple are the weaker names. So maybe you're thinking the other names are going to pull them up. But I'm not too sure. I think that you just want to ride the trend, ride the momentum. So if semiconductors are weak, and NVIDIA and AMD are below the moving averages, and they look like they're going to be trending down, and they're super choppy, why are you going to try and trade them long when you have other opportunities like Amazon making a nice move yesterday, like Google hanging out near highs? I think your odds are much better if you're just going to ride the trend and ride what's strong. I'd be looking more for a short on AMD. I actually do have it on my list for tomorrow through Monday's highs, because it put in a nice inside day today. And then if it can break Monday's highs, it can retest the lows from earlier in August around $100. I feel like it's just kind of a magnet at this point to go to $100 once you have those big names, those big levels kind of within reach. It's kind of like they want to go there. So if you look at the AMD chart here, this $100 level is only $5.50 away. If the Apple news is bad and the NASDAQ decides to flush, then tomorrow this could definitely be within reach, and you can have a nice trade there. So I'm not a fan of the semiconductors right now. NVIDIA yesterday, it lost its 50-day moving average, and it flushed, but it recovered. So now it's just kind of hanging around there until we get a decisive move. I wouldn't be really looking to long anything. I kind of want to see it if we're going to look long, I want to see it base out kind of get supported and spend a few days above that 50-day moving average and then break higher. I wouldn't really be trying to bottom fish anything below an important level like the 50-day moving average, because we've seen tons of rejection. Like you look at this upper wick right now, even where it's hanging out right now, it's kind of a magnet to it right now. So until we see some sustained confirmation above that level, I wouldn't be overly bullish on that. But you never know. NVIDIA can make a $10, $15, $20 move just like that, and then and then you know you don't want to be on the wrong side of that trade either. So just keep an open mind for it. But right now, leaning a little bit bearish for the semiconductors. Although I don't want it to be, because that's a great indication of the tech market in general. So if those aren't doing too hot, the general market probably isn't doing very hot either.
Yeah. Given that that's like the big sector right now, the AI kind of indicator has been NVIDIA, particularly, and obviously by extension AMD and SMCI,
yeah.
SMCI, TSLA, all those other ones. Yeah, only 2 minutes until this Apple event. I figure we're not going to get any action until, you know, maybe 15, 20 minutes after. We'll see what happens on that. I got I don't even know what this website is, up looking for the live updates on this, on the event. Maybe we get something exciting. I don't know. Other than that, not really looking at much right now. I see Sharif is at the big desk, so maybe he'll hit us up with the updates as they roll in on this iPhone release. Expected iPhone release, I guess. They haven't necessarily said that they are releasing iPhones. I don't know, but we all know that they are. If they don't, maybe that's the big short. We're not releasing an iPhone this year. Yeah, Apple event starting. People are saying in the chat, Nicole not liking the music. Fair enough. Yeah, we'll see what they say. Are Sean and Neil in anything? Do you guys have any positions right now? Sean is short Microsoft at 334. Long Disney 83.20. Let's see. That's looking good. Oh, he's long ACB. Sean is long ACB at 95 cents. Nice there. ACB is on NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking for that 102 breakout. I feel like this one could go as someone's breaking plates in the background there. A bit of a Greek wedding we're having right now, I guess. I don't know what is happening there. Yeah, I guess we just wait on this Apple event, really. ACB, interesting, just a little buying coming in there. Is that Sean buying more shares here on ACB? Looking for this, I am looking for this 102 to break. You can see that 8,000 lots there. That's 800,000 shares. So if that does break, I feel like there's a higher probability that we see high of day after, you know, we've been kind of compressing for, you know, 3 hours now since 10 a.m. So yeah, let's see on this. If this 102 starts to go on ACB, I will very likely be punching a position on it. So let's watch this tape right now. Still kind of slow though. Bit of a volume spike, but not enough to get me excited yet. So come on, let's see it. Nothing on this Apple event yet on my website here. So let's see. No, nothing yet. Sharif saying the event is starting, I think. So yeah, we will wait. Sharif's gonna yell at us if there's anything crazy, I think. So we'll wait on that. Still waiting on this 8,000 lots to break. Other than that, Oracle looking like it wants to break down actually. So I don't know that I do want that that long back through right now. Kind of like consolidating up and now potentially giving up that low. Kind of looked more like a short to me than a long, but we'll see what that 110.50 level looks like. I do like the idea of this kind of fail breaking, trapping people down here and then blasting back off. So see what happens on this. Tesla getting close to that low of day, but holding 269 for now. So let's see. Super chat, $1 from Aaliyah. Thank you for the $1. No note there, but thanks for the $1 for sure. Yeah, I mean, I I got nothing. We're waiting on Apple right now. So all eyes on Apple, all eyes on this event, I guess. Oracle coming into that 110.50. Do we hold again? I think if we hold again, there is a shot at VWAP, but yeah, I don't know on that. Got anything on watch, Adam?
I'm just watching Uber. It's consolidating nicely above that $49 level now. There's nothing really going on. I don't want to take a position now and then get slammed when some news does come out, because we know that it can have a very sharp move. I'm still on that SQQQ long, so I'm short the NASDAQ. I'm just going to leave my stops in place. We're just about break even right now. I'm just, in case there is a bit of a flush in the market, we can get lucky there, but if not, I just get stopped out for a small loss. It's not really a big deal. Yeah, I just don't want to jump in front of a moving train, but I'm debating seeing here if the news is good, if the market does respond well, perhaps taking a shot on Uber long above the high of day, which is 49.18. And that's because it's just gone sideways even as the NASDAQ has been pulling back. So we'll just wait here, see what the initial reaction is, get a gauge in the market, what direction it wants to go. And then once it's decided itself, we'll play off of some key levels there. But not much, just watching Uber. And we'll take an Apple trade possibly through the low of the day if it is bad. That's pretty much it. I don't have a lot going on
Fair
right
enough.
now. If I can say one other thing, BlackBerry. So BlackBerry released their preliminary earnings on last Thursday, and they got smoked like 15%, and that was after they had been rising on news that someone was interested in purchasing them. So they went down for a couple days, and they got bought up right back up. Yesterday they had a huge day, and they've just been hanging around the highs for the past few days. Perhaps someone, maybe someone knows something about BlackBerry, that there is a lot of offers going around for them, and perhaps based on the way they were bought right back up after the earnings drop, maybe they are going to get bought out, and who knows? Maybe the premium's going to be a lot higher than the $5.50 level that they're hovering around right now. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. The fact that it sold off heavy on earnings and got bought right back up interests me. Perhaps over the highs of today for a trade tomorrow for that gap fill, but just something to take note of going for the future, because I think it's pretty interesting. There isn't really a technical setup for me right now besides the inside day, but I think it's just something to take note of and see how it trades for the coming days, because there is that news catalyst of a potential takeover. I will say though, if it comes out that there is no longer offers or BlackBerry is no longer looking to be put up for sale, then I think it can get hit pretty hard and fast. So it's definitely more of a speculative name, but I'm just going to keep an eye on that one because I think it's pretty interesting the way the price has traded the past few days.
Yeah, makes sense there. Apparently, Aaliyah was asking about, I think that was, anyway, asking about Roku. Down 1.3 right now. I don't know, not much here. Looking kind of weak on the day. I did see that they were up, a couple days ago when I was off, up to like $98 or $95. Sold all the way back down. Nice bottom here actually at this like 82 kind of level. So maybe 82 is a level to play off of. 81, 80 kind of area. Anything in here above this consolidation, I feel like you give that up, you're probably looking more down to like this 75. On the day trade, I don't know. I mean, I like that there's a double bottom here. Kind of looking maybe like, I don't know, but double bottom for sure. If you give that 82.75 up, I feel like you're seeing low of day on Roku. I'm watching Apple, nothing going on there. But yeah, Roku has that high-ish short float, I believe. Oh, it's 8%? According to Trade Ideas, I swear Roku was at like 20 before, so I guess some short covering after that crazy move up. $100 on top is kind of that's the key level there. If Roku ends up breaking 100, I feel like this thing's got some real some room to go for sure. If this daily chart will load up for me, I'm looking at 140 as the next real level on top of $100. This doesn't want to load up. Here we go. On the weekly, you got 100 basically, and then 140, 139 kind of area. So, definitely some room on Roku. I don't know that I necessarily believe in this company, but is what it is. Oracle also, I did try that. I tried the long on Oracle at 110.5, stopped out for a small loss. This one is through 110 again, so looking like potential low of day here on Oracle. I thought this would bounce a lot more than it has. They're really not liking the guide on this one on Oracle. So I don't know, if we do a little consolidation somewhere and break a top back above 110, then that's probably the only way that I would be interested in this one. Really wanted that holding that 110.50 or this 110.20-ish area, but no bid yet on Oracle. Secondary down move potentially incoming through 109. I don't think that 109 would be a spot that I would want to try to hold at. Maybe at the next level at 108 to try to get it back up to 109. But that's basically it. Just waiting on Apple. That's all. I don't have any updates yet.
I think for Roku too, it had that big spike last Wednesday when they announced that they were laying off 10% of their workforce, and it just gave it all up. Not necessarily the best sign for this stock. Like you said, definitely double bottom. But the fact that it had this news, it gapped up 10% and then just pretty much flushed the rest of the day on huge volume. It's not the most bullish thing in the world. Like you said, $100 is a key level, and if it can get back above this high of this day, then it'll probably approach that $100 level. And then, yeah, just a great weekly chart. Like you said, it's building out a nice flag. I think it'll just take time if it's going to go back to the upside. I think it'll just need some time to build out. But I'm not a big fan of these upper wicks the last 4 days. Shows that it's trying to get bought up and it's just getting sold off. So I'm not sure. What was that?
Reef is saying that there's finger gestures for the new watch. So like you hover over it?
No, just like going like this, like that.
What does that do?
I'm watching right now.
All right.
Didn't it already have that? I thought it already
Market
had that.
not really reacting to that yet, but let's see. I mean, a little bit of selling. There's not a tremendous amount of volume yet. We're looking for a big volume spike on Apple to kind of confirm any kind of move that's happening, although we are getting a bit of a sell right now. What's going on, Sharif? I mean, it's only like 10 cents, 20 cents, so not a big deal. Yeah, they just launched Apple Watch Series 9. Looks the exact same as before. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing going on. So we'll see. Waiting for the iPhone. I think that's the only thing that's really going to move the market here. Getting involved in Apple based on a watch is probably not the way to go unless the watch has I don't know.
Superpowers?
Superpowers. It gives you superpowers. What could the watch possibly do that people are going to get excited about it? I think nothing.
If it had like a 3D thing that just shot out of the watch, it brought like a vision.
Yeah.
The
hologram, like in Star Trek or whatever.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be cool.
Do they have that technology?
Where's the
yet?
hologram
I'm not
at?
sure.
Come on, I'm sure they have that technology. Google was making that?
Remember the
Holo. I don't know. HoloLens? I don't know. Someone apparently was making a hologram thing before, not launched yet, so I guess not super successful in that one. There's really nothing going on. Oh, ACB just broke, so I should get to that. ACB broke that 102, gets to 104, no real buying, so I don't know how excited I am about this one. I think maybe just take the high of day. I watched the volume going into that 102. There's really nothing there, so not really interesting to me on ACB. But if you do hold that 102, hold $1, and I think we can get back to high of day for sure. Yeah, no new updates yet out of this Apple event. I don't know. We wait. WLDS makes the parts for Apple Watches. All right, we can take a look at WLDS. No volume right now. I'm not sure that this event is really going to help, but yeah, I think we wait for the iPhone. That's it. Thoughts on Manchester incarcerated? I don't know, Sharif. This one's for you. He's busy,
Menu?
guys. He's busy. I think I don't know.
I think it's this menu.
Yeah, it would be Man U, but I feel like they're making a joke here that we don't necessarily understand unless you're a big soccer fan.
Okay. I'm not sure about incarcerated. I'm not. Is that a shot at Manchester United?
I expect that is a shot at Man U.
I mean, the stock price reflects a shot because it gapped down, and now it's just forming a nice bear flag here. This looks like it wants lower prices probably. I'm not sure why it gapped down 18%. I know that there were talks about them being taken over, them being bought, and so it had this big gap up and all this way, and then they were saying they don't want to sell it. It was just a lot of back and forth, so I'm not too sure. And then it gapped up again, and then it gapped up again, and then it gapped down. So I'm not too sure what's going on with this name, but with this gap down, it's kind of bear flagging right now. If it can take out these lows, you're probably seeing lower prices, but I'm not too sure. It's just a lot of risk when it comes to these names that are involved in buyout talks, because you can have news break over the night and then it's gapped up 30% and then you're out of the money. And I just don't know if taking this name short would be worth it considering the gap ups that it's had all within this consolidation. But hey, for an intraday, trade, then why not? But it looks definitely like a bear flag on the daily chart.
Yeah. I don't think there's much there until they get another takeover offer or more news comes out on that one. So, yeah, Apple Watch. There's really not a lot on this. You can now talk to Siri directly on the watch. I feel like it's not a big deal. Brighter display. We are coming up off those lows, but it hasn't broken out. It's still inside of all of this consolidation right now on Apple. So we wait for something bigger. We will. Sharif is watching the hand gestures now. Yeah, you got to wait for a volume spike. Once we see this volume really increase, you can see how low it is. It's, even before the event, we're still at the same kind of levels of volume. So people are waiting for the real release. You got to wait for the volume to confirm whatever moves are happening. So, we would just wait for that. That AXLA did just break the high of 107 that we were talking about. So you can take a look at that one. Whoever threw their max BP into this one, good for you. Now at 109, although it just now reverses that. Spread kind of opening up, interestingly, on these $1 names. You typically don't see that very often. So see if it can take out 110. I'm not involved in this one. Another super chat from Nicole. Thank you. Georgia suspends gas tax state of emergency due to inflation. Interesting.
The blood flow in your hand, that's how it knows you're double tapping. That's pretty cool.
Measuring the blood flow in your hand?
Yeah.
Kind of cool. All right, let's take a look at XOM. Did that move oil enough to kind of move XOM through the high? No, it did not. It's only one state, so I feel like that's not really making a difference on overall gas supply. But
Yeah. Let's hope this isn't all there is for Apple, because this is pretty underwhelming so far.
Well, we'll see. They haven't gotten to the iPhone yet. Oh, Sharif, are you saying it's the same hand that the watch is on? He's not listening. If you can gesture
He's
with
focused.
the same hand, like the watch is here, and you're like doing this, and it somehow knows what you're doing, that would be cool.
Is that what it is? Oh, it's not.
You do this with the hand that the watch is on. It's kind of cool.
But what's the purpose?
Just more ways to connect with your iPhone. Oh, look at this AXLA, 117 the high now. This is actually starting to go. Yeah, not bad. Apple also starting to go again. Look at the volume on Apple.
Yeah.
Not there yet. Little bit of a volume spike. You want to see something like this. You want to see way more shares in this to confirm any kind of up move. I mean, we're still low volume on the day, despite this being a news day and them releasing features. I think you got to wait for the iPhone release, unless you're just pure scalping on this one. Which, I mean, I think the risk to reward on pure scalping right now is probably not what you're looking for. I don't know. You know, they could release something and it absolutely tanks. You get smoked for no reason.
Yeah, I think it's better just to wait.
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of like even if you look at the NASDAQ, it's just kind of chopping around at these highs. But you know what? It is making higher lows on the 1 minute chart here. So you know, if we can get above this level, it's clearly a level of interest. Apple says something good, then you know there's a lot of room upwards. On the contrast, it hasn't broken the level yet. So if Apple says something bad, you can flush. But I mean, maybe if you were interested, you can try and buy on a potential higher low in anticipation of a break higher. But like Max said, I'm not sure if it's worth the risk right now, given the potential breaking news that can come out of this Apple event. There's just not a lot going on right now.
People saying that SoFi is breaking out. I know that you were looking at that one before.
Yeah.
Did you end up getting involved? No.
I did not, just because I didn't want to get involved. I mean, this is a nice little consolidation here. When we were talking about it earlier, it did end up holding the $9 level, and you know we said above 9 good, below 9 bad, and it's you know it's going high. I think it's approaching the highs. The highs are 9.19 today. So yeah, it's a nice move. Nice volume on the 1 minute. Looks good. But no, I didn't get involved. I think as long, you can be looking for a continuation trade tomorrow as well, considering it's now back over its 50-day moving average and it's trading near the highs. There's been a lot of mixed bags in this market. Some names are trading lower, some names are trading higher. Like we said, the semiconductors, AMD, looks like it wants lower, and then you have some of the other technology names look like they want higher. So if you're going to be long, I'd focus on the names that are looking higher. So if there is a positive reaction to this news, then SoFi could break the high a day and it can really get going here. But as long as it stays above $9, I do like it. And you know, I might put it on watch for a continuation trade tomorrow.
Yeah, that makes sense to watch tomorrow. I mean, you know, the high volume part of the day is not right now, certainly, and SoFi doesn't really move all that much, right? So you really want to catch those moves kind of in the opening hour or so if you're going to trade something like SoFi. Otherwise, A, getting chopped around, and B, just like the potential for the trade really goes away. Unless it's actually making a move and taking out highs during maybe power hour or something like that. But
NASDAQ's ripping.
yeah, Apple is starting to go, but again, no proof here, no volume yet. Volume does seem to be picking up on the tape here, so people liking something. I don't know. Running some kind of ad apparently. Nothing exciting yet, so bit of a short squeeze maybe. Who knows? I mean, Apple closed at 179.36 yesterday, so we're down $2 from there. If this event is exactly what people expected it to be, then we shouldn't really necessarily go down too much from there today, right? The market is basically flat, so potentially people getting into this short today, looking for that event disaster, and it doesn't show up, then we should short squeeze back to the upside, back into like maybe that 178, 179 area. But I don't know. We got to see. Volume is starting to pick up though, so maybe people getting excited. I don't really understand why before the iPhone's even released yet. Sounds like some gimmicky features on an Apple Watch, but you know, I'm not about to step short in front of this right now as we are making an up move, but. Let's see. Maybe, I mean, could potentially try to short it in front of 177.80, but I don't know. That seems kind of dumb to me. We shall see. We got to wait. Be patient on this. Nothing else really setting up. Oracle did actually make a bottom at that 109.50, so that's the third time today that it holds 109.50. Back in the 110 area, just above 110. Didn't really do enough consolidation for me to take that break back above, but that was actually good. Gives you, 30 cents there, almost 25 cents. So I don't know. I think I want to see this on Oracle, except the right way. It actually holding that level on 109.50. So fail break of 109.50 one more time. Maybe it touches these lows and then blasts right back to 109.50, and then you can take that breakout right back up. Not seeing any news yet on Apple, but kind of fading a little bit on the move. Nothing yet. CVNA, somebody saying? Oh, that 52 broke again. So Carvana wanting to bid up a little bit. Everybody distracted by the Apple event, and Carvana's breaking 52 again. I did like that idea for a breakout. Even 51.90 there was pretty clean. Kind of a triple top there at 51.90. Kind of missed that, so.
That was nice.
Nothing there. Waiting on the iPhone.
I'm stopped out of my SQQQ short NASDAQ. It kind of took out the top of the range here and ripped higher. I mean, like Max said, we haven't heard any news. Maybe there was a bit of a leak, perhaps, and they're running it up now. I'm not too sure, but regardless, the price action wants higher, so I'm not going to fight that, and I'll get stopped out for a small loss. And I don't know, I'm just looking for other names that can potentially go higher. I was watching Uber, it kind of gave it up. If Uber could have held up above that $49 level, it would have ripped. So it had all that relative strength earlier. I'm not sure why, because now that the NASDAQ is ripping, it's not really doing much. It's kind of just hanging out around this 49. Well, it's reclaiming right now. And the NASDAQ is just ripping higher on some pretty nice volume here.
Yeah, just taking out that 15.6, which was that kind of key level. So, yeah, maybe NASDAQ wanting to rip off 15.6. Bears versus Bulls asking me to check out Roblox. Just took out a triple top high, so Roblox on the move as well, up 3.5% today. Oh yeah, we were looking at this one the other day. So nasty earnings. Sean's children were not able to spend enough money for them to crush earnings, I guess. Kind of taking out the post-earnings kind of levels here. That $31 would be the kind of stop out area on the earnings move, but yesterday's high being 29.70, I think 29.60. That could be a spot to try to get long. I think even just getting long off of that consolidation breakout that we just had, risking down to like 29.40 would have made some sense, but I definitely don't have that.
Someone mentioned Palantir. Palantir does look pretty good. It's been holding up the past few weeks, kind of putting in a bit of a longer consolidation here. If it can get above this 16.15 as well as this 50-day moving average right here, I think it could definitely stretch. It's just that when you're under the 50-day moving average on the daily, that acts as a clear level of resistance. So that's why you see these long upper wicks here. You can get the $16 break and perhaps a push to the high a day. It's just that the fact that the NASDAQ has ripped so much and it's kind of just not trading near the highs. When the NASDAQ is ripping, you want stocks that are trading near the highs so you can have a nice move higher. So the fact that it hasn't taken out $16 yet, I'm not too sure. But once it gets above this 16.15 and the 50-day moving average, I think you can have a lot more of a clear trend and avoid a lot of the chop because now you have daily resistance out of the way and you can definitely get going to the upside. But yeah, if you want to take the whole number break, it's not a bad idea. I like the whole number breaks. So, and it has some momentum in the short term. So, yeah, if the NASDAQ continues to rally into the close, then you can definitely look at that $16 level and take a long off of there. It's not a bad idea.
AXLA. I outlined this trade, $1.07. Now trading almost at $1.40, $1.39 the high. Whoever put max BP when we were sub $1.07, I hope that you're still involved on this one. What a run! Now 30% basically off of that dollar breakout level. What did I say the next stop was? I think I was talking about I think I was talking about here. Where's or $1.55 I think was the next stop for me on AXLA. Where is it? No, $1.35. This is exactly where the trade that I was looking at. So should have taken that $7 breakout. 155 being the next level, and then, you know, if we take out 155, who knows on these $1 stocks? They can get absolutely moving. Apple as well. They're saying that they're I don't know, some green energy stuff. Nothing super exciting quite yet, but we are holding above VWAP for now. Apple saying they're going carbon neutral, at least on the Apple Watch, I think.
It's interesting.
Charging, I don't know. No more leather. Wow. No more leather for your iPhone case.
Leather. Oh, I thought you were going to say leather straps for the watch or something. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, no leather straps for the watch either, apparently.
Well, you just go to the mall and you can go to one of the kiosks, and
Yeah,
if you really like your leather, you can go to the mall and get one of those cases. They're not selling leather cases anymore?
Yeah, they're saying no more leather at Apple, watch bands, and you know, everything's going to be rubber and knit.
Okay.
So nothing exciting there. Although, you know, I guess whoever enjoys their leather products.
PETA's going to like them for that.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
That's good. I guess.
Just more on sustainability, that kind of stuff. No iPhone yet. Sharif will be yelling when there is an iPhone. You guys will probably hear that in the background. AMC just took out the high at $8. Interesting. Okay. AMC short float is only 2.9%. Could that be correct?
Wow.
That's something. It's 29?
Because they reverse split.
Oh, it's okay. So it's still, AMC short float still 29%, not 2.9. Sean correcting me, just went through that $8 high. So, you know, a little bit of short squeezing potentially going on here. Nice consolidation breakout at 790. I don't know, this has been going down for quite some time now. So next levels like, I don't know, 830 there, then 850, and then, you know, I think breaking out of $9 could be actually a decent spot on AMC to try to get back up to 10, 11. I don't know. I'm not particularly bullish on this name, but good momentum there, and maybe a little bit of something on that later on today. I don't know. I just want to see an iPhone come out. Ooh, those are some. Oh, Nike. All right, never mind. Some ugly looking watch bands that I just saw pop up on my feed, but anyway, what else we got? XOM, Roblox holding that 2950. AMD is at high of day? No way. Load. AMD is at high of day. Interesting. So good consolidation breakout there above like 105.80. 106. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens with AMD. I think if we get up to like, where's this level? Like 107.50. That's probably a decent short. Obviously, if Apple rallies the market on this event, maybe you're looking at higher on AMD. But I don't know. I think fading any kind of up move on AMD right now makes a lot of sense. Like 108 to 110 is probably a good short area.
Someone mentioned Upstart getting tight. Upstart's got, you know, it's been catching a nice bid around this $29 level. Pretty clear support. So, you know, if it can get a bit above this consolidation area here, there's a lot of room back up. When you have a big flush like this, that's just super fast. That can get filled pretty quickly. And we know how quickly Upstart can run. Like once it filled this gap, these runs after the consolidations were very fast. So if it can get above this, I guess, 36 level, it can start a nice new run. Obviously, the market has to cooperate, but so far catching a nice bid around $29. If it loses $29, then it could be a lookout below type situation. But so far, so good. It's holding this level. If you want to take a long and risk against the $29 level, then you know you have a clear out below that level, and you know, it's nice that you'll know exactly where you're wrong because it's been supported 1, 2, 3 times. So the fact that it's caught a nice bid today, that's a good sign for the stock. Yeah, it looks good. I like this support level here.
Yeah, that upstart nasty down move.
Yeah. Fast.
Yeah, that was quite something. Airbnb also taking out the highs. People talking about this one in the chat. The volume's just so light on it. It's tough to take the trades on this one. It's just kind of stair-stepping up. I mean, if you somehow caught the 147 long, which I don't really have levels on Airbnb, and I probably should, given that it is being added to the S&P, but you know, 147. I guess that was pre-market level this morning. So comes back down there, tests the breakout price. You can get long on the breakout if you didn't get it the first time, and you know, blasts off. We're at 151 now on Airbnb. Could have taken the high of day. Maybe, I don't know, 35 cents risk. You risk it down to 150, and you end up getting like 60 cents. It's not the best, but it's not bad either. More Apple Watch crap.
Upstart literally lost 50% in 4 sessions.
Yeah.
Like, that's after taking, you know, all this time. This was a nice breakout here, but you know, it'll take 16 days for it to gain, and then it'll take 4 sessions to give it all back. So that's why when you're wrong, you have to get out. You have to know when you're wrong for one, and when you are wrong, you have to get out, because you don't want a move like this to happen to you, especially with a lot of these speculative names, which, let's face it, Upstart is a very speculative growth tech type name. So when it gets hit, you have to know where your out is, and you have to honor it and get out, because you do not want to be trapped buying. You know, you can buy this breakout here at 62, and then before you know it, you're down 50%. So if your stop is 55, get out at 55. Don't think, oh, it might come back, the market's going to reverse, it's just temporary. You know, you have to honor your stop, because you don't want a move like this to happen to you. This is how accounts blow up. And it's happened, I think, to a lot of traders, at least in their early days. They think, oh, it's just going to come back. They start, you know, hoping and praying, and then it never comes back, and you can lose an account pretty quickly when you get caught in something like this. So just know you're out and stick with it, is a lesson from this, especially with how euphoric this run was. Like, with how euphoric this run was, you want to just make sure that you keep perspective and you stay grounded and you honor your rules.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're not stopping out on a move like that, that ain't trading. I think that's probably just gambling. I'm actually watching Oracle again. It seems to be holding this 110 area, so looking kind of good here at 110 potentially for a bounce. I mean, it's kind of reserving on the bid, not wanting to break down below 110 after it kind of held again. So maybe considering, I don't know, considering the long here off 110, if we kind of wick below and then right back through again, that could be something to take. Is it iPhone time, Sharif? All right, here we go. iPhone time according to Sharif. So all eyes on Apple now. Let's see what they release. No volume yet. I think they were saying that the watch is like $1,000 now. The Ultra is like $1,000. That's a lot to pay for a tiny little screen on your wrist. But you know, people are willing to pay for their Apple products. So not enough to move the stock. We await this iPhone release. Hopefully it's something super exciting. I'm thinking no, but starting to bid up here. Here's some volume coming into the stock.
Nice flag it's coming out of.
Yeah, this is, it's moving. We're moving. Has anything been said yet? Maybe not. Did people move the algos into the room for this event? Maybe. Let's see. Sharif hasn't yelled anything, so I'm waiting on Sharif's yells to take a position here. No volume yet, really. Still kind of chilling on the volume right now. Oh. Okay. A little bit of selling coming in. Still nothing. I don't know. We wait on this one. Yeah, Oracle is actually, the bid is getting bigger on Oracle, although Apple is okay. There's some selling coming in. A little bit of selling. Nothing substantial yet.
People didn't like the pink iPhone, though.
The iPhone's pink?
They showed a pink.
Uh-oh, they're showing a pink iPhone, the market's dipping.
It does.
Yeah. All right, I don't know. Waiting for the actual news here. Oracle, probably a trade that we can actually take before this news comes out. Still sitting at this 110, so I don't know. I mean, if it doesn't want to print the 110 price, could probably just get long right here at 01s, putting a stop at 99s. I think if I see some buying, I may just punch into Oracle right now. But currently selling. There we go. All right, we're through. Thankfully, didn't punch that right away. So let's see if this wants to get right back through that 110, and then I can take the trade on that. Apple still no volume coming in, so still just waiting on that one. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. 2 updates. Oh yeah, it's pink. It is definitely pink. That's not rose gold. That's a pink iPhone right there.
Didn't have one like that before?
Not the Pro models. The normal models were. Yeah, I think you could have had a pink one before, probably. I don't know.
I hope that's not the biggest announcement that they have.
That's probably it. USB-C and a pink iPhone.
And a pink new colorway.
Ryan in the chat says Steve Jobs is missed. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the innovation on these iPhones is not exactly what it was before. Oh, enhanced dynamic island. So exciting right there. Yeah. I don't know.
But at a certain point, like, what are we expecting? Like, because maybe I'm not creative enough. I don't know, or I'm not technologically advanced enough, but I don't know what more, like, they could, like, what could they say, what could they offer that's going to be groundbreaking besides an AI series, something like that? Like, what else is there that they could
I mean,
invent?
we know that they're working on that.
So it's not even news at this point.
No, it's not really news. I mean, them launching it and it like working very well would be news. So
True. No bugs, like we saw with Microsoft when they announced the AI Bing. There was a bug and they got hit hard. So yeah, maybe successful launch of it could be positive. I don't know though. I don't know.
I mean, the volume's definitely starting to pick up a little bit here, but you know, no big down move yet, no big retracement yet. So we'll see if they. Yeah, I mean, maybe AI Siri is the only thing here that can send it up. Text, tougher glass, brighter screen. Nothing particularly exciting. Oh, Sharif's saying what? Not exciting enough for him to tell us. 48 megapixel camera. Isn't that the same as the last one? I swear my camera's 48 megapixels. It's cheaper?
Better margin. That's how I see it. It's not bad. I can't hear you that well. I'm trying to read your lips.
Everybody in the back chatting. The camera just sold me, says Nicole. I don't know. I don't know. You really need a better camera on your iPhone? They're pretty decent as it is. Nothing happening on that news either. I feel like at this point, you know, you could say 178 breaking is my long trade and 176 breaking is my short trade.
Yeah, it's fair.
But I don't know. This is looking like boring.
Yeah,
boring
I hope this isn't all. This is a little bit underwhelming right now. Someone said AMC high of day. Yeah, AMC's pushing. It's taking a beating the last little bit, but it had a nice flag here, and it's kind of just breaking out. So, you know, AMC is one of those stocks where, you know, if the market's going to get hit, it could get hit, but it does have potential to, you know, decouple from the market if it's having a really good day. If it really wants to go, then it could get going without a problem. And it's up 10% today, so, you know, perhaps you keep it on watch for tomorrow for some continuation. Maybe it put in that bottom around $7. You know, I like that. I like how it bottoms near a whole number, because now you have a clear level that you can risk against. And, you know, yeah, keep it on watch. It can bounce. This thing has potential to bounce another $1 up into $10. It can come and retest this prior low here that was established, 1070. So you're looking at about, $2.50 of upside potentially. I don't know though. I'm not really a big bottom fishing guy, but on an intraday basis, yeah, it's taking out the high of the day. Yeah, looks good. If it can get above this 814, then it could get a nice push. It all depends, I think. If the market's tanking, I don't think it's going to take out high a day. But if the market's holding up fairly well, then it has potential to take out high a day and rip a little bit more for you.
Some interesting comments coming in the chat. I can't read some of them, but okay, we got a few colors here. I'm not loving the color lineup. This nasty green, not that nice yellow. You got your pink. Is this blue or white? I don't even know. And then, the one that everybody's going to get is black. But yeah, market not liking the colors as we start to head down here. I don't know if there's. The volume is actually starting to pick up to the downside. So I do want to see like this kind of level of volume versus what we're seeing right now. But starting to maybe prove a little bit on this iPhone 15 announcement. It's worth noting that the iPhone 15 Pro hasn't been announced yet. So there was also speculation of a iPhone 15 Ultra that's going to come out above the Pro.
Okay.
So maybe that's the one that's going to be $3,500. We'll see there.
Is that rumored, or did you just 3,500?
No, yeah, the 3,500 is a joke. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's actually not. It's kind of realistic.
It's not out of the realm of possibility for sure with this company. Gold-plated iPhone for $1,000 or for $10,000 maybe.
Is that because the headset was 3,500?
Yeah.
The goggles?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, okay, last year's iPhone 14 Pro had the 48 megapixel camera, so they're just moving it to the worst phone. That's not really great news, who cares?
Someone said the Ultra glows in the dark.
The Ultra glows in the dark, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I think
that's a joke as well.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not getting these jokes right now, guys. That would be a pretty cool feature, though.
Glow in the dark iPhone?
If the phone glowed in the dark, because you get lost. I don't know. Say you're camping or something. I went camping this weekend and I lost my phone and it was glowing in the dark. That'd be useful.
Yeah. Okay. That would be somewhat useful, I guess.
If you're a camper, I guess.
See one more update. Nothing. More camera news. So people are kind of obsessed with their iPhone cameras. So any good news on camera is always good. But we're currently sitting at the low on the iPhone maker.
It gave up that whole move.
Yeah.
That whole push higher.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fade off that 177.80 that I was talking about. Should be short right now.
Yeah.
$1 in the money, but yeah, not gonna jump in front of Apple news. We wait for that to actually come out. 109.50 is holding on Oracle. Still watching this name for the bounce. We got like a quadruple bottom basically off of 109.50 right now. So I am kind of liking the trade back through. Same thing that I did here, but now we're at a better price. I think that the risk reward and the probability is better on this one on Oracle. So I'm still watching that as we wait for this Apple conference to be over. Apple iPhone 14 Pro chip, blah blah blah. Yeah, nothing exciting. So waiting for the volume to come in. I'm bored of this Apple event. Let's find something else to trade. Tesla is actually headed for the low right now. Market curled off 15.6, so we'd be kind of ignoring the market move on this Apple move, but market is below that 15.6 once again. A little bit of failed breakout there above 15.6. Now right back down to the levels that we were at before. Yeah, Tesla actually looking super weak. Okay.
We do get a reaction. then potentially Nike short. It's kind of, if it can, we take a look at this chart here. It broke above this prior high, and now it's kind of fading here. If we can break below this low, 96.50s level, I think a short back into the lows and potentially further down could be an option. But I want to see some confirmation from the market. If the NASDAQ's ripping higher, I don't really want to short. I don't want to go against the trend of the general market. But the week daily time frame has me interested for sure. Potentially, it could be better for tomorrow, concerning it is a little bit. It is 40 cents off its lows. And, you know, tomorrow off the open. If it's good right now, odds are it'll be even better tomorrow morning. So I might just wait for that one. But definitely going to keep an eye on that for a potential short.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oracle just gave it up, so new low for Oracle, 109. I will look to 108 to try another long. Not going to try it at 109 since, you know, it's only 30 cents off of the prior low. So I feel that, you know, the edge isn't there on this 109 hold the way that it was on like 110. I think we got to go, you know, up or down further to like 108 before I try this one again. But I mean, great short there if anybody's short on Oracle. Nice down move today, down 14%. I can't say that I expected us to be down here. Pretty much proving that it's not going to do that move all the way back up through view up again. I would say, you know, this one's looking pretty dead, pretty nasty, and potential continuation tomorrow morning. Tesla down there at the low again. So yeah, that low of day kind of 268 bounce is something that I was looking at before. Not sure that I want that right now with the market kind of crashing down with, you know, the consolidation that we've done here. Like all this volume has been done above that 268 level today. I think if we crack that, we're probably seeing lower something like that 266.5. So that's what I'm going to wait for. I don't want to take the short just because I feel like there's always going to be buyers on Tesla, and you know, some nice Apple news could kind of stop me out of that short. So going to wait on Tesla, but down to 266 kind of area is where I would try to get long.
I like that level.
That one.
I think that it's a nice level. It stopped there, you know, twice already at the open, and then it stopped there around 1 o'clock here. So, you know, I think below this level it could see lower prices. Like Max said, I'm not sure about taking it because of the potential for news that can spike. Like Tesla could spike $1 in 10 seconds, and then you're out of the money on what you thought was going to be 10 cents risk. You're now out of the money on $1. So I'm not too sure about that. But, you know, if we can flush below and kind of build right below this level, maybe a second continuation trade where you can risk, you know, after the Apple event's over. That could be a play once you kind of have that established trend in the whole market and there's no longer the news catalyst. Maybe you get a closing push towards the lows and close at the lows. That could definitely be an option for the Tesla short. But I do like how it stopped there once, twice, and it's looking like it wants to stop there 3 times now. So definitely keep an eye out for that one short.
Roadside assistance, now part of Apple's SOS feature. That's interesting, I guess. SPCE just announced, so I mean, we were expecting that. We shouldn't really get a push off of that SPCE announcement, and we don't. Volume's still not picking up yet, so I think now that they've announced that, it must be time for the 15 Pro, right? Come on, please announce the 15 Pro. Let's see some real volume coming into this stock. Really boring action here on Apple for now. AMC still above that 8, but didn't really go anywhere. AXLA also fading. Yeah, just SPCE announcement. So nothing yet. Oracle, nasty down move, new low, 108.70. So another new low for Oracle. I don't know. Is anybody trading anything in the chat? I feel like everybody's just waiting on this this Apple news, holding their breath. I got nothing on Netflix. Netflix cracked. 440. All right. I feel like we were just at 450 on Netflix. So yeah, a bit of a shelf kind of formed on Netflix here. I mean, you could also call it just like a downtrend, but that 440 level, that clean even dollar. You know, look to the daily. Is there anything there? Yeah, actually, 440, decent level. So could try structuring a short on Netflix through 440. Obviously, no real liquidity. Yeah, more USBC news, so that might take a while to sort out. But yeah, like you structure that 440 short through the low of day. Maybe if Apple keeps going down, that this 440 level gives up. You could be trading at 435 before long. I don't think you want to be taking anything out really for less than $4 or $5 on Netflix personally. But yeah, do you? AXLA just went through the high. Oh my god. And then, yeah,
it's a killer for me. I can't trade Netflix when it does that because it could skip dollars and then
and
you're
it
kind of,
does.
yeah, not it could. You're right. It does skip dollars and then you're out of the money and it's just not worth it. Not worth it for me. But yeah, it's definitely a nice pattern. You were saying AXLA.
Yeah, AXLA tried to break down, then tries to break out. Now we're back in the middle. Oh, here we go. All right, Apple. Some selling coming in. Here's what everybody was waiting for. There's a volume spike. We are starting to go down. There must be news here on Apple because this volume is really starting to pick up. I don't have anything yet. What is the news here? Apple just took out the low. Okay. Is the short on? That is the question. Where's my update? Same prices as last year. Is that a bad thing? I don't know.
Why did it take you?
I'm looking for updates here. Yeah.
$7.99.
Same price as last year. So I guess people were looking for them to increase prices, and they haven't increased prices. So we are trending down on that news. I did want that 176.20 short. So if I can get a retracement short here, maybe that's something to have. If not, we're just gonna have to play the bounce whenever that comes. But Apple finally starting to sell on this conference, as everybody expected. You know, we get back through that low of day. That could be a retracement long, but I'm not about to do that. As we get right back up there. Is this the short that I wanted? Let's see. All right, I got 10s. So I'm now short on Apple, looking for this to continue through the low of day. Stop's going to be like 176.30-ish. Got a starter position on right now, and looking to add potentially to this if we are able to continue back through 176. Yeah, so looking weak. Low of day given up, can't push higher. I'm looking to add to this position on Apple in the 20s if I can get that fill in the 20s, and we'll see if we can continue down. Obviously, they can announce something amazing right now, and I get stopped out on this, but thankfully there's lots of liquidity here, so it should be okay as we continue towards that 106. Give me a fill in the 20s. Come on, come on.
It's kind of holding the 176 level right now.
It is for now, for sure. Looking for that 20s fill, though. More updates. All right, there we go. Okay, Apple. Starting to go now. Should have taken more size there on that first fill, but yeah, now like 40 cents in the money on this one. Bouncing though. Lots of kind of mixed tape here, so got to be careful on this one. Gonna have to set the stop there at I guess 20s will be the stop now, or even really any bid above 176 at this point is probably a stop out. Don't want to
I'm gonna
hang
join
on to
you
a
there.
winner.
I'm going to join you there on that short.
You're joining on the short? Here
Right
we
below
go.
176. Might as well ride it down here. We're going to put the stop at the top of the 1 minute high, 176.14. So I'll just give it 176.20. Account for a little bit of slippage, but like you said, Apple's pretty liquid, so we should be good. And we're getting a nice flush back down here. That's what we're talking about.
The iPhone's now titanium. In the Pro model, at least. So I just covered half on that down move at the 60s. Gonna hold the other, or a little less than half. Gonna hold more for the real move down. And again, just stop out, basically break even at this point on the remaining shares. Not a big position, just trying to get a little kind of scalp in through the low. And if we can build a bigger position, then we will do just that. But looking like I will very likely get stopped out on this one. Just set the stop there. All right, stop is in. Looking for this to continue through low of day very quickly, or stopping out. Yeah, titanium is the only news so far.
It's holding below 176 now, which, you know,
Yeah.
I'd like to see that. And I think I just jinxed it.
Yeah, now I'm out of that. So,
So am I.
176 reclaimed for now. I want to wait for this event to be over. If Apple's actually going to trend down and get down to like 170 today, there's going to be lots of opportunity to get short on this on retracement. So, I'll wait on this. Clearly not as bad as people were thinking, and I think possibly the stop out long might be the better trade here. But we wait and see on this. You gotta wait until the whole thing's over basically to actually get a legit trade. So. As we were talking about earlier on, scalps only on these moves, and it does give you almost $1 on that kind of low of day take off 176.25. So
That was a nice flush.
that was a good flush. Yeah. If that's all you're looking for, then that was actually a very solid trade through low of day. Yeah, that's not bad. Blah blah blah. Higher strength to weight ratio than stainless steel. We already know that. Give me something to trade. Yeah, I mean, this is Neil saying short the pop. Probably, yeah. Shorting right here makes sense. Short AMC. Sean short AMC through $8. So, oh wow, Tesla way okay.
You also only have 20 seconds left.
We do only have 20 seconds left, but yeah, Tesla just took out the low and kind of smoked through the low there. So 267 area, now the low. I'm looking for that 266.5. So if this makes a new low again and then blasts right back through 267, that'll be a trade that I'll be taking. But we only have 10 seconds left on this show, and we're going to be sending you over to the big boys very shortly. You got anything left for the rest of the day? Any plans?
I got no thoughts.
No thoughts?
No, gonna go home, prep the watch list for tomorrow, and get right back to it.
Good. We will keep an eye on this Tesla move and on this Apple event. And I think, where are we sending you? To Sharif. You ready up there, Sharif? Yes, he is. All right. Sending you guys over to Sharif. Thanks for watching. We will catch you tomorrow. Good luck.
Great job, gents. Yeah, big move today to the downside on Apple and on the market in general. Let's have a look at how the NQ is doing. We are